Yo, everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Renzo, sorry. Thank you for being the first one here. One moment. I am still setting everything up. I meant to get on about like 5 minutes ago, so I'm rushing to get everything done before Brawl Cup actually starts. Yeah, can you add? Join the Discord, which I'm about to put a link to in the description. That's just a much easier way for me to manage everything.
Berlin is a city known for reinvention, home to the Brandenburg Gate and one of Europe's most vibrant creative scenes. It's a place where people from all over the world come together to make something memorable.
Welcome, Sergico. Welcome, Power Gamers. Ooh,
Ooh,
nice. The Piper cosplay is really sweet.
But only one will be crowned champion, and this is what they're fighting for.
Yeah. So I will say there is about like a 20-second delay between the Brawl Cup footage and my stream. So if you want to do predictions, this is probably not the best. You should probably have it up on a separate screen. But other than that, I think this is a great place. Danny Piper, we need the Danny Piper, man. Like, I understand why they aren't doing it, but still. Let me fix the text. One moment. The text is a little too big. There, it should no longer be interfering with the screen now.
Each and every player about to step onto this stage has trained for.
Oh wow, this looks amazing.
Missed parties, missed sleep, missed comfort to get to this point. Muhammad Ali famously said, "Don't count the days, make the days count." My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, coming to you live from the BobWillEatYou Music Hall in the heart of Berlin, Germany. And welcome to the Brawl Cup.
And this looks so clean. I'm so excited.
To secure a better future for your region, so make that count. And to the players, you've made it this far. Now the real work begins.
Viele wunderschöne Menschen sitzen hier in der Menge. Mach mal ein bisschen Lärm, Berlin.
And you think it went Humble or Zeta?
Sunny joined by Ark and Uber today. Ark has been buried in the stats.
It's gonna be Humble or Crazy Raccoon.
His best performance up to date.
Crazy Raccoon always does better in LAN tournaments than they do in person. They've had to qualify through Worlds via Last Chance Qualifier the last 2 years in a row. And last year, they qualified through LCQ and won the entire tournament.
Great intro, by the way. I love that from you, Sonny. Really solid. You know, our Crazy Raccoon, still that top team in the world. Will Humble be able to, hold on to that Brawl Cup reigning championship in that regard? And what a pleasure it is to be at such an amazing venue as well, which may or may have not been named after the guy on my right.
That's right, yeah, no. Don't call it Uber Eats for nothing, folks. I am ready to sink my teeth into some fantastic regional matchups. For me, I might be Australian, but I'm shilling for NA at this event. I really do feel like there's an opportunity here for them to put their mark on international Brawl Stars.
Yeah.
And also I think South America, there's something brewing there. There's still that infusion of young blood year after year. They need that international experience, and that's why I'm curious to see how they perform here.
It's about time we see something from NA and SA, so I'm super excited for this as well. Brawl Cup is back. This is the 2nd edition already. The huge question is, who will take it all? First up, though, we have a little group stage for you, and we're going to figure out who will even make it through to day 2 and 3.
So, for me, I think this is my favorite event that we've ever had into the BSC. You know, I think the prospect of teams that didn't quite make it to this stage being able to then watch from home, but actually cheer on a team to be able to enhance your prospects as a region. I think that is such an exciting prospect for teams to be able to battle it out for.
Yeah, and obviously it's not just the top seed from each region that gets to compete here, right? So we also get to see, you know, maybe some of these teams that haven't quite been able to scale the same heights in some of these regions still get a crack at it. Also our Road to Brawl Cup regions.
All right.
We've got SA West representing. And SA, these
I haven't done a lot of
normally
YouTube
don't,
streams, so I haven't figured this out yet. But
in the same way, they've actually had to fight through a much more grueling process, like a very large qualifier into a double elimination bracket.
let's
So
do a
they've
poll.
also been put through their paces, Sonny, and I'm curious to see what old favourites Revenant X Spark can do on the stage with a bit of a retooling to the roster.
Super exciting day ahead. We are in Group A and B
Welcome,
right now.
Floggy
And they're not just playing for
Vidagi
glory, they're
Dwaggy.
also playing for some cash. We're gonna look at that in a bit. First up though, all of our viewers can also get something from viewing over at eventosbrawlstars.com. You better lock in your predictions now. You still have a couple of minutes before we kick things off with our first match of the day. And that pin, beautiful. I want it.
I'm a collector at heart, always have been, always will be. So if there's anything like that going, you can bet your bottom that I'm going to be getting for it. So let's discuss the group stages today. We'll be focusing primarily on Group A and Group B. That's Bounty Hunter Zaloo, Humble, and Ace Zero in Group A. And then Group B later on today with Only Realm, Zeta Division, and BC Gaming SA.
Group C and Group D feature tomorrow in our matches. We got World Champions Crazy Raccoon in Group C versus a really impressive upstart in Eternal. Looked really good in SA. And then Revenant X Spark with the new look roster. It's Group D, though, that I've got my eye set on. But esports don't quite have that same full roster that sort of took them to the high heights in EMEA, but they've got a bit of a legend rejoining them here. So curious to see how that pans out. Tribe Gaming, for me, are a bit of a dark horse in this tournament. I really do feel like they're dangerous. Toxic Lotus are no longer the kings of the castle out in mainland China. It's a different story out of that region, and Toxic Lotus have some, frankly, catching up to do.
Some new generation of contenders today and then some champions as well. Super excited to see the next few days play out. We're just on the first day, so we have so much Brawl Stars ahead of us. So exciting. And as I said already, they're not just fighting for honor and glory.
Big wads of cash for that, and also
If you couldn't tell from
no chump change. BSC points, by the way.
if you couldn't tell from
Importantly as well, it's the
my camera, the sun is not out yet. I've gotten up super early to watch this.
Because of how well Humble did at that Brawl Cup. Also SK Gaming earned an extra LCQ spot for EMEA. That's why we actually got a chance to see deeper than just like the household names in that region when it came to LCQ World. So that's also something that these regions are fighting for.
So once again, they have a World Final slot on the night, LCQ slots, and of course the home region is rooting for the two teams that is playing for the region, so they have that support as well. I will imagine that many people in the crowd are also rooting for our EMEA teams, as you mentioned, for esports. Yeah,
Home team advantage for.
full roster this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be potentially, I mean, an incredible storyline. I mean, if Lenan can bring in the goods, I mean, imagine what that.
Lenan is an amazing player.
Quite go his way in the early
Can you have some
stages.
chips? I don't think I can send you chips over the internet.
Days up for grabs here. I mean, a team like Toxic Lotus last year came fourth just to Zeta Division, who took that third place spot, who then got that LCQ position for East Asia. But mainland China, I really want to see what they can bring to this event.
But let's talk more about NA. Can we do that?
Bro, the last time that NA won anything, dinosaurs walked the earth. So I want to see them bring out the stops. I've got my money set with Only Realm.
Yeah, I really do think that team's looking fantastic, right? It's it's world champion runner-ups on that team, plus Pachi, who's been a really strong, face in that region for quite some time. Also, Tribe Gaming, do not rule these guys out. Remember, like, at Worlds, they came so close in some double match point scenarios. They really were pushing Crazy Raccoon to the very limit. Like, we forget how quickly just how good these guys were.
We really want to see something from them this weekend. We've prepared something super fun for you guys. We came up with some ideas for a little bingo. And yeah, Ark, do you want to say your famous phrase already, or do the viewers actually have to listen out for it? Oh my goodness, do we hear that from you today?
Pull it out of me, I feel like I'm not gonna just give it to you guys straightforward and easy today. You got to work for this, but certainly there's some real fun ones here. Uber wearing the brightest outfit.
I don't know if we're there yet, honestly, because Sunny's obviously got.
Sunny's giving you a good run for your money today, mate.
Yeah, the rest of you though, honestly, yeah, leaves a bit to be desired.
Oops.
Oh my goodness, by the
And
way,
I
when it
think they
comes to
copy
music,
and pasted
right,
Uber
professional
wears
sound,
brightest
you know what,
outfit.
you know,
Okay.
you're gonna know when you hear it what I mean with that. Now, we are English here. We are in Berlin though, so we also invited some German co-streamers. The Japanese are here as well, and I see Melty
Melty.
over here. He definitely
Ooh,
is
Melty's
qualified to
here.
play, or also to cast. So he's running for a job, Ark.
Yeah, great to see some great faces there, Spuick, and you know it's a great energy from all the languages. But you're absolutely right, Sunny. I don't know about you, Uber, but I'm getting a little bit apprehensive this year. We've had a lot of players come into the casting
Oh,
desk. We had
they're coming for our jobs, you
Samantha
think,
come
yeah?
in. We have Pedro as well. Like, are you worried about your job?
Absolutely. What do you mean? These guys are actual legends of the game coming up. It's been really cool to fold them into commentary so far over the course of this year. And hopefully over the next couple of days, we'll be able to get some guests up here on the desk to share some of their knowledge and insights about the game and this fantastic event.
Super exciting that we also
W.
have German,
Welcome,
Japanese,
Verdi.
Spanish, and Portuguese here live on
We got
site.
5 minutes until draft starts for match 1.
We are ready for the first matchup of the day and all of Brawl Cup. It's Bounty Hunters versus Humble.
Man, this is so hype. I honestly probably should have expected this.
is, for Bounty
That it
Hunters,
would take 15 minutes to get to
really
the
tough
first
match
match,
to
and
start
then
the
just
day.
use
I mean,
that 15
it's
minutes more to
Humble,
sleep.
You know, the reigning Brawl Cup champions, former world champions, and South America, you know, is that region when it comes to LAN that we never really fully know what to expect. We saw fantastic things last year from Loud that blew all our expectations out of the water. And this is the #1 seed. This is the Loud of this year. And I'm super curious as to whether it's going to be roses for this team or the opposite.
I do want to point out that Hubble recently slipped up against a underdog team and got slapped out of their monthly final in those quarters. So, you know, it is possible, especially if Hubble have slacked in their prep. But I've got a feeling that they got that humiliation game out of the way in their home region and will have come into this match having watched a bunch of tape. This team, this Bounty Hunters team, were New Heights Gaming when they came into SA and they had a great
Top 3
first
teams, you think you have a chance? Humble Realm,
There's been a lot of throwing.
maybe
in
Foot?
SA.
Yeah,
A lot
Lenon
of
is
ball
still
attempts in
incredible.
that region and just, you know, just some bizarre results. It's kind of one of
The
those
thing
things
is, the
that
problem is
So what I
Lenon,
wanna see from
like,
this
he's
team
not a
is
terrible
how
drafter. He's a good drafter, but Guesty was like the best drafter of any player in EMEA.
If you make one mistake against this Humble team,
Like, that's what made Foot so
So
strong.
on the one side, we have Bounty Hunters doing super well domestically. Now we want to see them bring this to the global stage. On the other side, we have Humble, 2025 Brawl Cup champions. So they're defending their title this year. 2024 World Champions and 2025 World's Runner-Up. This is not an easy opponent for Bounty Hunters in their first match of the day.
Yeah, not by a long shot. And we actually got some global bands coming in as well here. Colette,
Okay.
Naja as well, making an appearance here. Love to see
Damien
that.
is also banned.
Lumi and Mortis. So the aggressors going to be out of the mix for sure. Lumi's definitely catapulted actually forwards in terms of the meta since their changes. But for Humble, for sure, they've been put through their paces this year. Absolutely so. In the March monthly finals, 2 double match points to eventually earn that win, which they're notorious for having at the very end of the season actually. So this year, grabbing that in March, super important. But the elephant in the room, April. No, exiting in that quarterfinal stage was horrendous for Humble.
It happens.
It was their worst showing in a monthly final since June of 2025, and you know that is very out of character for them.
Yeah, it is because they're the kind of team that, you know, it's really tough to pull the wool over their eyes. They usually are really well prepped, but there are just some scenarios
Rooting
in
for
which
Humble.
you don't have the footage. You don't have the
Yeah.
resources.
Humble's
to
such a
react
fun
on
team to
You
watch.
have to lean on your own fundamentals, and I think if you asked Humble about that loss, that obviously is a bit of a black mark on their record, they'd say, we also weren't really in the right headspace that day. It takes more than just lack of prep to get past this team.
The first 2 teams of the day are waiting backstage already. Barney, let's get it started.
Ladies
Alright.
and gentlemen,
Man,
Group
those
A
graphics on the
is
stage
the
look
Brawl
so
Cup
clean.
With a bang, a true
Ooh,
David and Goliath
in the
story.
CCTV cameras as a reference to Star Park lore. That's incredible. Naja Global Band, yeah.
For Bounty Hunters
Some
and
people hate her.
Brawl.
Like, if you think she's annoying at your level, she is even more annoying at the pro level. Semantic wearing sunglasses. Wow, that's a classic Semantic move. One.
You can hear the crowd chanting. I'm sure you can hear them at home as well. So, let's set the stage, shall we? Let's look over to the side of Bounty
Yeah,
Hunters. Have
you
we
just
found
like a.
the new South American sensations to step into the Brawl Stars esports community? Can they bring
One
that
moment,
same
I'm actually gonna move
ferocity
my
onto
camera
the main
there.
stage right here? However, it is their first time at an international LAN event, so who knows?
Nausea is not as easy to counter as you think. Like, yeah, you can go assassins on her in like gem grab, but like knockout and bounty, she just dominates from mode.
By fire. That's all I'm gonna say about it, and we cannot wait to see what happens right here on the main stage. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we get prepared, let's just take a breath.
And the thing is, like,
Berlin, what do we think
Nausea is such a really annoying brawler in draft because like there's a very fine because like you can just go Nausea plus anti-tank and it's or Nausea plus anti-aggro and it's kind of hard to counter that. Oh yeah. I mean, their first LAN, they have to face the second place from Worlds last year.
That was my voice, by the way. Fun fact.
Yeah?
Yeah. Many
You got
don't know.
Good baritone.
I know. Yeah. I have to get in the mood though. Can't. Yeah.
You
do that
just
right
can't
now.
bust it out.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
I know
can
you
do
love that.
Will you do that like later?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
If the crowd is loud enough, I might
was son-
think about it. But yeah, we heard already. EMEA fans really showed up for Humble. I
They're
can't
out
feel
today.
bad for Bounty Hunters. At the same time, though.
Hey, welcome, Sunny Star. Yeah,
Paolo, and it was the
glad to
same
have you here. This is a Brawl Cup is really fun, so
shoot blood for their own home.
this is the right decision.
Go for Casa Brawl.
Well, almost swimmingly, actually, when you look at it. Almost swimmingly. They almost knocked out the world champs. I mean, like, how much of a deviation from reality that could have been if that match went another way, but they did get full reverse swept.
Buff
but,
Primo in the crowd. Honestly, Primo does need a buff.
That was a reason which really proved
Give him some more super
beginning that
damage.
They are just unbreakable.
We are on Dueling Beetles for our first map of the day. Now we want to discuss draft as well with the global bans being in place already. We of course see that Sirius, for example, is still left open.
Yeah.
And
So Dueling Beetles,
that just received their
some really good first picks on this map are like Colette, who is banned, Lumi, who is banned. You can go Otis first.
not as strong anymore to be global banned.
I don't think you can go Pierce first yet. Though these are pros, they can make almost anything better work. Look at Nuke PBG.
For me here as well, as like Luki in that capacity is just absolutely disgusting, and it's a problem that's kind of just beneath those kind of bans too. It's one that will tend to escape through.
I think on
Ooh, is that? Are we getting a sneak peek on what they might be drafting? Chester, Mortis, J. Young? Loki, that would not be a... Okay, they can't do that because Mortis is global banned, but that would be a decent comp for this map anyways.
Having her banned away, that's, you know, just Humble sort of saying, we don't really want to have that first picked against us. We don't have a great answer to it in general. You know, this obviously is the kind of map where you want to try and draft a pretty good side laners and have staying power. Mina allows for that to some degree with that wind wall gadget. She's also great at pressuring down if someone wants trying to play a thrower, or they're trying to play, you know, someone who's less mobile in a side lane, who's just trying to bomb it damage. So there's a lot of opportunities to punish like overly aggressive first picks here. I think that in SA, this Bounty Hunters squad are really good when it comes to their drafts. So my issue has never really been there for them. They've been very, very solid. I don't often see them get outdrafted. I think they outdrafted the pants off Loud last time they actually faced. And that's a team you'd expect with the resources and coaching staff wouldn't have a weakness there. So I wouldn't be worried about that from them. It's really stage jitters and the execution that we're going to be scrutinizing.
You make a draft guide? No, I cannot. I cannot make a draft guide.
From each of the region. Of course, they mingled over the last 2 weeks. And
I'm not good
the
enough for
metas
that.
have gotten closer together, like East Asia maybe brought in a new idea that EMEA took over, and so on and so forth. At the same time, we did see still in the past some specials. Like, for example, our SA special Juju in the past. I wonder what it's going to be this weekend. We always know NA as a super aggressive region. EMEA has adapted to
I
it,
still
but
don't
it's
like where
quite
my
meta.
camera
It's
is,
all about assassins
honestly.
and tanks.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I even posted a meme the other day when it's
Let
like, a new Brawl comes out,
me.
make it mythic, make it an assassin. Pretty much kind of like how the how the dev team is these days. But you mentioned experience, Uber, and being calm and collected on stage, and that is for me.
Okay, that's
my
better.
little reservation when it comes to
How to get
bounty
monetized?
hunters, because certainly,
It takes a
Rosie is the
while.
most experienced player
Even
on
with
this
like my
squad.
hit
You know,
video,
the best
I'm still
shooting
not
world
there
finals
yet.
last year, went out
I
to
am,
Vegas,
however,
and
most of the way
similarly,
there to
had
getting
those
monetized,
feelings
and now that I have the
really out of that group stage,
audience, I will
and
get
the West
monetized in a
is
month or
showing us the
so.
World Finals in 2022, losing in that first round of the bracket to
Zest,
Strive
right,
Gaming EU.
According to
You
that's
know?
Paris, right? He was on the Zest
Yeah.
roster.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Latam. So
Yeah.
this is where I really want to kind of see how bounty hunters approach their headspace. Their drafts, I really, really like. I think for me, it's going to come down to, like you say, those kind of stage jitters and if they're able to keep them at bay.
I also think that they are going up against a team that has very talented individuals. And if you allow Humble to, as the series goes on, if you allow Humble to draft like Chester and
You can
Russ,
barely see the
like,
cam
really
anyways.
solid brawlers, it's going to be tough to get the better of them. No surprise here to see the
Maybe.
votes are 83% for Humble to 17%.
But what the
for
cam
those who
does
expect the
is
whole
it
start.
allows me to see the chat better because otherwise it's white text on a white background.
You saw some rewards over the course of the weekend. I strongly recommend you make that your home base for all things Brawl.
Put your bet on
Yes,
Humble.
guys, take the hints.
Yep.
We strongly recommend
Hey, welcome,
that you
Furious
stay
winners.
glued to that site. You'll thank us for it later.
So far, EMEA and East Asia has had the greatest success from all of the regions in any global event. We have 3 world winners of EMEA, 3 world winners of East Asia. Now, you already kind of set that up today. We want to see NA and SA take over. This would be the first chance. If Bounty Hunters truly fell a giant like Humble, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, it will resonate for sure. And, you know, I kind of mean, but I also do have a lot of high hopes for Only Realm. But we've got to talk about Tribe Gaming a little bit too, because as a team from North America that have been a bit of a sleeper, the competition has been getting so increasingly difficult in that region specifically. Last year at Brawl Cup,
Never heard your voice? Yeah.
for Tribe Gaming. It also did worse performance
The,
today.
I do. It's not that I'm not willing to show my voice. It's just it's really hard for me to film, like get audio onto my phone, because like the only headset I have, the only microphone I have is connected to a headset, which can only connect to my computer.
I feel like they've been building up ahead of steam for this tournament. Kenny
But
as
yeah.
well, he put like a video up. He was talking about his predictions, right? He had his teams in like S tier, A tier, whatever. He also had Tribe in that S tier. Felt like this is probably the time for them to really show up and show out. Because remember how their World Finals ended? It was 2 double match point scenarios that they lost. That ended up having them knocked out of the tournament up against like, what was Humble and Crazy Raccoon. Yeah. And so like you are going up against the very best and you are almost getting there. I really felt like they were just on the outside looking in. Now last Brawl Cup, it was Loud. Yeah. Unfortunately, Loud fell on the wrong side of the narrative because they were the team that got beat by Toxic Lotus on their Cinderella run.
EMEA got the crowd. Yeah. I mean, this is Berlin. This is like literally the dead center of. It's not the dead center of Europe. That would be like Austria or something. But yeah, this is like the middle of Europe.
So was it 2021 finals run from INTZ? Yeah. I mean, yeah. So it's
maybe.
we have. I was in a TV box. I was
You
at that
were.
event at the time. So that's going back a long time. It's been ages since we've really seen South America stand up. And last year we got to see some of the younger blood, right? We also saw, the same torchbearers, the Loud guys, Adino and stuff like that. We also saw like, Pekka and Jubileo, Motep on that. I think it was Pioneers. I think with that event or Elevate. I'm not sure. They're still around, right? Still good to see some of those over the course of this year. But this is the roster.
Yep,
of,
looks like
their
Bounty Hunters is
players
practicing
that are
Vermina.
The youngsters that are really hungry.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think of stuff to say because, well, not much is happening. Where do you think the World Cup will be? Probably Japan. I thought that was relatively obvious from the teaser trailer. Also, they don't like to have the World Finals and the Brawl Cup in the same region.
Of course, NA and SA. These are the regions that we still want to see perform super well also on a global level. By the way, we're here in the Uber Eats Hall. 4,000
Which I'm kind of annoyed that it's going to be in Japan,
and we are completely
because that
sold
means that a
out.
lot of the
That is
tournament's going to be happening while I'm asleep, unless I want to like stay up till 4 a.m. multiple
right
nights in
the
a
heart
row.
of it, you know, Uber Arena as well. We're on Uber Platz. It's all
There's a
about
big
this week,
diff-
guys, so
It
keep
is.
listening, but-
You are the main
Oh,
character
That's
energy
it,
right now.
that's it,
It was
sorry,
a lot
guys.
better when he was on TV, and you can never always just turn off the TV.
That was a
Who
good
did you
time.
talking smack? She was in the audience. She was 2021.
Well, we were all there.
I
That's
was
what
on site,
matters.
though.
In one way or another.
They wouldn't let me out of the country, guys. All right, they needed me. My people needed me.
Need friends.
You're right.
Looks like we are getting our draft ready, and we're kicking.
Are you
things
French?
off with
Bad.
Ruffs. Such a solid pick. You can never go wrong with this brawler, especially not dueling beetles, where you might want to break open the map. Because I see Pierce is left open. We have Luki on Humble. That is a must pick for them, especially if they can break open the map now. Let's see if Humble will pick up that Pierce on their side.
Yeah, with Lumi out of the picture here, you might be forced to go in like a Pam direction if you're, bounty hunters. Obviously, we've got the team logos flipped here, so we'll get them fixed for you in just a moment. Red side is bounty hunters, blue side is Humble. So the series is picked up here. They have only managed to sort of win 1 in 4 of their scrims on this map with Sirius. Sirius obviously is a lot squishier than he used to be. A drastic reduction in health, actually very similar to how
You're
Luki
from
first got
Romania?
She was-
Nice.
she used to
Glad to
like
have you
10K
here.
health and was putting out this
Oh,
amount of
draft is
damage.
actually
They
up.
brought it
Man,
up
I
to
should be
about
paying
40%
attention.
or
First
so.
pick Ruffs is very interesting. And Sirius Kenji are coming out. I like that 2-free. I think that's a very good 2-free from bounty hunters.
Like something says for me. I mean, having the ability to break that side. Much more
I feel like you can go Edgar here, no?
Those supply drops can then just make those snipe shots pack so much more of a punch. Sometimes a Pam can make an appearance on this map, but again, with that Ruffs now in play, the opening of the map is certainly a concern. So
I like Chester. What the map? Dueling Beetles.
coming in that they cannot get on the side of Humble,
I like
they
the
can't
Chester.
establish it. So Chester
And again, I still
with
feel...
the Pierce,
Oh, this is a classic. Classic comp. This is a classic combo comp. Ruffs, Chester, Pierce. That is like their dream comp. What a... It's like their... It's their... It's what... If these guys could draft a ladder comp, this is basically a ladder comp for these guys. It's Pierce, Chester, and the bounty hunters are going to respond to that with a bow, and I don't hate it. This really depends on how fast Ruffs gets supers. If Ruffs is allowed to be fed, then Humble wins. If bounty hunters can just press up super early on before Ruffs gets break, then Kenji's cook bro? Nah. This is dueling Beetles. He's always gonna have space to move around. Your Luki Pierce is terrifying. Here they come. Like, and Humble has already taken zone. This is not good for bounty hunters.
As well, and Portox not having the best of times in this long-ranged affair on the right.
Yeah.
Chester through the mid, still getting the desired percentage. That early wall break's going to let Luki have a lot of space to operate, and now Portox is trying to branch out, do anything he can, but he's outranged, outgunned. Chester just going to take him down.
And Luki already has hyper. How? And then Boss is getting his second wall break. This game is over. And they're trying to get Semantic to kick it up. Yeah, this game is over. You can't put, yeah.
In terms of team composition, nobody seems to be able to encroach, move up the middle of the map. Now Rocket Rain terrorizing the right-hand side as Wesley. Portox try and migrate, but the distance just can't be met. Pierce is so good from these long terms. Semantic
Here comes Portox. Finally able to get it. Nope, not able to get anything. Boss doesn't even pick up the treat. He just wants to get in a proper position first. Yeah. I was thinking Humble might go for like an Edgar, but this is just so dominant. They fight for the first time this match. One member of Humble falls down, and Bounty Hunters takes zone. Here comes Portox. He's gonna try and get another kill on Boss. He gets Lukey. That's important. He gets Boss. But that's not enough. That's Humble. Also, guys, how's the volume on like me versus the stream audio? I cannot tell. So, if someone can let me know if everything's good.
Bit of a taste of their own medicine as to what we saw in LCQ last year with some of the South American fans. Into game number 2, I'm expecting this to be just as easy for Humble. They started so strong, and you expect them to carry on.
It's just a great composition. They've got the long range, they've got the wall break option, an early gadget for pressure. They send Semantic up the middle of the map. If Kenji dares to go at them, they can just rotate this brawler onto them. Rosie, though, doing a great job. Until this wall break goes through, if they feed Boss, that's where the real issue starts. So until then, Bounty Hunters have to give themselves as much of a head start as possible.
Yeah, an undeniable better start for Bounty Hunters, but I don't think it's meaning too much at the moment. They've quite clearly moved that Kenji over to the left side space up against the early doors instead of the Pierce, who was handling it so well. But now it's
Oh, I just saw your message. Can you explain why this is such a good draft? Well, basically, Pierce plus Chester is a very good, like, synergy, because Chester counters the anti-tanks that would counter Pierce, and Pierce plus Ruffs is a really good synergy, because, Ruffs gets wall breaks, which helps the Pierce, and then Chester plus Ruffs is a really good synergy, because, that it feeds Chester more hypercharges. And so, like, you have 3 brawlers that synergize with each other incredibly well. This is also Lukey on the Pierce and Boss on the Ruffs. And, like, Semantics Chester is, like, no joke either, but it's not, like, it's not, like, mechanically incredibly special for pros. Semantic, he's using hypers a little bit of a waste, but that's fine because the point of it is he can just get another hyper. And this game is barely closer than the first one. But yeah, this is just a complete outdraft. You're good, thank you. Glad to hear. You want this cast stream slightly louder? Alright, I can do that.
Bounty Hunters, a huge mountain to climb in front of them here.
Done.
I don't think that's the way they'll want to start it. This international competition here in Berlin. Real tough for them. And I think the majority of them going to have to put down to the draft.
Speak like a pro? I'm not a pro. I've just been watching esports for a long time.
There's just so many pluses for this Humble composition. It's a very stereotypical look to Humble.
I'm a very good player, but the difference between the average pro and me is bigger than the difference between me and the average player.
Outranges every single one of the enemies, especially when this wall break goes down. It's just open season for Lukey, and you all know what this guy can do on the Pierce. He's unbelievable, one of the best in the world. I just didn't love the gameplay, and obviously the execution's a lot harder to make happen when you don't have a craft to set yourself up.
I mean, it's worrying where you kind of forced to swap lanes in something you don't want to do. Yes, it worked a tiny bit better. Game 2 was, I think they had a little bit more of a foot in the door compared to Game 1, but stat-wise, it speaks for itself. The result, 6-3-8. Obviously, Lukey popping off on what seems to be his favorite brawler. Over the other side, Prosy, Portox, and Wesley not looking too good. 0 on that.
I honestly think the problem pick was the Sirius. The Sirius got almost no shadows the entire game and just was completely outranged.
Stat lines tell the story as well. I mean, just nothing going the way.
What's your best rank? Masters 1.
Sometimes when you get outdrafted first time on the stage, today at least, warming up, getting the muscles a little loose, it happens. But you can't afford mistakes like that. South America is a region desperate to try and cling on to some success. It's been a very rough go of it since 2021. We had INTZ way back in the day. We had Loud last year. But there's this huge sandwich of years in between where this region has not taken away any hardware. Now moving on to our next map here. We were just at Dueling Beetles. We're going to be hopping into Hot Potato. Otis, somebody I was keeping
Alright, Hot Potato, First Pick Colt. Based on the bans? Yeah, I like that. First Pick Colt's good.
Stereotypical start.
Look at him, Seijay.
No surprise in seeing banning out that Ruffs as well over the right side. A brawler that you don't want to be facing.
Every team can play every brawler, basically. Yeah, like that's the point of like you get 3 different. You generally get an aggro player, a control player, and a marksman player. And that's a pro team.
I think they need to kind of play this a little bit differently, break the sculpt it to how they want, because in the previous one it was night and day.
Yeah, like I'm an elite. Like Burlap, yeah, he's a really good content creator.
Especially in the face of a wall break.
But
like
yeah,
it's very interesting. It's uncommon, but
I am an elite player, don't get me wrong, but like elite, the difference between elite and pro is bigger than you would think.
Up close, but if these walls come down, definitely a trickier way to go about it.
Lily is an interesting pick into Colt.
it's a brawl where you obviously just pop your gadget, walk up to the safe, get
I'm
damage, and
not
truly
gonna say it's a
job
bad
getting
pick. Let's see how the
on
draft
way.
pays
Yeah,
out,
charges
but I'm
really
cautious.
kick
Lily
your feet
Carl,
well.
this is
Solid.
a very
Carl gonna come
old
in as
school
well. It's just one
draft.
of those versatile brawlers. No matter what gadget you're going to be using, going to be fairly decent. And you know, it has
I
it
imagine
has
we're
saved
going
it
the
from
dash
choices.
gadget, though this obviously depends on the comp. If Bounty Hunters goes a little bit more of a dive comp, they're going to go, Carl is going to go fire gadget, and if they go a little bit of more of a control comp, then Carl's going dash gadget.
Of course, the burst damage does well into Lily, but it's not necessarily a special for something like Hot Potato. So I'm curious to see what this right-hand side does with this, because it's a really interesting one, too.
I love the Edgar.
Yeah, well.
This is like, Lily is so good on this map. Yeah, I've had to face Rafiki's Lily on this map in a match arena. We lost 100 to 95 and 100 to 0. So no, 95 to 0 and 100 to 0. Yeah. This is also Edgar's best map, and Edgar is really good right now. I would like to see. I actually don't know what you pick here. Do you go another aggro? They do go another aggro, but it's ranged aggro and melody. What do you think about Valola here? Like, it's really bad. No, you just don't have anything into Edgar if you go that. I think maybe like another dive brawler, but you already have 2 brawlers that can dive. Yeah, this is why drafting is so hard, because you have like a whole bunch of, you can think of. Okay, Chester's actually a really good pickup here. I can't believe I didn't see that.
For me, Chester's a brawler, as you say, that's going to be good against those tanks.
Chester's good against pretty much everyone here. Really good Edgar matchup, pretty good Melody matchup, and good enough Colt matchup. Why is Lily good on heist? Because she creates so much space for your team, and she kills a lot of, and she can get it onto a lot of the like squishier brawlers that like stand further back, and she also has pretty good safe damage too. Yeah. Up the middle of the map, he's going to disappear, pop up. They're not even going to worry about him on defense. They're just going to fully commit. Okay, boss is going fire gadget. Bounty her. All right, Humble Semantic sneaking into the backside is able to like look at how much damage the Lily has done already if you leave her on the safe. Lukey getting some good snipes. Prosy, kind of a waste of a gadget there. He does get the trade eventually. Here comes Portarx. And Humble already up 2 shields. And here comes Lily trying to get even more damage. He's going to feed the Melody there. Here comes. They're really waiting for someone to crack safe for Portarx to go through, but they kill Wesley, who was probably the easiest brawler for them to crack the safe with. They are going to pop the safe here, but the Lily's on safe again. Hello? Alright, Semantic has his hyper. He's not going to use it yet. He's just keeping Prosy on the defense. 24 to 24 now. Wesley with the hyper finally gets shut down. Here comes Semantic. He's trying to get the 1v1 on Prosy. And he's going to win the game here. That's what the Lily can do. And he couldn't have made that play without this like the poor play from Bounty Hunters earlier in the game, which allowed the Lily to get the safe that low. That was an insane game. What a masterclass from Semantic on the Lily.
Operating on pure chaos as we see the exact same strategy from Semantic, right up the gut.
Yep.
Chester fully operational on defense, an insta-kill there. I would say that certainly
this is, and Humble is kind of showing why Edgar isn't good in pro play.
Penetrate that 25% threshold, which is huge for the Humble side. Yeah, a little slow comes through there from bosses.
Wesley trying to get a little bit more damage. Shut down the. Yep, here comes Prosy. He's going to get cracked. Humble are up by 2%, but Bounty Hunters have some really strong hypers. Not to say that Humble doesn't, but Humble's hypers are more brawler oriented, while Bounty Hunter's hypers are safe or can deal a lot of safe damage or a lot of brawler damage. And in the case of a hyper like Prozy's, a little bit of both. Comes Prozy trying to get some more damage in. That's 16% more damage, in fact. Here comes Semantic. Gonna get Portox here, but get for the super. Here comes Prozy with the hyper. Boss is going in. Boss is gonna get a kill and survive. And why is Cold going to the other side? What? Yeah, why did Cold go to the other side of the map? You know, okay. You know, I predicted Humble would win. I think most of us thought that Humble would win. Like, if you told me Humble would win in a 3-0, I'd be like, sounds about right. BSC is being held in Berlin. Dallas was last year. Munich and Hamburg are two different German cities that they are not being held in. Like, if you had told me Humble wins 3-0, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right. If you told me Humble wins 3-0 and none of their matches take longer than a minute and a half, I'd be like, holy sh... How?
Execution from Humble was just phenomenal, though. You can see it here. I mean, 9 frags, 8 frags.
Oh, my bad. I was trying to refresh stream. One moment.
Or just anti-aggro in this point. One of Chester's mainstays is the burst damage that
yeah, I think the problem pick was Edgar. I said I liked it at the beginning, but I just didn't understand Humble's game, I guess.
Just managing that aggression super well. And as I said, there was a couple of those 2v1 defenses that just made all the difference in a set like that. That could have quite easily, you know, if they don't pick up those kills, and, you know, it's 100%, it's not luck, it's skill. They're winning those 2v1s, but...
Yeah, welcome, Silver Rolls.
Goes a different way. They're getting base race, they're getting beaten, and it's a totally different scoreline.
Semantic is just terrifying. Yeah.
We saw him with roughly, what was it, 2,000 HP or so. Has one extra gadget, a flying hook available. Goes for the dagger and just a double kill there, just silencing SA. Such a tough beat here. Humble expected to win. I think many, including myself, kind of wrote this as a 3-0. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the team, but this to me feels like a Humble that I'm not scared of, despite falling short in the previously monthly
Here's my hot take. I think Bounty Hunters didn't scrim much for this matchup. In my opinion. I think Bounty Hunters spent like 80 to 90% of their scrims, maybe not 90, 70 to 80% of their scrims on the next match. You have to go? Hey, thanks for showing up. I'm going to be streaming for like 7 hours, so if you can come back.
Well, I like the Leon, super strong at the moment as well. Obviously, Lollipop Drop providing a bit of a speed boost, really solid. And Leon just a great brawler all around, assassin, and aggression is what they're going to go with, it seems. But, I mean, as a first pick, I like it. It's been, you know, it's going to be banned out quite frequently on a lot of maps throughout this weekend. So, having that slip through and getting that early on, I like it.
Can't blame him at all, especially with the Lollipop Drop. You especially get some extra speed going around for the squad. Colonel Ruff's a very stereotypical pick on this left-hand side. I think overall in the meta, it also counters so many things really well between the sandbags. It can apply pressure if you choose to use the other gadget where the rockets just rain from the skies and pour out. I think this is just a safe pick as well. I mean, especially a professional level compared to maybe your average.
This is the first time I'm watching this properly. Welcome to have you. Glad you're here, Smiley. This is so good. Okay, first pick Leon. I don't like that. Leon's not good in this meta, and Ruff's is the perfect pick here. Ruff's Kenji, oh my god. This is another classic combo of Ruff's with Kenji is just... It is a little weak to like super hard aggro like Bull, but the problem with super hard aggro like Bull is you already went Leon. So if you go Bull plus Leon, like an anti-tank just shuts both of them down. Like what? Okay, what anti-tank shuts down Bull plus Leon and is still open? Lou? I would go to Maisie here. Okay, and so they go Buster, which is not good into Kenji, but is also has enough aggro that I would call him pretty good into Ruffs at this point. No, I think they need some sort of support, maybe like a Jae Young, like a Poco. Poco would actually be pretty good here, and they go to Poco.
we can't beat him normally. Let's just go Poco tag.
Yeah, but for Pinhole Punk, this is so interesting.
And
because I feel
so
like the damage
now
just isn't
Humble can
quite
go
there
a
for that
second
right-hand
tank
side.
here
I
for
think
their
an
last
interesting choice
pick.
for the left-hand in. If they decided to go something super beefy, I think they could handle it. I mean, just having Kenji and another brawler absorb
Yeah.
the shots, maybe it's not the most traditional goal scorers or composition, but I really do think health points
Yeah,
might
if
be
you
the
want to go
solution for this
range, you can
left-hand
go
in.
Mag, though I don't like Mag in
It
this
would make
meta.
sense. As you say, they don't have
But,
this
like, you
DPS,
can
they've
go
got the
Bull
Sunrise in
here.
as well.
I would love to
It's
see a
big that
Trunk.
Pope and Ruffs can
Are we
play
getting
it.
Trunk
They go with
gaming?
Sirius
Aww.
instead.
We
And
are
also,
not
you can
getting
see Aggression
Trunk
plus
gaming.
printing so many of those clones.
Rosie
The
is
shadows,
Sigasa
Poco as
energy.
well, not really
Maybe,
being able to
yeah.
trade too much, so should be able to get a good few shots.
Serious? Like,
like
I
Humble
understand.
again. mean,
I
this is
understand
really
it, I
one of Kenji's
guess.
big favorites, but I see this as a 3-0.
Yeah, Buster, Leon, Poco, it's just, it isn't stereotypical.
That is
for
gonna
this
feed a
map
lot
or
of
this
serious
mode. I mean,
shadows.
they have to
However,
get creative. You gotta
Poco
do
is
that,
very
especially
good
when
at
you're the
getting rid of
underdog.
serious
This is
shadows.
Humble we're talking about.
Especially,
If you're
like,
not
in the
going
hands
at
of a
least
pro.
50-50 on the draft,
Um,
you are a goner. There's no way. They're too good all around. But nonetheless, Bounty Hunters
Alright,
will have to
Boss,
find a
he's
way
tr-
to win. This is only
gets
their opening match.
deleted
They
by
still plenty of
Prosy.
time for recovery, but they're gonna have to act quick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to start. Holding that
And-
over-aggressive Kenji nice and early, getting this
Are
push
Poker
control
shadows are gonna
is
be
exactly
annoying?
what
Yeah.
Bounty Hunters need. Boss still pinned back in spawn, but tanks a
That
few of those shots
that
with the shield.
wide range poke
Bounce
damage
back from
is.
Prosy is there for now. Pinned in this kind of top left,
Yeah.
trying to get a few heals here and there.
Boss,
Getting popped,
he's
everything
going in,
popped.
he's dying a lot, but
Stay alive.
honestly,
He's
that's
off the right
fine.
side
He's
now.
as long as
More
he's
heals
getting
being provided by
supercharge, as long as he's
Wesley and
providing
Prosy
space for
composition here
Lukey
of
to get
Poco just
to
an
just
A
farm
really cluster.
shadows.
He's almost like hurting the enemy side. He's been
Here
putting
comes
in work.
Prosy with a hyper
I
already.
have no idea this is coming, as he was straight up
Good
and
double
aggressive,
kill.
going down to
Bounty
the
Hunters might get this kill here. Yeah, they're getting this kill here. That's that's a wasted hyper treat from Semantic. That was on the ground.
Too good for now, but as maybe they can get a few more power
That's a
shots,
major
they're
problem. I think
the long game.
wasted hyper treat is almost as bad as the goal itself. Here comes Portox.
Hyper charge on the right now, and does pop a super, trying to go super aggressive on Boss here. Super available for Boss as well, so can evade some of those shots. Lukey just
Alright.
peppering Prosy down, keeping him
Here
low.
comes
Semantic,
Wesley.
the same on Wesley on the left.
They need to go heal now.
Yeah, now Humble marching up the left.
Wesley has hyper.
To the left-hand end.
Prosy gets a double. This Buster is nasty. Portox is trying to. Yeah, that's his goal. This is game. Kenji is meant. Yeah, Kenji dying is fine as long as he's getting supercharged. The issue, honestly, is the Buster. Honestly, I think Viserius was a like we've yet to see what Viserius is meant for. Like, yeah, he's getting some shadows, he's slowing Prosy, but he's not doing that much.
Kenji's gonna have to just get right up in his face if he wants a chance at tagging him. Semantic's gonna have to get a lucky bounce. Once again,
Boss?
left-hand in, Boss goes down immediately.
Good,
The trade goes through.
good
Boss
trade
has
from
super
Boss.
debating
Wesley
himself.
is trying to get in. He's trying to sneak in a trick shot. Does get Semantic to waste not waste to use super there.
You get pushed back once and you're never able to reclaim it.
Yeah, this is kind of my problem with Sirius, especially after the nerf, is it's really hard for a Sirius to reclaim mid unless he has like 2 shadows. Portox gets sniped, but Prosy, if he has so much HP, Boss doesn't have Animo anymore, so Wesley's just gonna walk it in. 235 HP. Prosy gets sniped. Double hyper coming in. Prosy waiting out. Here comes Portox to distract everyone, and that is Bounty Hunters. They will take a set. I would have much... The problem we saw from Humble's comp is they just couldn't take mid. I would have loved some... I would have loved something other than a Sirius. I would have loved, like, a Trunk, especially. Oh wait, no, those are AI slop. I'm not gonna laugh at AI slop.
There's nowhere to hide, but they played those gadgets really well. The lens flare to march themselves up several times up this map as well. It was a great hybrid of a brawler that's not typically overly aggressive, but I thought they did such a good job of claiming the Humble brawlers.
I mean, you can hear Boss there as well. He's like, I just can't do anything. like clearly outdrafted in this one, Humble, and outplayed at that as well. I don't think they got out of their half, to be honest with you. Maybe they did once. I think it was, as I was saying, they haven't left the half, they kind of left the half, but other than that, absolutely all bounty hunters here, and there's some signs of life showing. It's going to require an entire reverse sweep, so it's a big ask and a huge mountain to climb, but they've started it.
Certainly shame on me. I mean, I really didn't expect this outcome here. I mean, if it ends up being a 3-1, close enough. But nonetheless, I mean, Bounty Hunters finally showing what a solid draft on their end can do. They can contest. I mean, these brawlers in the humble end, if you look at it, Sirius, very mainstream brawler. Colonel Ruff's a regular for them. Kenji, I go back and forth on. I think it just depends on where you pick him up, especially if it's earlier on in the draft. It gives the other team plenty of time to respond. This is going to go a little bit further than I thought it was at a bare minimum. We're heading over to knockout Bell's Rock. Bounty Hunters still with a fighting chance.
Absolutely, still requires 2 in a row, so it's going to be tough, but it is a possibility now. I think everybody would have expected Humble. I know you said you didn't want to speak for anybody else, but I'm with you. I think I thought this was going to be a 3-0. We kind of questioned the draft a little bit in there as well. Bans are in, obviously, in addition to the global bans. We have the Leon, the Gene, and the Rico from the side of Bounty Hunters. For Humble side, I guess it's flipped, but on the opposing side, the Kit, the Mina, and the Ruff's going to be banned down too.
Free square for the right-hand in. I mean, Pierce is going to be a natural brawler that I think comes up at the top here, especially the first overall, given the bans. But I will say, especially considering the global ones that we've got, they're really going to have to dig deep. I think it's been one of the biggest traits of what we've gotten from
That's
this global
way
ban
to
stage
introduce
change.
that.
I mean,
Yeah.
there could be up to
Bell's
10
Rock.
brawlers from the
First
pool.
pick
I mean,
Pierce is
little less
allowed.
than around
Like, that
10
is a
would
killer
be
in
the
ranked.
first
However,
first
pros
overall
do
from
have
the
counters
draft.
for
That's
it.
a
The
crazy
main
thought to have.
brawlers
At
that
this
you
point,
play
you're really gonna have
into
to go for some
Pierce
more
are like
unusual
Byron and
picks
Bell
to stay, and that's
specifically
where the
because
switch
they
comes in.
outrange
Brock
Pierce,
like those that I think
and they
just
don't
have
hard
great
lose the
control in their
lane,
hands
even if they
like to
get
use
like
it. If
slowed.
not, they can go with rocket laces, bounce away if they've
The
got
Brock
really
is a
aggressive
decent
brawlers, plenty of
shot.
combinations left.
I want to
it's
see what
something
it's
to think
paired
about
up with. I think it's a
basically,
little
you
too
know,
early
those
for
gadgets,
Brock.
depending on what kind of route you need to take, whether you need to get away from some more aggressive brawlers that the Bounty Hunters side could bring in. So I like that. You're able to sculpt the map if you want, or as you say, kind of take those rocket laces and jump away if not. Edgar's still very much on the board as well if they do want that aggression, and there's a scary prospect at the moment.
Curious which direction they go. Ooh, Jae Young. So I would say that's one that we mentioned that's not at the tippy top of our meta right now, but a professional scene, it will show up off and on. I'm curious what kind of fight they want this to be. Is it going to be a long-range affair, or are we going to go something like a Byron that can cut off the healing?
The
from
Jae
also
Young.
outrange?
So you're going
Gus is
Brock
somebody
to
that shows
break
up quite a bit
walls,
on
and
this
then
map as
Jae
well.
Young
I
who
mean, a lot of our
struggle, who
stereotypical ones are out of the way, maybe surprise
lacks
or at the
range.
end, depending on what wall break
Interesting.
compositions we do end up going here.
Well, we're back.
The only reason I can think is like you're going Brock to prevent wall break.
Confusing. Apologies for that.
It is it's confusing. And Ollie, I really like it. It is a it's a what's it called?
It seems when they kind of brought in
It is a
defensive.
defensive. It's a defensive move to counter a last pick
I wonder if this is
anti-tank.
partially to take away from a Jae Young Ollie composition or something along those lines. Maybe they were thinking that would have been the priority of choice. And Squeak as a cutoff brawler as well. I wonder if they're looking out for something like a Buster here to combine with this Jae Young. It'd be really interesting now with a Squeak shot on the ground. Fans out, gets a little cutoff there. So the interaction with that Buster shield can be quite interesting sometimes.
Well, last brawler for Humble. They need to try and win this one and close it out in a 3-1, because if they let Bounty Hunters get their feet back in this game and get to a set 5, momentum's going to be fully with them. So it's a worrying thing for them. I'm sure they would have, like the rest of us, expected to come into this one, sweep it out, move on to the next. It's going to be a brawl that you've mentioned a few times. You kind of wanted it to show up
The
here and there,
Meatball.
but
I
it
like
has
Meatball as a
bounced
last
around
pick.
the table.
The question is he
It's gonna be
going
the last brawler rounding out
stun or
this,
box? Because
competition.
box is
And I like
really,
that.
really
It's
good
very
into
solid,
Squeak
very
and
good
Pierce.
and a great shot.
But
I think there's a fair
stun is
chance that
really
they
good
might
into
need some
Ollie.
block as well. I think that's partially why teams are so proactive.
Welcome,
with
Miss
drafting.
Mayo
There's
Games.
not a ton of wall break options. I mean, occasionally you'll see something crazy like a Griff, but it just doesn't feel like it meshes with the map nearly as well as these other brawlers. Bounty Hunters finally showing us a little bit of life. South America has been through the ringer in terms of the comments section for this community. The results have not been showing in recent years, and Bounty Hunters, the new SA #1, are trying to prove themselves on the opening match. It's Humble, an illustrious squad looking to maintain their resume as boss on this left-hand
Alright,
side.
here
Still
comes
the fight
Prosy.
goes a little
He
early.
hypnos Boss.
But
Boss gets
the
away
extra
with a
speed
heal.
will barely keep him alive.
Yeah, let's not forget.
Bro,
it is
should the
Rocky
questions
Ford,
answers?
Lucas doesn't have that escape method.
I am
If
showing
Prosy
the
wants to go
questions
towards
answers.
him,
There just
he has
haven't
to
been
very cautious
questions
through now,
to
as he's
answer.
in front of the super ring.
Yeah,
That's it.
so the answer is
Humble
yes.
back in the
I
spot
will
now.
be showing
Prosy
questions
taking
answers.
shots. Great
However,
hit
there's
there.
like a 20-second delay
and a big
between
gadget
my
release
stream
from
and
Semantic.
They've been on death's door, but
and
Boss has barely
be it
kept
in
them
Brawl
afloat with the
Cup,
extra speed
so
going down on the
just
right-hand side.
have them open on
Brawlers,
another
that's
tab.
devastating, as Luki's
Think
gonna
Humble
be
will
pinned
win
on
it
the
all?
top right-hand
Yeah,
side.
they're
The
definitely a
best
top
thing
contender,
that Bounty
especially
Hunters are
with
doing right now,
Guesty
they have
not being here.
allowed the other
Prosy?
team to really
What
go
is
for it.
Prosy doing?
Kill right there. Humble demonstrating
That's
the
gonna be
mechanics
Humble
of
taking this
wrestling out alone
round.
for this world on the right-hand side, and Portox, the squishy brawler, gonna have a tough time with all this.
I mean, how they can be in so many compromised positions and come out on top of this is crazy to me. Portox still got a
Yep.
chance here.
Semantic is halfway to his Meeple Hyper, and if he gets Meeple Hyper in Vent, that's just like an instant round win, which at this point is an instant game win. Portox does have Squeak Hyper. Squeak Hyper is not one of Squeak Hyper is kind of one of the weaker hypers. However, Humble is the team that has probably the best Squeak Hyper in Brawl Star BSC history. Hey, welcome Ella. Glad to have you here.
Post up on the right-hand side.
Well, more control for
All right.
this time. They were very much pinned in the back of the
And
spawn.
notice how they've swapped lanes.
He's just gonna go towards it. Yet another
Oh,
order there.
Semantic, he's not gonna die here. If Wesley had damage gear activated, this would work. And multiple hypers coming in right now.
Nowhere to go.
This is a double kill. Portox not gonna get one.
No point in fighting.
And
That's
GG.
Fog closing in as well, and Humble with an early match.
I hate to say this. I think Humble is drafting a "we are going to outskill you" comp. Like they don't care.
Or if they just snuck
However-
it in there from the Jae Young, it's something we'll have to look back on, but I couldn't see it in the moment.
And
Great fight,
yeah,
but Bounty Hunters certainly down.
but
this
Jay Young,
looks like
I was questioning
not doing
it. This
nearly
is
as
like
hot as
it.
we saw over in
The pick
Brawl.
itself
Rosie works
isn't
the wall,
amazing,
it's
but it
Semantic.
traps
Rather than
bounty
being
hunters.
they do have that gadget.
Semantic with a really good stun to cancel the Prosy gadget. Portox misses 3 brawlers with his gadget.
You look at Lukey against Wesley, and you know it's a sharpshooter matchup that Lukey's, you know, probably brawler-wise maybe not favouring him, but he really is good on these longer range brawlers. Little break coming through there as well, getting rid of some.
Yeah.
Nowhere for Ollie to hide.
Who better to play into the Pierce than the best Pierce in the world?
Which means they won't be fast for a while.
Boss has been exhausting shots left and right. Once again, preserves the life of Meeple, who's on the run right now. Prosy barely
Prosy
makes
gets
enough
a
of
tap.
connection.
The gadget would be good if he had gotten a second connection, but he doesn't get one. Oh, Wesley gets connections though, and he's using super here. I think that's fine, because if you are bounty hunters, if you're Pierce, you want to get close to the hyper.
It's a complete waste. Prosy had
Alright, Prosy has super for next round. I don't like the waste of Portox's super. I think Wesley's super waste is fine though.
You would have loved to have them for this round, I'm sure, especially with that hypercharge available now. But he's back at square one in terms of supercharge. I think he got a couple of hits in. So
Alright, here comes Prosy.
there's a catch.
Gets boss.
But over aggression, surely he goes down.
It's gonna be a trade. They get Meeple to waste his hyper here. Lukey's gonna try and get a kill. He gets Wesley. Portox trying to heal. Gets clipped once. That means his healing is stopped. This is a. But Brock is supposed to win this matchup. However, how close is Portox to super? We know that Lukey does not have that many hits. He has 2 hits. I think he's 3 hits. I think he's 2 to super. How close is Portox? 1 to super for Lukey. Lukey has it. This is game. Lukey wins. Or not game. This is round. Yeah. I was questioning the Meeple hyper use, but that was what allowed Lukey to win. And Prosy wasted super at the end of his life. Which, if they had super right now, I think Bounty Hunters would win this game, but I don't know. And Prosy's dead! 2 player. This is the last life for Bounty Hunters. Wesley, he's trying to dodge everything. He's doing a good job, but Boss gets him. Portox. Great, honestly good fight from Bounty Hunters. Good fight.
And for most, they've done better than expected. Getting a set on the board, having a good fight against the reigning champions of the Brawl Cup is a big thing. And I think it gives them promise going forward into the next group stage.
Hey, welcome Leo.
And especially fans at home. You saw it in the poll vote. A A lot of people expect Humble reasonably to come out on top here.
Yeah.
Zero is much more manageable. I think, in
For
terms of
Bounty Hunters,
expectations.
three,
This is
like,
region
okay,
real
on
last
paper, a
year.
3-1 is a pretty good performance. They did
Wait to see
not
how it
do
goes
well,
down.
though.
Let's go over to Barney and check out our winners.
Here we go. Humble doing humble things.
But, yeah.
Once again, the crowd on your side as well, guys. Congratulations. You've opened up the tournament with a really a confident win, I must say. Now, tell us about like performing here on the main stage first. Tell me about the preparations leading into the Brawl Cup this time round as well.
I think we are really honored to be two Germans playing first on a German LAN. Einfach unfassbar. Danke an alle, die
Where are
hier
you?
sind.
No, I'm not at the cafeteria.
And yeah, the preparation, of course. First match, you might say there's the most nerves on that team. I might say it's fine. We LAN warriors. We know what we do with. We did drop a set, which was not according to our plan, but we will learn from that and come back stronger for the next games.
Yeah, we've got to talk a little bit about, I mean, a hot topic coming into this was, of course, your April monthly final. That was like a blip on the road, wasn't it? But then you step out onto the LAN environment, onto the main stage, and it's like you guys turn into a different team altogether. Is there something about performing on
Yep,
LAN for
Humble
you
doing
guys
humble
that just
things.
dials
That
you up to
is
11?
that is classic. Oh, I got to vote for MVP. Shoot.
Participating in the boot camps of our monthly finals and
I need to be paying more attention.
And
MVP is the freest vote
Say about
ever.
that.
I just lost
No,
100
that's
points.
fair. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Now,
Oh,
before I let you
max
go,
is
just one
500.
final
Oh,
question.
I can reach that pretty easily,
Your next
so
opponent,
I'm
got a
not
little
going to
break
be
now. Your
worried.
next opponent's going to be Ace Zero, a team that's probably quite difficult for you guys to prepare for,
Alright.
just considering they're not in the same region as you, they play in their own thing. How has that been? Have you managed to scrim them a lot coming into this, and how's the confidence?
we don't scrim them since they're in our group stage, so we have
Yeah.
to know how good they are. We will not underestimate them by any means. We will give our best, play our comfort brawlers, and see how it goes.
That is the perfect answer.
And
Ladies
it's really
gentlemen,
interesting.
give it
Humble
one
won
time
most of these
for
sets just by
Humble!
going their comfort brawlers. We saw me Pierce a lot. We saw Meeple a lot. Chester a lot.
Thank you, Barney. And
Anyone
thank
got Realm
you
beating
for
Zeta?
this
I got
round
Realm
of
beating
applause
Zeta.
from the home crowd. Humble looked super confident here. We had Kenny during his cast even saying, just
I
another
got
day at the
Humble
office
beating
for
Zeta.
them.
What's your
They
time?
did lose a set.
It is very early.
So fine. Look, it's the opening match of the day, the weekend. These guys dropped 2 sets in total at last Brawl Cup. That's one, folks.
I actually need to move my camera.
What stood out
little.
to you specifically?
I think for me, the flaws in Bounty Hunter's approach to the draft, because we were saying on the desk going into that first matchup, this is the comp that Humble want, and they cannot allow that to happen inside of Bounty Hunters, and every single brawler was one that we discussed. You know, I said going into that match that they kind of had to have been
I'm beating
hoping
Zeta
that
for
to be the
sure.
case and have a plan in the back
Yeah.
pocket. They did, but they did show up. It was just a little bit too late going into the
I
match.
mean,
So going
nothing
into
is
this
for
match
sure.
Against A0, they need to
In
kick
Brawl
things off
Cup.
faster. They cannot afford to be behind and you know, playing into
But-
it.
We even discussed it during the draft that Ruff's first pick was a dead giveaway.
Like, I
that they
think
wanted to pick
this
up
is
for
NA's
Yuki
chance.
once again.
Only Realm is
Now
a
that the
really good
success
team
of
right
Bird
now.
won again,
Tribe
they
is a
won.
strong team.
Looked a bit shaky, Kenny. What happened there?
The fact that Team Electros didn't qualify is kind of criminal, but it's their own fault.
It was a composition I didn't really feel like was going to work.
You
but it was
really
a
should
surprise
not be
because
losing to
that's what you gotta do
Livy.
with your Bounty Hunters. When we get to this later down the road of Bounty Hunters in Ace Zero, expect this to be just crazy. I have no idea what to expect. 2 contrasting regions, 2 very different styles of gameplay in a brawler pool that is not the same.
For the underdog team, you usually want to surprise your opponent so they are not ready for it. Now, in our next match, we have a bit of a dark horse, maybe. We don't really know what they like to draft because China usually plays on their own version of the game. This is really hard also for us casters to prepare. We don't have too many stats of their monthly finals. We just know they won 3 times despite never having played on a global stage. A0 actually beat the favorite of that region, Toxic Lotus, that we've seen absolutely pop off last year.
Yeah, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Every single monthly final, Ace Zero laid down the gauntlet against the team that have been dominating the Chinese mainland region for years, literally years. And, you know, it's been really interesting to watch how this squad fare because, again, as Sunny says, we don't know necessarily how they're preparing going in terms of their draft and their playstyle, but they said on record that what gives them the edge is that they've got a really strong mental. Well, bringing that to the world stage has never been more important as far as that's concerned. And these aren't strangers by any means at all. Players like Galaxy who were in the mainland Chinese, finals last year came full place, so just narrowly missing out. And as well,
Yeah,
Narg
I have
saying
A0
he
winning
actually
this.
qualified for the LCQ back in 2024.
So with match 1 out of the way, we're staying in Group A.
All right, we
We're
got a
going
10-minute
over to the second
wait.
match of the day.
Honestly, that's fair. Bounty Hunters
versus
deserve a
Ace
break
Zero. We already teased
between
one of
matches.
those two teams a little bit. We already seen Bounty Hunters play on stage today already. What does A0 have to do to beat Bounty Hunters today?
I think just play their game. I feel like this is going to be a very fair fight. I think there's a lot of contrasting views on this region. It's one of my favorite things that we have at the mid-year. Let's get a checkup on all these regions. Let's see how they're doing. And especially with a squad that's beaten Toxic Lotus 3 times, my gut is saying they're better than people realize. I think they're still not regarded on the home turf in conversations I've had as the best team, but clearly they're doing something right. And at some point, results have to speak for itself. We'll find out if Toxic Lotus are built for this tomorrow, but for right now, I think A0 are going to make this a very good contest.
On the side of Bounty Hunters, we have Wesley and Prosy already with some LAN experience. This isn't their first ride on a global stage. And then we have Portox, no LAN experience whatsoever. Now looking
You think
at the
Japan
other
will
side,
win?
A0,
I
don't
mean,
see
Zeta's
any
a
LAN
good
experience
team.
from any
Crazy
of these
Raccoon
players.
is a good team.
Nope, none at all. And that is going to be a real testament to how they approach this here today. And for Bounty Hunters,
Like, if you told me
especially,
Japan
the
would win, I
pressure
would
is
not
on
be
them now.
surprised.
They lost
I
the
don't
game.
think they're the
This is
favorites.
make or break now. Of course, the big announcement for Bounty Hunters was Sebas joining them, which now is going to have to really prove its value in gold, right? He's going to bring all that draft knowledge to ensure the survivability of South America in Group A.
Yeah.
You talked about the mental for a team like A0.
And Crazy Raccoon is historically very good in lands. If we're drafting this season, actually has been better than usual.
Responsibility for being the pioneers of this region. They respect them, and they've talked about it. They still don't feel like they're legitimate until they prove it on this stage. I think they have a
I'm
great
excited to
opportunity.
see
So even just seeing a
A0.
team like Bounty Hunters
Toxic
go from
Lotus
another
was like the
region,
best
immediately
part
puts
of
you on
Brawl Cup last year.
So
And
we
this
now
is a
have new
team
team
that
step
beat them
up
3
onto the
times.
stage. A0, the unpredictable global wildcard.
Also, just take a moment to
Ruler and
shout out the
Chinese
music.
maidens,
It's
David,
been pretty good.
Galaxy, and Nagi won all 3 monthly finals. Despite their flawless resume, A0 will be surrounded by question marks as they take the stage. They've delivered in every match so far, but Brawl Cup's competition is a massive step up, and it's the team's first international tournament. In Group A alone, A0 are tasked with 2025's runner-up and South America's top trio. Reigning from home is difficult enough, but to overthrow global conquerors is a whole nother level. If you were impressed by Chinese mainland Cinderella run last year, there's no reason you shouldn't believe in A0, especially considering they've smacked Toxic Lotus 3 times already this season. Their lack of experience won't make them favorites on paper, but Chinese mainland has improved each year, and all signs point to them being the best from their region. Are A0 just Chinese mainland merchants, or is there more to these rising talents?
A0, as I said, kind of a wild card. We don't really know what to expect from them. We only know they beat
I'm not
Toxic
surprised
Lotus
most of the fans are
consistently
going
in
with
their
Bounty
home
Hunters
region.
because that's the
Toxic
team
Lotus
everyone
was
knows.
already a huge surprise last year at this exact
And on
event.
paper, Bounty Hunters, I
remember it well.
still think Bounty
predicted
Hunters are the
them
favorites on
against
paper.
Saints
However,
Division, and that was a bold thing to do, and I was rooting for them. I think everyone really was rooting for them in
How
that
can you
matchup
not?
because, yeah, how could you not? They excelled. They really took mainland China and put them on the map. Global bans, again, Colette's an interesting one here. Bell as well. Are these targeted, or are these maybe just kind of a bit of a flaw in maybe what is the current meta? Because Mortis is wide open here. Like, I can't remember
you'll be
the
back
last
when the
time I
timer
didn't see
ends.
a
Yeah.
global ban.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the Bell stands out to me the most in just the sense that it's got to be a
The-
very targeted or unique one. Maybe it's something for the map pool. Colette doesn't surprise
Bell
me. in the slightest. I
ban,
think we're gonna
yeah.
see that a lot today. It's just something that players are willing to throw out. It's just impossible to dodge. I know I'm not the best player in the world, but I'm struggling out there. I'm sure everybody else is struggling. It's just really fast.
Shooting Star is going to be our first match for this match.
Based on the map pool, I don't hate the Bell global
really
ban.
favorite pick of the side of Bounty Hunters. Yeah, we see it here. But Shooting Star to kick us off, double swoosh, Ring of Fire. And then I also hope we get to see Safe Zone and Golden Gulch. Make it a close series, please.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm my fingers crossed. I really am taking a bit of a bold, jump with this A0 composition. And just in general, I think people don't realize the history that they have in this region. Just because we haven't seen them on the LAN stage, they've still got plenty of tenure. They've had some good results. It's just Toxic Lotus have been a step above. And now they finally, in 2026, get them at 3 straight times. It's something that makes my head turn. I have to pay attention to it.
My reservation here is the fact that A0 have basically had it, I don't want to say easy, because nothing in Brawl Esports is easy, but they've had it consistent. Whereas on the side of Bounty Hunters, they've had to slay away every grand final, going the distance to a 5th and final set, winning 1 out of those 3, when it could have been 3, but it was only just the 1. And yet somehow still, being such a dominant force in this region, A0 have got to really come prepared for this one. They cannot think that their opposition is going to be a walkover. That is a big poll as well right there. That is that is, predictions-wise, I think we haven't really talked much about that on the desk, but we are almost entirely united with A0 in this matchup, except for me.
Oh. Those are special, okay. I ride with the 12%. I ride with you at home. We get this. We can go 2-0. It would be incredible.
So all of the casters are saying, except Ark, that we will see A0 take this one. They are a bit of a wild card. We already discussed that. Why did you go for Bounty Hunters, Ark?
I have heard some discussions. I've spoken to some players.
I was not impressed with Bounty Hunters draft for most of that last game. Like, Humble was just going comfort brawlers, and Bounty Hunters were losing. I really liked the Buster in Brawl, but other than that, I don't know.
Is that because they're slightly behind in terms of the build? These new brawlers that are coming out are so suppressive. And they kind of get their hands on those brawlers a lot later than the rest of the world. So that is, for me, a little bit of a theory out there, a bit of a conspiracy for me personally. But we'll see.
Case you're wondering, by the way, where all these polls come from, they're from you out there watching this right now over at eventofbrawlstars.com. You can lock in your predictions as well.
We're working with a 22-second delay right now, which is honestly the worst delay I've ever had.
That no one can really predict, but one thing is for sure, that when you are fighting for something more than yourselves, the stakes are just that little bit higher. Berlin, make some noise for Bounty Hunters and Ace0!
Man, the music is so good. I might use this in one of my shorts.
One team is already staring down the barrel, but Bounty Hunters are going to have to shake off the rust.
Here's the thing, like, Bounty Hunters took a set off of Humble, and that matters for tiebreakers. In the case that Bounty Hunters beat A0, but A0 somehow beat Humble, the one set that Bounty Hunters got against Humble will matter for tiebreakers.
To show everybody what they can do, and let's face it, if they absolutely dominate, we could be looking at an extremely exciting third match in Group A. But that's just right, there's only 2 matches in your group, and that decides your fate. So, it is time for A0 to go up against Bounty Hunters. Let's do it.
Wesley, Prosy, Brotox, Galaxy,
You mean early? Yeah, but it's gonna start soon.
Nudgy, David,
4 groups of 3 teams, and only the top 2 will advance. Bounty Hunters have one more chance to stay
You're close
in the
enough that
race.
you might as well just stay and increase my watch time, Ella.
To be crowned champion 2026
I'm
World
joking.
Cup.
All right, looking
Yeah,
at the
it's gonna be
bans.
a very interesting thing with these global
Bans
bans,
are
like I said
reasonable.
before, because
The
there's
interesting
two
is the
balls that look
Mortis
like
ban.
that's the Mortis
There's a
ban
lot
for
of
a very
people.
reason, but
There's a lot of
the more
teams
I
that
think,
are
the more I
first
realise
picking
that
Mortis
actually
on
Acer are
this.
playing a really smart
No,
game.
this is Shooting
Banning
Star.
off the
Never
Bell is a
mind.
direct dig at
Wait,
Portok,
Gene's
who on
open.
both
Oh
barrels
no.
is very much a sleeper pick.
Oh
on the
no.
side of Bounty Hunters here.
Wait,
Gene
Bounty
coming in
Hunters
could be a
left
really
the Gene
good
open
safe pair of
unintentionally.
hands, a
What
very
do they have
solid
to plan
unit in
for?
that regard.
Because like normally,
I can't really
what
hate it
I
on
would
a
go
map
into
like
Gene
Shooting
is
Star.
Bell, but Bell
I
is
think this also
global
a direct
banned.
answer to that Bell ban as well, because Gene is somebody that traditionally
Ruffs
does do well
on
in
Shooting
competition. The
Star.
bounce shot, Gene likes to rely close to the teammates. I'm gonna call this out early too. Something to do my homework at home. Ace0 are not afraid to use Fang. Quite frequently, actually. It's a brawler that not a lot of teams use, but they are unafraid. They go for it quite frequently on Shooting Star or other aggressive maps. Don't be surprised if you start seeing this pop up.
So
Yeah.
exciting to see the draft between those two teams because, again, we don't really know too much. We don't have too much data on A0. Now, interesting to me here, Bounty Hunters really loves to play the Ruffs on this map, picking up immediately, followed by that Leon. Probably gonna play
Ruffs
mid here.
Leon is
Shooting Star, a
interesting.
very open map. You want to play some snipers, and we don't have any snipers so far.
I would go
Elected side
Jay
here, right
Young.
side with the Gene.
Well, no,
Could be a
Jay
very
Young
big
is good into
Leon,
both
actually.
Ruffs
You
and
can
Leon,
scout him
but
quite
then you're
easily
going
when
double
he's in his
support.
super. Now, they usually like to go for Glowy in their comps.
That's
It's,
interesting.
One of the most picked brawlers on Shooting Star.
It's a
I
good,
think that
it's a
goes well
good
with
trap.
I mean, double hill's never a bad thing, as the Jay Young as well puts that idea straight
Okay,
into the hands of the players.
and Jay Young
All kind of
is
forward. I
going
would
to be
like
picked
Barley
up.
here.
What
It's
do they
definitely
do?
one that's, Bounty
The
Hunters
question
would
is,
like
what
to
if
consider
what do
pick
they
up.
round the
It's got that
comp
kind of
out with?
clutch
Because they
factor,
do not
which
have a
works
lot
really
of
well in
damage
their kind
right
of
now.
playstyle on maps like this, and certainly with Bounty, you want that kind of clutch finale. It's quite a high risk.
If they don't have a lot of damage,
Perhaps the Jay Young
and
will
like if
provide
they
that
go something
additional
with damage, like do
maneuverability
they have
and
enough
survivability
range?
of both the heal and the speed which that kind of brings to the table. RT as well, not banned out, rarely ever is in this kind of map and mode, to be completely honest, and it always escapes through the
Pro.
bans, and that's the brawler which
Very
often
classic
is
South
actually
America,
globally banned. Trying to
South
break
America
through is
pick
really
picked up
strong.
by the
For Shooting
Chinese
Star,
team
certainly
this
interesting,
time.
and I think this is partially because of all the
And
output of
Piper.
healing, but Piper, while not great into Gene, is straight up going to outrange the rest of the roster.
I think
Piper,
this
finally we have that sniper I was talking about.
this is an
also on the
outdraft. This
left-hand
was the
side.
plan
He's
into
struggled a little
Gene
bit with the speed
from the
on
looks of
right-hand
it.
side, but let's see what our two casters have to say about it.
I don't hate it.
Thank you very much, Sunny. It's great to be here, of course, for our second match of the day. And already a team is facing potential elimination. Bounty Hunters have to step up in a big way here. And it's kind of nice to see the Piper round out the composition here.
Yeah.
As soon as she got locked in, you said she counters everything on A0 side.
Yeah, it's the way I look at it. Generally speaking, if your opponent picks Piper, either you screw it up in a huge way or your opponent messed up big time. I think this is one of those situations where as much defense as Ace0 are capable of playing, Prosy
Right.
should be able to outdo all of them. And of course, as the central gel for the squad, he's picking up the highest execution brawler.
And the speed, of course, of the Jaeyong is going to allow for the blue star to be picked up first here for A0. But it's going to be tough to stand in a location.
comes Prosy.
Right under Prosy's nose.
He's getting a lot of taps. He's already, I think, halfway to hypercharge.
You've got to respect the Jaeyong's burst when that weekend warrior comes to play.
Oh,
Pretty much.
Prosy.
It's their defensive capability here, right? But once Najee has that super, then they're going to be seriously capable of
David,
being
97,
really aggressive.
stays
Galaxy
alive.
had a body block for him. Otherwise, they would have completely handed over this lead to
But
Bounty
the
Hunters
rough
for no reason at
treat
all.
given to Prosy, Prosy was already outputting insane damage before retreat. Now he has it. However, Nagi has
They're
Gene
playing for
pull.
here's a big play from Prosy. They're gonna
Here comes
pop that
Hyper.
supercharge, get additional damage. Whoa,
Missed
that was
gadget.
an ugly
If you
gadget.
hit your gadget in a way that it goes between two people, it's not gonna hit either one of them because of the homing. Nagi does have pull, so this game isn't over just yet. But it's kind of hard to pull any brawler on Bounty Hunters because Wesley and Portox both have turrets to put down, and Prosy has a super to jump away.
That's mostly what they're working with right now.
That could be kited though by Prosy's super, which wasn't used for time.
Portox, his gadget is back now. Galaxy's dead.
Connection onto the Crow. That's a bit of a problem now, and A0 don't want to give up this.
They have to get Prosy here. Or no, they can get Prosy or Wesley here.
To throw these shurikens if they get too close.
I'm looking around and I just don't see good targets for a pull. Maybe you catch Wesley off cycle of the gadget. You're gonna have
Here
to go
comes
for it
Portox.
now.
David is dead. Nagi is dead. This is Bounty Hunters.
That's two pickups for Prosy and a final kill on the Galaxy. Gets a 9-star lead for Bounty Hunters, and they're not even wasting any energy on the thumbsticks this time. They had this one in the bag already.
Yep.
Like any comp And
The
entire
Piper,
Stars,
just a
the Bucks is
beautiful
right point
pickup.
here, right? Can feed the hypercharge over to the Piper, which is not something that she's using the super with. The raw stats, she's very nasty with, especially if you can guarantee or confirm damage off that homemade recipe, providing it hits, then you are in a very good spot. Not to mention, of course, the empowering of the supply drop that Piper can make use of. I do feel like, you know, Prosy is the centerpiece of this comp, but Portox is going to facilitate with these lollipop drops, and he's dangerous in his own right.
Yeah, it gets them into mid and also offers some long-range control. There's a looming threat of having a Leon hypercharge that will take an entire game to fire up, but can get them back in the final moments. Of course, they didn't need it last time. They managed to snag that lead quite early on, and they're looking to threaten that once again. David's
Yeah,
gonna push
if
forward,
you're
ideally, they don't get
A0,
all the way
you
up,
have
but
to
they're
deny
supposed to be
Piper
comfortable
value.
back there.
But, like,
Really with their
you
buying
do
power
that just
for
by
here is for
dodging,
Najee to get that gene super
which
and
is
then
hard
to play
because it's a
defensive
Piper.
Yeah, but their neutral gameplay is
Prosy out of position. Oh, he has super.
on supers to find value. Prosy's able to go over the wall
Okay.
with that super.
Portox gets tapped.
Safety now, so now
Has
the
to go
lollipop
back.
drop
That's
is
a little
deployed.
bit. That's a wasted
Look how
super.
heavily they are outraged.
I've been noticing that bounty hunters are still believing in this Leon,
Of his own key to force
even
the
with the
bounty hunters
nerfs.
away.
It's understood, right? It's invisible, but this is the pressure that he exerts.
Prosy has
The healing
treat
mode
now.
will be able to offer some healing to his
Treat.
teammates,
He
but
got
really
it a
just
little
going for a bit
later.
more
Still
damage
doesn't
here.
have
That's too
hyper.
close. Still outrange, going for the speed and a push in.
Prosy.
Some spirits
David
will work,
has
and
to
that's a
tank.
nice tank for
Everyone
David.
has to go back.
A0 have their backs against the wall. Najee on desperately low HP. Have to duck into this corner on the right side.
Galaxy's caught out of position here.
That's the kill that bounty hunters needed. Now they can slowly
I
back
don't
away.
know if Crow was it.
Jumps the map, put A0 in a compromising position, apply enough pressure to get a single
I can't even say if I don't know the Crow's it because this comp, the Ruff's Leon 2-3 was just so scary from bounty hunters.
would be enough to put them into the lead.
Hyper is given to Leon. I guess the hyper treat does give more stats than the normal treat barely. Prosy gets pulled. They have to get another.
Gotta be one kill for Portox.
Galaxy doesn't get.
Onto Wesley.
But Wesley, oh my God,
His teammate expired
what was that?
and set equalizer.
And all of that just because they
Expected outcome
Prosy
0.
didn't dodge in time.
Exactly
But
as you described it. Get a gene pull on a key target and then give that space up. That's all they really had to do. Eventually they found it on Prosy and were able to at least take trades.
that was insane. Well played from A0.
Well played by
Except
A0.
letting Galaxy
Not
die.
seconds of the round.
Bounty hunters have ample ways to escape this gene pull though, so for A0, they're basically trying to exert enough pressure to bait those abilities out and then go for the gene pull. Of course, ideally though, they're going to be using it on defense. Not
Because
just
Prosy's getting so much value already. I would be a little worried
but the healing, the reliable stuff
if I was
from
facing
David
him.
is going to be keeping them alive.
I think he's like 2 taps to hyper
They've been back
already.
against the wall, and this is where they've lost the lead every single game so far.
Prosy here looks pretty strong in this position with the healing. It's really
David, they're
annoying
pushing
to
up,
get through.
trying to get some more value.
So
Nagi gets
many
tapped.
consecutive shots
And
into the map to actually apply kill pressure when the Jaeon can simply just hit that super switch over towards the healing song and have that burst.
A0 looking to push out. They just activated the speed. Prosy with a missed homemade recipe. It's just going to go back in cycle. A0 still holding on to this lead. No super for Najee.
And yet, when I said Prosy was 2 taps to hyper, he was, in fact, 2 taps to hyper.
Staying out of range to
And here comes Prosy is hypered and treated. Has to jump away. However,
And now he's vulnerable to a pull, but nothing so far from A0.
Would have kept Prosy out of the fight because they would have taken a couple hits from those Crow kunais and the tick damage would have meant they'd have to wait longer until they got healed. Okay, Homemade Recipe does connect. This is all well and good, but this is only just keeping A0 back on the map. They have the lead. Bounty Hunters have to generate
comes
some kill
Nagi.
pressure, and they're gonna do it without
Nagi's super is going to provide so much pressure.
And he's got to have that homemade
Prosy
recipe by
is
now. It's
going
about
to be
dry
close
for
to
20
super, but
seconds
does not
left,
have
and
it
there's
just
no turning
yet.
back. You have to go. Portox
Here
has
comes
the
Prosy.
He's going to stagger this by going first, going for some shots, but A0 doing a phenomenal
Get some
job
chip
of trading
damage,
on
but
this
not
damage,
enough.
Body blocking for each other with the 2 supports.
And that's the hypercharge based recon. Still a damage boost here for Prosy to work with now. Galaxy under pressure.
Wesley, he's going to try and zone in. Everyone's so low. And that's going to be it. Bounty Hunters take set 1. Oh no! Wesley couldn't get away.
Number 1 from mainland China is turning up the heat here. They managed
That's
to
not a
capture
throw,
first.
by the way.
They
That's
did
not a
land
throw.
last year.
That's just
So
Wesley
all
was
up
unable to.
and completely flipped everyone's expectations on their
Wesley would have died to the J Young, even if he hadn't died, like stepped up.
in the home region.
I think.
So far they are looking pretty solid against bounty hunters, but was traded out blow for blow throughout this bounty set.
I would have gone back and tried to like dodge Jay, but I think he was dead anyways.
How powerful it is to have the magic puffs constantly giving that healing over, and of course the active healing provided by Jae Young there. Very frustrating. I think to try and play into this composition if you're bounty hunters, because you've got good burst damage, but you don't have enough to force A0 into the back corner of the map for that whole round and make it easy pickings. Very nicely drafted. It's not a glamorous comp to round
Hey,
out
welcome,
two healers
Chewy.
with low, but it's certainly paid off.
And that was
Yeah,
such a
just to
really,
have it
that
to
was a
slow down the
great
enemy
set.
progression. Look at how this played out, by the way. Najee only got 1 kill over here. Now, of course, he's getting pulls for his teammates to finish off the kills, but I think also it reflects that he didn't really get many pulls, and he didn't use them a lot either. Just offered it as defense. And you have Prosy over here on the Piper doing a phenomenal
And
job
that
of
was,
picking up the
I think
kills,
that's
but
just a
we
calm
saw some, like,
of just like
wayward
a
gadgets,
reason
some
why
enemy
like
recipes that
people don't pick
didn't
pros
strike
don't pick
home
Piper
at
as often
all,
because like
and we
Piper
just
got
need to
so
see
much
execution
value. This
improve.
was like a
Speaking
perfect
of
Piper set.
execution, this is a
However,
step up from what I expected to see from Ace
I
Zero.
guess
My
Piper
expectations
wasn't a
for A0
problem.
going
I
into
think the
this were
problem was
basically
the
what we saw
Ruffs.
for them at home
Like the
in
Ruffs
Game 1
Leon was a
where
really cool
they
idea.
outlocked Toxic
Like
Lotus,
to
but
just
they
try and
didn't
trap
really
them in the draft.
out-mechanics them.
But
I'm seeing
Ruffs
great team play from them, trading out the
just
damage on their supports.
You thought that
didn't
might be
do
opposite
enough.
end division, basically.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but look, it's paying off here. The
Ooh.
execution was fantastic. We're heading over to double swoosh here. This is the kind of map where you
Double switch here in Otis.
forward to a particularly spicy brawler on the A0 side. There's definitely a different take on what the metagame is in mainland China. And A0 have been known to try and play Rosa on this map.
But see, Rosa can be so good. You just have to get the perfect draft. And that's kind of true for every brawler. So, but yeah, so she can connect the bushes.
Yep.
She can slow people down if she needs.
I'm calling the
With
chill
Rosa,
guy.
it
Yeah.
also is going to be very, very valuable.
There's
And
updates on the
doing
story. My
some
newest
brawlers
video that I
heard
released, I
Otis.
think,
heard
right
that.
before
Who that
Brawl
is.
Cup
Yeah,
started,
we know the voice lines out here.
has an update
But
on
both
the
of those brawlers
chill
gonna be
guy
really,
situation.
really solid. That's a meeple also. So we'll just get a vibe on how this is going so far. Really safe, I think, from Ace.
All right, looks like Leon first pick, and then Otis Meeple 2-3, from what I can see.
Nothing too revealing of what either team is going for so far.
Here is your draft as it is in progress so far. Bounty hunters know how to read scrim data too. That's a shame. Rosa banned out by them here, alongside the Tara and Grey, who both are very impactful on this map. Chester is the go-to pick for bounty hunters here, so having that snatched away is important. But you've got great control brawlers again being drafted, but this is very similar to bounty hunter's strategy on Shooting Star.
Yeah.
Okay,
it
so
is
it's
pretty
Meeple
simple to
first,
out for them. Just really, really
Otis,
safe so far,
Ruffs,
picking
and
an
then
anti-tank,
Mo.
get
I
that
like
final
the
buff.
Mo
It could
here.
ideally be paired up with a
Mo is
high-burst
just
brawler that's
so
really good for
underrated
Also
in this
break open
meta.
some of the bushes. This is
But
where
not
it's
by
underhanded
A0.
tactics, but the stuff that catches you by surprise. It's revealed.
Dishonest Brawl Star.
Yeah, basically.
Right, no, it was
It's revealed in
Otis,
their
then
wins.
Meeple
We
Mo,
don't wanna deal with
then
Tara. We don't want,
Ruffs
like, well,
Surge?
Tara's what that says, 'cause Tara's the first pick here on
No,
Surge.
no, you
But
don't
Grey
pick
Rosa
Surge
basically keeping
unless
Rosa
your
full
opponent
cost.
has picked a tank.
What on earth
You
is
don't
Surge
pick
doing
it
here?
to
A classic
prevent
way of countering him is
anything.
Ruff, so I'm starting to
Now,
see
normally
that
I
Rosa
hate
really
this
strong
brawler
hyper
on
charge,
this
so
map,
I vibe with that too.
even though
But
people
this is a
play
shiny
it.
purple.
But I think you
Surge
can take a
obviously,
page out of South
really
America's
snowball
book and go the
the
Pearl
weak
here.
side of the map, right?
Okay,
Obviously,
Penny is
Surge on the
better.
right
Penny
side
is a
playing
better
from the
pick.
Bottom, and if he can actually start to get some levels in, he's also pretty good at scouting that space because of the way that his shot splits. So good scouting, you know, the kind of thing you'd want to bring, someone like Gene onto the map for, but he has invulnerability frames with this super. He has a gadget that can also reload him and stave off damage. He's pretty hard to fight 1v1. Very good duelist, and obviously can take over the game if he is allowed to. It's feast or famine for Surge most of the time. That's kind of the theme of that brawler. And you're going up against a pretty well-rounded setup, a pretty control-based comp when you've got Penny and also this Meeple mixed in by A0.
Yeah, basically when I look at this Surge and what it's up against, I see if you don't get a super in the early game,
they're
then
going
you're just
prosy
completely screwed
mid.
because that Penny's going to get a turret and you're going to be trapped in your spawn essentially the entire
I
time.
really
They
like
get
these laning from
really
A0.
aggressive.
Wow!
Prosy just
Already
one-shot
gets
there as
into
well.
super.
Rita needs to get to level 2, and once he's there, he is big chillin'. But that was massively aggressive off the beginning. All 4 gems go to Ace Zero, so they've got to be pretty happy about this.
I mean,
Oh, Galaxy going to damage star power on Penny. That's very interesting. I guess that is super relevant, like on defense in the countdown. Oh, Nazi gets help from Galaxy to get the kill on Wesley. And Prosy does have stage 2 now.
Yeah, he gets some gems, also has his level 2. He's
How long
exactly
will
where he
this
wants to
take?
be, basically. It was going to be very tough.
This is going to go on for many hours.
David was left to fight a 1v2 on the right side, then expired and gave that bush to Portox. You see Wesley having to retreat around the left side, but he doesn't mind. That's going to be a super to break open the bushes. And
normally
really what we're waiting for.
7 games is normally like 6 hours, so this is probably going to be 5 hours of gameplay.
Amazing for Bounty Hunters so far. Leading in terms of gems, in terms of kills, Prosy has level 3. It's just what they need.
Yep.
Nice collapse here from Prosy yet again to help.
A0 got the first 4 gems and has only gotten 1 of the next 9.
For David just to secure that elimination, it's something you've got to keep an eye out for. These sandbags are pretty effective against the Mo, but Wesley's had to play passive for much of this game. And it's a 2-gem
9 to 6.
But Prosy sitting on that level 3
And Prosy gets hyper.
Here comes the hypercharge for Prosy. That is what he wanted to see.
He's going to pop it probably as Portox comes back from spawn. Galaxy is going to try and go for this gem. Gets help from Nagi, and he will get it this way. 9 to 8. 8 is a very important marker. But Prosy steals the gem that spawns on A0 side. He's going to stay in mid.
Portox stands strong on the right side. 10 seconds to go, and possibly interrupt with 1 more gem acquired for Ace Zero.
Prosy mindful of the fact that he might have to just throw down and fight with his hypercharge here. Pops the super, gets that level
Super
up.
force just to get stage 3.
That's
Next gem spawns bottom right. Here comes Mo hyper. Prosy doesn't have super. This is going to be A0 with mid control. But what a mute from Portox. This is going to be Prosy taking more gems. Or no, Wesley's going to take them. This is game.
Pinched between a rock and a hard place. It's 7 seconds to go. Ace Zero with no utility in sight.
I'm not a big fan of the Penny mid, if I have to be honest.
The surge strat is viable. I think we need to see a major course correction from Ace Zero. They cannot be sentencing the Mo to be alone on the right lane early game, facing the 1v2 and giving the surge a level, his first level, his first 3 shots, basically without any problem. The longer that they can draw this out, the better that they can have a chance of getting that penny turret and locking bounty hunters into their spawn for most of this game.
We never got to see the surge hypercharge, but it is terrifying.
Yep, and they've switched away and they're going to Meeple Lane, which is something I like a lot more.
Prosy's been excellent on this collapse. There's only David in a 1v2.
Okay, what is going on with my device, my computer?
That's Galaxy able to pick Prosy off across the map. David is too low with the fat splatter in his way.
Nagi just taking some gems. Portox gets the kill. Galaxy's going to grab the gems, and Galaxy's going to die. Portox with the double kill.
As he went for all of those gems, only to be punished by 2 enemy brawlers lurking in those bushes. See how delicately Ace Zero are treating Prosy right now. They just don't want to get near him, but that works out excellently. It diverts the attention to the other lanes where they're going to get eaten alive. Portox really needs to heal up on this right side. There's potential for him to get taken down by David. Really easy.
Alright, if this lag continues, I'll be opening up Task Manager. Prosy barely gets super just in time to jump out of the box.
Meeple, you can check out any time you like, you can never leave. David, you're going to throw down that super though. It's going to be a bit of a nuisance here. If you can get that dive onto Prosy, who is low, but you've got to respect this Otis, especially the mute button. To David, just going to stay in the poke game now, going to try and dive in. Prosy tries to collapse.
Comes David.
Clean win for the Mo, and Prosy
Nagi.
under pressure.
This is complete mid control for A0.
Whoa, that's an extremely aggressive turret. They worked so long to get it, and Prosy should be able to tap it, but he's focused on Galaxy and getting his hypercharge. Wesley is also able to break down.
Wesley gets a snipe onto Galaxy. That's going to allow them to slowly gain mid control and destroy this turret.
And it didn't really do too much for them. Little bitty mistakes.
Snipe on Portox. Alright, I'm opening Task Manager.
Deterministic result on the right of the map. Prosy forced to give a little bit of
It should not be this bad.
space now. That is going to put A0 up 2 more gems now.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm working on fixing this. What is going on? This is not normal.
Portox has to step up in his stead. He's got a super ready, but it's not necessarily
What is going on? Hello?
who bounty hunters want to be carrying the horde.
I'm just gonna refresh the site.
Albeit at pretty different times. You can see how dangerous it is if the Surge just can't really run away with the game.
It looks like A0 won game 2.
Can't use that jump to escape from every mansion and meeple. I'm going to say Portox was incredible early in the round, getting his team up 6 gems to 0. But
I'm going to be disappointed I missed that.
Well, maybe Portox rotating over to the left side should help. He's been on the right side most of this time. Fat Splatter is really useful for scouting out the kind of bad side, the harder side of the map to play, but he'll be using it to get pressure on the gem carrier early on.
Oh.
Could not have worked worse, but I guess you just got to try some things sometimes. And he's coming up on a pretty uncontested right side. Hasn't found David just yet. Here comes the Mansions of Meeple, also going to box out Prosy and break some of those bushes. That's very useful for seeing when those lane rotations are happening. Get a good visual on when the gem carrier is pushing forward. Really easy take for David without giving too much supercharge to Surge. Meanwhile, pay attention to Galaxy, who's working very hard to get his turret since that was the win condition for them in game 2.
It is huge. Nagi hasn't actually opted to pick up any of these gems, so Prosy rather bracingly just steps up into mid, and this will put bounty hunters up by a significant amount. If Portox gets more space here, there's a chance for Prosy to take some of the red side gems too.
It's possible. He's going to have to wrap around the right side, basically, and fighting a 1v2 over here will be tough. David, at least, doesn't have any utility right now, doesn't have a super, so it should be made easier. They're going to double team him on the right side. That's a mute, but David
1 moment. I'm trying to end tasks.
To lay low on the right side so he can heal up. They catch Prosy, who is as vulnerable as can be. All 7 gems and no jump to speak of. If there's a solid Mo super in here, that could be all of the gems headed over to Ace0.
He's slow, he's short-ranged. He at least had the gadget to stave off.
Prosy still has stage 1, but is winning the gem lead.
In terms of impact. Still, it's a 3-gem lead. Despite this, Prosy's been able to just eke out those small
Here comes
advantages
David.
over the course of the game, but this is where it might get blown open. David with another super. Wins that right side lane.
This is why Mo is so good.
Not to let bounty hunters back in the map, and even Galaxy's taking space on the left.
Okay, Ace0 on these bushes. Here comes a hypercharge. Wesley just walking forward, holding W and moving, shooting at the same time. On the right side, won't really
Hyper mute wasted on the turret. Not the turret, but the barrel.
Gems and still only level 1. He's incredibly vulnerable, but then
Never Nagi with the hyper. Kind of forced to feed the Wesley a little more value. And next gem spawns on Prosy side. The next gem after this is going to be on the top right.
Open up a little bit on the right-hand side. Early warning now as A0 will be shown, trying to move it down the right. Naji's got a super at the ready, can help with that mid-control. That 1 gem here, Prosy knows he needs to take it, but
Box gets Prosy, oh no! Nagi's gonna try and shoot. The value of Portox has been so helpful to Prosy in mid all 3 games.
David needs to heal up before he can push in, and he has to push
Here comes
in.
Wesley with Viper.
They do manage to tie up this gem count, but really David needs to be a serious threat. He has 10 gems, and he knows that he can't just trade and sacrifice himself.
Here comes David. David dies, but Prosy's low.
He's just out of range, but expires inside of that penny attack. Now, Portox rotating backwards with 14 gems. A0 have to push in now.
They've got to go for it. This is a huge lead now for bounty hunters. Those 2 gems on Wesley is all the difference. They're going to attempt to come forward. Prosy had an upgrade, though, and is able to get strong enough. He's not carrying any gems as well. There is no chance for A0 to get Portox out of the game. And so, we've got ourselves a tied series.
Yep.
Bounty hunters are to step up on gem grab.
The surge worked out somehow.
Even,
I do think the problem pick was the Penny.
3 separate ways. First, you saw Surge given a lot of utility early on. Penny doesn't really get the turret up, and so it's a win for bounty hunters as a result of that. And then you see Penny completely dominate with her turret. Admittedly, way too aggressive in game number 2, but they managed to get a hypercharge, and it was wraps from there. And then you saw Surge get 0 levels. Penny gets her turret, a hypercharge 1, in fact. And still, it's possible for Search to walk around just with the proper rotations and get all of those gems, all 10,
Oh.
and play out that tie game to the very end. This
1
has
second
to be
left on
handed to
qualification.
Portox
Sorry,
and
I need to
Search
be
to
more
come
on
into
point
or
with these
irrelevant
questions.
in the South American scene before. Portox joined, you know, he was a star player of the SKC last year and helped elevate this squad, bring them to international land, and these two players are pulling their own weight now.
Alright, Task Manager has finally closed what I wanted it to close like 5 minutes ago.
Came down to those final moments and just those small adaptations. Because he spent so much of that last round doing no damage whatsoever. Honestly, just not being very strong. Stuck at level 1 because A0 were able to keep him quiet. But I couldn't say the same for Portox, who sometimes was just running it down. Bro was just empty on that right side of the map, hitting the mute. It's very hard to tell if you're about to be put in a 1v2 scenario with the enemy mid because they're hidden at the top of the map a lot of the time. So it's a difficult role to play, that quote-unquote weak side of the map, but Otis is one of the best at it.
He's a safe brawler. He's just good in the meta right now. He is worthy of being picked early on in the draft and safe for these guys to lean on in such a close match where the stakes are remarkably high. But this is where I'd expect both teams to put the majority of their preparation. I mean, your other opponent is humble, okay? You kind of, you know, the hot take here, kind of a waste of time to prep against them. You should basically accept that you're probably going to lose.
Hey,
to
welcome,
and that you have a better chance of advancing
Yusuf
to the
You just
Shabika.
hedge your bets on this game, really, right?
Basically, yeah, this one match right here, put all of your prep here. Early picks here on Ring of Fire, Crow reigns supreme. I see that Finks is wide open and has not been selected, so a curious one for me, and a very viable option.
Really powerful brawler on this map, but actually, in the hands of A0, they've not had the best win rate over the last week with Brawly. It's like a 40% Finks, so it's a bit of a no-brainer. This is obviously the kind of map where Finks' super overlays perfectly. You know, we should talk about the Mina being banned out here. I think Ems is also really frequently targeted, but there's that Finks getting snapped up relatively early on. Some of these like Buffy Brawlers obviously quite powerful. We're still seeing like the old Draco strat being thrown in here as well, just the run it down and have staying power, use that last stand
First
gadget.
pick
Yeah,
Crow,
globally banned.
very classic
That's not going
Bounty
to
Hunters pickup. And then the
love
Finks
the
and
alley.
Alley.
This really
The
does-
Alley is really good
this
because it is
really
the best
aggressive
counter to
approach. Your
Finks
alley
on
player
this
has to be
map.
constantly
And so
trying to
you're
target
picking
the back
Finks
pushes
and you're
your
preventing
opponents.
Bounty Hunters from
Probably
picking
also
the
pretty
best
high
Finks
execution
counter.
brawler. She plays quite similarly to Mortis in terms of like assassination capabilities, but it is remarkably more difficult to play because there's so much more going on basically. I won't even waste the time of explaining it. Just watch Naji do a great job with it. Now, on the 4-5 turn, you have to have something that's viable in close range. I think Crow pretty much already fulfills that. You're looking for something to... You're kidding me.
Yes!
Something
Run
to
it
deal with
down!
Finks.
I mean,
But
I like this look here as well. I also think that at the end of the day, like, it's not a glamorous role to play as the Draco, but with that hypercharge, you can clear the hot zone straight away. So that's a really important power play moment. You can also dive into those enemy bushes and try and at least go like 1-for-1, like trade, use that last stand to push on in. There were
The
times where, like,
Draco
there was
is
Draco
interesting.
used in order to like counter like Hank on this map with the other
And
star power.
Sirius
That makes it
insta
horrible,
picked
but
up here, and I think that's the
rounding out
correct
here with Chester
play.
makes a lot of
Sirius
sense.
just has
It's
so
the
much good
anti-tank
value.
just in
Those
case
Draco
that
clones are going to be
turns.
nearly
This is a
impossible
tank
to
randomly
get
gets
rid
rushed,
of.
But Sirius is the round out here for A0.
And the insta-lock, too. I feel like this is a pretty straightforward selection where, look, you're going to have a Draco running at you constantly, and you got to think about which shadows you're getting also. Something that's healthy and does a bunch of damage at, like, you know, not really mid-range, but not exactly short-range either for Draco, is a good shadow to have on your side. No piercing brawlers here. Just stuff whose shots expire as soon as they hit a target.
Galaxy
A0,
just
I
getting
trusted
2%
the
for
series' last
A0
selection,
before
but I see
anyone
the
else
Draco
can get to
mentality as
zone,
you
and
make
then
your
he
action into Finks with his
goes over
super
to the
where
water
you're
side.
basically able to spam
His
all your,
right,
like, dragon
so his
projectiles into
left,
there, and you
our
don't get as
right.
much value out of the Finks. It's an early victory.
Nagi dies. Oh
for
no.
Bounty Hunters over mid. Galaxy isn't able to isolate a target, and that
But
really
Prosy
hurts
just
us in this
feeds
half.
so many Draco shadows right now that even when he dies, he's just going to have shadows coming out of spawn. Okay, the lag should not be happening. What is this? Alright, David has to have the triple Draco soup shadows by now. He's probably saving them to use on... He only has one? Is he going to wrong star power?
For Galaxy on the left side in the 1v1. That's that's what they need, really. That's what they need Ali to be able to do, is isolate these side lanes. Portox is going to kind of hang out on the left side now, sort of also rotate over towards Galaxy. He's thinking about it, basically, but he's such a threat here. Look at the dodges from
Portox dead.
Eventually does die
And
at
they're
the hands of
reclaiming
this
the
Sphinx,
zone.
but he's been a pretty solid stronghold of sustain over here.
These Crow Shadows are really annoying for Bounty Hunters because they do carry the on-hits that Crow himself does, which is the ticking poison damage, the delay in healing. It's really hard to have that staying power if you can't regenerate.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
70% for Bounty Hunters now. Gotta be close to a Chester Super. And a, say, Draco Super and a Chester Hyper.
Shadows fired up. Everyone from Bounty Hunters has to back up now, but since the shades have been clear, they can go for a push, and now Prosy trying to wrap around behind. No, all being absorbed by those shades, trying to get in close range versus Najee, but he ran out of ammunition, and Portox can't get the kill either. It's fine. All he needs is to control. Hypercharge popped by Wesley is going to be loads and loads of damage. So what they need
96%, but they have Draco Hyper. This is game. This is game.
Najee and David need a combined fire to take him down.
I don't know why Prosy didn't rush onto the zone. He was hovering. He was just like waiting in the back lines for so long, but he almost died.
Point where he pushes into the enemy bushes with last stand up, still pulls up short, but at the space that Draco made for his teammates.
I think the issue is like Sirius isn't getting enough Draco shadows.
Proposition is Pam into the Finks. Your shot, like you mentioned, spreads and sprays so many individual projectiles that even if they're slowed, you can't stand anywhere safely. Crow also does the same thing.
Wesley going the kunai gadget, which I don't really like.
Look at this interaction on the
Look
left
at
side.
David.
Prosy doing his best. Oh, actually getting the piercing through to David, but can't win that interaction. That's going to be
70 HP. Portox snipes. Portox has had so many insane snipes this game, this match.
Worked out pretty well for Bounty Hunters to stagger a couple of brawlers.
Galaxy dies before he gets onto Portox. Portox would have survived with 6 HP, even if he had been hit once. And yes, I do know that interaction. 2990 is Ali's damage with damage gear.
Poison is a problem. Naki just got impatient, kept firing, didn't take his time to regen, and was like 100 HP when he ended up getting picked off. These shadows aren't really doing enough here for A0 for the time being.
Yeah. I think what we're seeing from these sets is that Sirius, after the health nerf, is not good.
It's not in a safe place, but there is a little nook carved here on the top left by Prosy that you can occupy. Wesley not able to walk away. It's been a little minute since Bounty Hunters have had point time, but
Prosy with the Draco Super just denying even more time. 50% for A0 to come back.
A0 have to square up for this next assault inwards. Galaxy just trying to isolate a target also. Coming all the way around.
There should not be this much lag. I'm opening Task Manager again.
Just to sort of act as a deterrent, basically. Going for Portox, interestingly. Didn't get the 3-shot. The first shot didn't find Portox, and that's
how many likes for Bob trying to become VSC caster? This is not the place to do it.
Ace0, they can hold on here. They just can't die even once. A single hypercharged Draco Super could be their undoing.
And he's owned it. Prosy now is going to have extremely increased range off this Super.
And here comes Draco Hyper and Crow Hyper, and this is game.
Forced off entirely. Galaxy's going to try and dive into the backline, but 1v3. Those are some long odds, folks. Another set snapped up by South America's #1.
This is so back and forth between Bounty Hunters and Ace0 because in one moment it looks like Ace0, wow, you know, this is why they beat Toxic Lotus every single time they faced in mainland China.
Yeah, there's some sort of anti-malware service going. Oh, it's
the whole mechanics thing, but now we come to Ring of Fire, and I see a lot of running down mid solo. I see Finks running down mid solo. I see Galaxy inting instead of retreating back to spawn, and I just don't really get it so much. Also, you have to acknowledge that the strength that Ace0 really boasts is their draft, and I see them being out-drafted here. You're given this Finks that Bounty Hunters are really cool with because they're just going to run a Draco into it.
And now, like, I hear a lot of people sort of say, oh, well, A0, like, they don't have a lot of LAN experience, right? No, they don't have a lot of international LAN experience.
That's true.
But many of the qualifiers in mainland China culminate in a LAN. So they do get the opportunity to play under some of these match conditions, right? It's actually,
yeah.
You know,
Finks 0 kills.
More limited. That LAN exposure, right, is less
wow.
frequent.
That's a bad look for Finks.
Much of the story here, right? Galaxy is able to get in and find those eliminations, and David is constantly applying pressure. It's suffocating to play against the Sirius. But you've got a number of players that can, you know, can sort of cleave through. You've obviously got that Draco who with Super can sort of burn you down and cut through with that lance. So I think the Sirius was a heads-up pick, but not quite enough there.
I think it's the obvious pick, like the thing that you're supposed to go for, so they went for it. Same for Sirius, basically. It's just saying, please pick me, pick me, pick me, because I'm like the best brawler in the game right now, so you just kind of have to go for it. As a last pick, by the way.
Alright, safe zone bans. I like those bans from both teams. First pick Kaze.
It's not really what I saw with Sirius.
Usually not
Find
what
a
I
nice
like as a
initiative there.
first pick,
It was
but
the
it's
early ally
good.
pick. This time we see an early assassin pick, but this makes a lot of sense here. On
She-
safe zone. There's some
I
first
can't
pick
believe,
brawlers,
I still kind of
and
can't believe that Kaze is
does she
actually
always
good
follow
on
that
this
first pick?
map.
You know, it's quite subjective, but she is a win condition here. She provides so much aggression. With her ability to swap forms, she gets a lot of mobility. Also, reliable safe damage in her geisha form, where she throws down like a hypercharge or a super onto the safe, and this brawler that typically creates a close range aggression and has a lot of movement is able to do stuff at range.
Yeah, that's the edge of the fan storm.
Yeah.
Does ticking damage. It's quite obnoxious. It's not a huge amount of damage, but it's still significant. I like the Melody being picked up here. Melody versus Kaze is like a pretty common head-to-head that you sort of see play out. I think the idea is that Melody's supposed to win that, especially when she can have the shield, but it is conditional, right? You might feel like you have the edge, but it will come down to that execution. Ruffs makes total sense to round out with, especially if you're trying to feed hypercharges. For Melody, it's especially devastating.
Yeah.
And when
So,
Melody has the edge over
Colt
Kaze,
is
her
banned,
burst
Otis
rate
is
on
banned.
safe is extremely
What
high.
are your
She has
options
the
into
critical
Melody
massive
then?
music notes orbiting her.
Yeah, and you're going to get that on your way there also, because there's going to be someone dedicated to defense versus you on that save. Now, there's some hard defense ways of responding to this Melody, so we'll see if we see any of the strongest CC in the game come out. You just have to be thinking about, like, okay, am I going to be viable against, like, Colonel Ruffs? Amber should be able to just spray
pretty
and
good.
pray. Hold down versus this Melody. I trust in
I need to
Amber,
learn
and
how to
I'll
pick
also
Amber and
choose
Heist,
Ruffs back,
like
so I
when,
think it's fairly
actually not
good
how, like
interaction
when to
here.
pick it,
The only
because I
issue
know it's
is, yeah,
good, but
not
it's
as
like
reliable
super
safety as you're
conditional.
Going hard into control here.
I wonder if there's like a last pick shade potential here for our bounty hunters squad. And to really put pressure down on this Amber, for example.
Edgar.
Getting picked up. All right, so you have some serious safe potential. You can dive, you have a self-shield, and the Bull is going to round up the setup here for bounty hunters. Someone again who as well can run it down. These two teams.
Yeah, the Bull is a relatively obvious pickup here.
Pretty hard to follow.
Let's see how good the Edgar is.
Ruffs may struggle on the damage front when it comes to defense, because he's going to be fighting against a couple of brawlers that both have piercing, so the sandbags aren't going to do that much, unless like maybe Kaze's in the assassin form, but you're going to have a two-pronged push here. Edgar with like incredible mobility, now that he's gotten sort of the rework to his gadget with the buffies coming in for him, he will be using that scarf to catapult himself across the entire map. Now, there are defensive capabilities for these brawlers, so Bull is able to play as a defender, but ideally he gets to the enemy side where he's going to overwhelm this Amber 100%. He'll get a super for free, then heal up with the T-Bone Injector, easy peasy.
What do you think about the Edge versus Melody matchup? Portox is able to win that pretty
Here comes
comfortably here.
Portox.
Find some
Gets a
very good
trade
damage
there,
down to
but I think he has no
I trusted this Melody
supercharge
matchup, personally, I just think it has so much more mobility. Basically,
anymore. He
but
used his
I think
super
it's
on
also
that.
subjective. You'll get competing opinions on this one. That's just what I'm putting forth.
Meteor Storm comes down, Frosty able to get a bit of
David
space, he comes
trying
David
to
wants
jump
threaten
the
ball.
wall.
Not exactly the kind of target you want to find yourself
But
going up against.
yeah,
Gadget as well.
I don't think that was the right move.
Nice Zero have a slim lead on account of the fact that bounty hunters have not yet had a chance to scratch their safe.
Just waiting for Portox to find his dash through. Of course,
Here
working
comes
for
David
that
with a
first
jump,
blitz
but
past Galaxy.
the Melody
Galaxy
uses
working
that
back for
and takes
defense.
advantage of it
Attempts
to
push
get
forward
onto
for
the
Frozy,
safe.
which should have basically been rotated towards defense. Najee and David also going to expire in enemy territory. By the looks of things, no. Najee actually goes back to mid to try and survive. Really intelligent plays here for Ace0, where they're not full committing on this push in and trying to go one stage at a time. Survive at mid, make that their line of scrimmage, and then launch their attacks from there.
A lot of hype is being pumped through, and in comes David.
Here comes
Portox
David.
has to respect this.
Beautiful hyper from David. Double kill.
Big damage on the safe here from the Edgar, and Nachi also turns up to
Yeah.
assist.
The Bull is not quite working. Oh, Melody's just going in. Triple kill from the Bull. Oh, honestly, that is probably the easiest triple kill you will ever get on Bull, because they were all low.
I guess so. Ace0 didn't even get their safe cracked open a moment ago. Prosy also,
All right,
though, does get a few
24%
bullets into it,
down
and
for
now
bounty
Ace0
hunters.
only ahead by a single tempo lead.
Portox, I think 2 hits to super. Maybe one. Yeah, 2 hits to super.
What he wanted. We'll see if he's able to
All right.
around the left side.
Can
David
A0
not
win
able to
here,
get that
or will the
ability.
defense
Najee
be
into the
solid? The
final one.
defense
It's not gonna
will
be
be
enough
solid.
damage from that super.
9400
It's gonna take
HP
one
left.
more push from
That is
A0.
one Edgar super plus
Position to
free
go
attacks.
on the aggressive here.
That is a
Galaxy
cut.
waiting
Oh,
for
Prosy has hyper again with
Goes
roughs.
for the dive. He does get rid of the
They
Edgar.
gotta defend the
Puts
Edgar
point
here.
inside. You gotta respect the Edgar damage. Makes use of the gadget. Gets on
They
the
didn't
side.
defend properly. Oh no!
An A0 comeback.
First time Edgar was in World Finals.
The race that ends up
No,
being
Edgar.
pretty dark
Edgar was
close.
played in the first
Heroes
game.
hypercharged.
Edgar was played in Bounty Hunters versus
Hypercharge stars. And that is why we have the
Humble.
shields on the safe
But
now,
yeah,
because these brawlers do so much damage now, and you can fit numerous of them. You can just cram them into a single comp. Look at Bounty Hunters running both.
and I think Edgar has been picked on Hot Potato once in monthly finals since then. But yeah, it is like super uncommon.
Melee brawlers that do ridiculous damage to the safe. David's gonna go for this early game interaction versus Portox. It brings this to a 3v2. Don't really want to take it versus Prosy. Najee's looking for the kill on Wesley. Looks
And
good.
David's gonna get a
David
crack.
also completely ignored
And
because
Portox just
Bounty Hunters
ignores
sits
the
there opening
Edgar.
Galaxy
I guess that's the right
extended.
move because
Bounty
Wesley
Hunters
is coming
break
back.
for the initial crack on the safe.
It's not like Wesley's gonna be able to fight this Edgar though, is he? Under extreme
But,
pressure,
oh
here
no.
comes Galaxy to assist.
Both game is even. Who does more? Okay, the Bull has to win the safe race, which is why Dekaze is focusing the Bull. But this is going to be Bounty Hunters on match point.
Go all in to even up the set.
It's that and a match point for Bounty Hunters. Contrary to many of our expectations up here, I think Ark was the only one to predict Bounty Hunters to take this one. I felt like it was an Ace-0 type of day. I felt like I was going to have the hot take up here, personally. The #1 team from a region that has historically underperformed, but brought us quite the showing at Brawl Cup last year. Their regional rivals, of course, of Ace-0, Toxic Lotus taking top 4 in 2025. Now Ace-0 can find themselves falling out of groups. They're still humble to face, but...
Alright, David gets his super off Prosy and gets a kill off it, which is allowing A0 to jump in. Well played from David.
Prevent his safe from going to the first knock zone. Okay, gadget there for Galaxy is going to keep A0 safe above 75%. That is
Portox getting Rough Street, which I don't know if that's the right move. Because, like, Melody's just going to die here. Yeah. I would have much... I guess Wesley already has treat.
Able to deal with this defense as David sacrifices himself for an attempt at safe damage. It's tied 74 to 74.
No, he doesn't. That was just damage gear. Yeah, I would have much rather have seen Wesley take the treat.
Super is basically waiting for
Prosy also has a treat. Here comes David with the hyper. Gets some damage, doesn't get any kills. Meanwhile, Bull on the other side uses his super, gets the safe down to 50% for each side. Portox!
Time for Galaxy and Najee to defend this, but Portox is so healthy, going to take down that entire
And
shield.
Bull has hyper, if I'm... Yep, Bull has hyper.
Super down. Prosy would be well advised to go all the way around it. Bounty Hunter's going to play defense around
Gives
this.
Prosy
isn't able to break through that
kind
wall.
bad hyper, but it creates space for Portox to come through.
Rotate all the way backwards.
8% left.
It's going to be a close one, but 8% is almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, it's brutal. David trying to come forward. Gadget connects. Wesley does
Gets one.
capitulate, but the rest
Here
of
comes
Bounty Hunters
Portox.
are going.
3.7. That's one Bull attack. It's not enough. Edgar will get safe pop and get a little bit more damage. Nagi can deal like 8% with his super if it hits safe. It does not hit safe. Wesley's side. Wait, is that's enough? That's enough. Now, if A0 want to stay alive, they have to beat Humble 3-1 or 3-0.
In all likelihood, Humble should sweep through this round robin stage. They did get bested in a single set, but it was by Bounty Hunters. What can Ace-0 possibly offer up against him in the next one?
GG's.
A couple of little things there. I feel those fan storms a little short.
MVP is definitely Portox.
Yeah, that's something that you've really got to get used to. And this is going to be an important moment here for Bounty Hunters. They get that win, they prove that they can do it. Let's head down to Barney and crew on the stage to get some thoughts from Bounty Hunters Alu.
Bounty Hunters stay alive in the Brawl Cup. Obviously, we have one more match to go down in Group A, but for now, congratulations. That was arguably the most important match of the year so far for you guys. How was it? Did the stakes feel higher coming into this match?
Bueno, este ha sido el partido más importante para vosotros. ¿Cómo os habéis encontrado? Si habéis sentido la presión de ser un partido muy importante para el fase de grupos.
Preparamos mucho el partido ayer contra Humble. Lamentablemente no se dio. Seba se encargó totalmente del partido de Zero y drafteamos muy bien y creo que pudimos jugar un poco mejor, pudimos terminar el partido en casa, pero bueno, al final ganamos, se dieron las cosas.
We felt very good. We practiced a lot yesterday. Sebas has done an amazing job at the prep, but we think we can play better.
Okay, and it can only go up from here. Now, getting onto this stage as well and preparing for a team like Ace Zero has got to be difficult. They play in a different region. How was preparation for that? Did you manage to scrim with them leading into today, or
Okay, Barnes does not realize that you don't scrim people in your group.
¿Os habéis preparado para ello? ¿Habéis llegado pues, con los ojos ciegos sin saber? ¿O habéis podido practicar estos días que habéis estado aquí en Berlín?
Un poco sin saber, las scrims contra Toxic Lotus medio que nos ayudaron para saber cómo es el meta en China, pero ellos pican muy diferente. O sea, los picks que jugaron hoy día fueron un poco raros, pero bueno, resurgen.
So our scrims against Toxic Lotus have been a good help. But coming from another region, we were a bit blind. Their picks were a bit out of the ordinary, but we were able to come across.
Well, like we've already said, staying alive in the competition for now in the Brawl Cup. Make some noise one more time for Bounty Hunters!
Honestly, Bounty Hunters won a lot of those sets in the draft.
Such an intense match, super close in the end. And Bounty
And even like the
Hunters
set that
making
A0
a
won
situation.
was
Draft,
just
honestly,
one on
I like to
execution,
detect whether is
not
that
on
just because it
draft.
looked closer to an EMEA draft, or
We were discussing that, and there were some very familiar ideas from EMEA, and that's what we've been so impressed with the Chinese mainland region over the years, is how they kind of adapted when draft became more prevalent in Brawl esports, and they have been taking a lot of hints from some of the best regions around.
Yeah, there's no question about it. You can see Ace Zero being inspired, also having to come into the international game, right, rather than the different version that they play in mainland China, and they had to borrow the ideas, right, because they're just like, you know, a little bit behind on terms of the meta. So I love to see them drawing from the region that is sort of leading the world right now alongside East Asia. But the mechanics need to be applied differently, basically. That is where we see them trailing behind. Their fresher faces, so it only comes naturally.
now we see the stats from the last set as well. Wesley and Galaxy, the two MVPs for their respective teams. Anything that sticks out to you, Ark, in this specific draft or in the entire series?
Well, in that final set, we were chatting about that final moment where actually, you know, A0 could have got that damage of which they needed, but they kind of didn't use the Fist of the Brawl Star, and they had the Hypercharge. I mean, that's like an ability which can secure a double kill. There was 25% left in that save to be able to obtain. So I kind of questioned that foul towards the end, but going back a step, double swoosh, that surge pick. You know, I really wish I'd mentioned it going into the match, but that is a sleeper pick. Big time for Portox. But looking back at the draft, the problem was they were picking it into the meter that was already predefined. You can't pick comfort picks into the problem. And Portox was like on that surge, on that third game, into the final 5 seconds. I mean, I've never seen a bigger backpack needed by teammates to keep him alive. He had no range against the meeple. Super slow. I don't know how
A0's drafts this set.
Props to
These
A0
sets were
there to
not
adapt
good.
to the playstyle of their opponents and just make it so the Surge never even gets his second stage. Really,
They played
well
pretty
done.
well. I can
So
see
we
how
were
they
not
beat
Bounty Hunters
Toxic
somehow
Lotus.
turned around the set and won that one in the end.
Yeah, that was really, really interesting to witness. I think I mentioned that, look, this is Wesley and Portox. The players that have been basically picked up here, the ones that in the past have not had such decorated records, providing the support from mid, which I feel like has been a major level up for these individual players and reflective of that this is truly a new stage of their careers in Brawl Stars.
Overall, it was really close. We had some back and forth in gem grab, both of them reaching the 10 gem count. Also, now in Heist, quite close. A0 doesn't quite manage to beat Bounty Hunters, and now if they want to stay in contention to make it through to day 3, they need to beat Humble.
Yeah, and let's be honest, that's no easy feat, but we know that Humble can bleed. And we know that they can bleed at a time that you are least expecting it. That would be kind of
And-
poetic to happen in the group stages of Brawl Cup, considering that this time
If
last
Humble,
year, they were
if
there winning the
A0
whole thing.
wins
So
3-0,
we were discussing
Humble
about
goes
how
home.
A0 have got some EMEA
If
style
A0
drafts up their
wins
sleeve,
3-2, then
this would be the
A0
perfect
goes
time to
home.
bring them out.
Humble
I think
is
so.
first
When
and
I
Bounty
look
Hunters
also
is
at just,
second.
like, how
If
Humble
A0
approached
wins
that very first
3-1,
match,
that's where
they're playing
things get
extremely safe.
interesting.
I think that is a big part of why Bounty Hunters were able to take that match right there, because it's so predictable. You're going to play roughs and like something very consistent, basically. That is, I think, quite straightforward to outdraft. The question is there, though, what is the approach to preparation? Have we decided that it's a complete waste of time to even try to take down Humble, and their best shot is against Bounty Hunters?
I mean, it's not a waste of time. It's actually a huge upset and the storyline that we could follow along for the next few days. Let's see if Humble is going to do it again. They already beat Bounty Hunters. Now they're up against A0, and they really need to beat Humble now. They're already 0-1 down. If they beat Humble, we actually have a three-way tie in this group. An interesting situation, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We already discussed Humble. Again, 2025 Brawl Cup champions. They're the defenders of that title, and they really want to take it away as well. Also, look in the crowd here. Berlin, you're happy. Humble is
Hey,
coming back on
welcome,
stage.
Calibro.
You're two German players.
Caliber Willow. Nice to see you here.
Biased crowd, for sure.
Ihr seid ein bisschen
Who are
voreingenommen,
you
habe
rooting
ich das
for?
Gefühl, für Humble, aber das
Like in
ist
this
schon
tournament in
okay.
general.
After all, they are Germans, so they are a bit biased. But yeah, you're
SKC?
so it's okay. You can do what you want.
But none of that here on the desk. Completely
Man.
unbiased casters here for sure. Humble, of course, said in semantic at the end of that.
You can like
match,
SKC,
that
that's
dropping
fine.
the set was not
I
the
don't hate
plan.
SKC,
Well, I think at
but
this
I do
stage,
not
the
like
position, they
KR.
can't afford to drop
Bro
anymore.
decided to
I
pick
think
up the
that,
Mazy and played the
Kenny
worst
came on the
Mazy
desk
game
at
I've
the end
ever
of the World
seen
Cup
in
last
one
year.
flea
They dropped
finals.
2 sets throughout the entirety of that event, which is absolutely
Number,
insane.
of course, yeah.
But I feel like, to be honest, A0 put up a
Let's see how they
fantastic
do
showing
here.
at this
If
stage
they
for
don't
a team that we didn't necessarily know
3-0
what to expect
A0,
coming in.
I'm gonna get a
Their
little worried
disrespect
for
in terms of
them.
drops, they've really impressed me so far. I think there is a world in which this could be
Unless
possible.
like A0
Last
picks
year,
up the
we
draft.
talked a lot about Toxic Lotus coming in as a dark horse, taking down some really insane good teams, and we didn't really know what to expect from the region. Now, in the same position here, A0, are they better than 2025 Toxic Lotus ready?
It depends on what aspect you're talking about, because even like in their home region, you can tell what the strengths of these individual teams are. For Toxic Lotus, it is their mechanics. Last year, they were really impressive on the drafts, but then you look at Ace0 and they just outdrafted, like brutally. I'm not joking. It was not pretty to watch. Outdrafted Toxic Lotus every single time. So that is their strength. Now you come up on stage. Do you have ice? Do you have the mechanics to back everything up? If I put you in a 50-50 matchup, will you be able to win it? My money is 100% on Humble in that regard.
Just in their match now against Bounty Hunters, I actually preferred their draft more often than not, honestly. But as you said, the mechanics need to be right as well. And they are also for the
KR
first time on a
stupid?
stage like this
Okay.
one, so the
Glad we
nerves
can agree on
probably
that.
got to them. We want to have a quick look also at
Toxic
our
is does
bingo.
not a
Few of
draft,
those fields
yeah.
are already filled in.
Okay, the 29 gems
Okay.
won in one game of gem grab semantic.
I mean, the Mazy was a good pick. He just played absolute horribly.
As well,
Like-
was ticked off too. So still some there for grabs. I'm still holding back my very best in some of my favorite quotes. Is there anything that you're specifically looking for in this bingo card ready?
Okay.
I'm sure
looking at the
we've
best
already had a
result
wasted
predictions.
hypercharge
I blame
already.
you, Ark, for withholding
Sorry.
that from everyone. Yeah, can't you just be like
Yeah.
everyone else?
I know, right? That's on me.
We've
right,
had
that's
a
on me.
wasted
I'm looking at
hypercharge
the top
bull
right
in the
corner.
last set.
Underdog beats a favorite to win it all. This would be such a match, honestly. We are not biased. We are living for the storyline, and so I want A0 to win this one just for the story, but they're the obvious underdogs in this one, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough affair. It really is. And Humble, I've got to say, though, I feel like there is a world...
Bans the Kit and Mortis for banning Cheese, while A0 bans Nausea and Pierce. Good globals from each side. Mazy in general is not a good brawler. I wish that wasn't true, but yeah. The thing is, like, she's actually pretty decent in this meta. The problem is, like, anywhere you can pick a Mazy, you can pick a different brawler up that does better, like Otis or Chester.
Yeah, basically.
Or
because
Lou
Humble's
in some
approach to this
in
pretty
hot zone.
consistently has been, okay,
But
we're
like she
just
has
gonna
pretty
do,
good
like, the
matchups
usual
into
stuff.
the
We're not
meta
gonna
right
get
now.
creative. We're not going to reveal anything for the later stages because think about the different goals of these teams. Humble, they are
Like
gunning
she's
for
pretty
day
good
three
into
right
most
now.
of the good
They're
anti
thinking
tanks.
about
Like
winning
she's
the
good.
entire
She has a
thing.
good matchup
A0
into
are just
Chester,
fighting for survival.
for
So the
instance.
different approaches here, Humble
A
will
lot
be
of
trying
the
to get rid
tank,
like,
a lot of the
top picks that
aggro
could
she
make
has
the
good
draft go
matchups into,
right.
like
A0 are
Mortis,
saying, come on, like take us
Bull.
seriously, respect
She has
us,
a
don't just
very
stick to
good
the safe
Bull
stuff.
matchup.
Honestly, seeing that poll, it really just hurts to see.
But
Only
like if you want to,
9% have
if you
voted
want a
for
brawler
A0
that's
to
like
win
good
this
into
one.
Chester, Mortis, and
This is
Bull,
your
you
time
just
to
go
shine,
Otis.
honestly, A0. If you want to cause an upset, you can do that now. Like, here
I'm
we
not
have
doing
Ricky on
ad.
stage, so
I'm
Barney,
not
take
like
it away.
adding people from YouTube because it's
The battle
just
to
a
stay
hassle for me
alive
right
in this
now.
competition has just
Like I'm
shifted onto the
streaming.
shoulders of
But if you
another
want to join the
team.
Discord, I can
It is time
absolutely
to pull out
1v1
all
you
of the
there.
stops, so expect fireworks. Berlin, it is time for A0 to go up against Humble!
Right, Kit Band? Kit's, yeah. Oh, Kit's also good with Kaze. It's just an anti-cheese pick. Humble knows they can beat them normally, so like if you limit the cheese drafts, that's how you then that you limit one of A0's only win conditions.
With one match remaining in Group A, one team seeks to dominate while the other is fighting for survival. Humble are looking to continue an undefeated run in the Brawl Cup period, including last year where A0 seriously need to pull something out of the bag right here, right now. Like our desk have said, this could be one of the biggest upsets that we have seen on the main stage for a very long time. And so, will our reigning champions humble their opponents, or will the dominating team from mainland China find an ace up their sleeve? I'm allowed to tell dad jokes. I'm a dad. Let's do this!
Boss. Cementech.
Kaze,
Loot.
you never saw Kid Kaze? Kid Kaze is way more popular in like it's very popular in like Masters ranked knockout.
Nudgy. David.
When do they do the Kira code? I don't know. They haven't done it yet, so stay tuned.
Insane intro by Barney, I must say. I'm glad he said it, as he said.
Hey,
He's
there's
allowed to
only
do
room
so.
for one
He's
boomer on
a
the
dad.
desk.
No dad jokes on the desk, please. Even though you kind of look like bring your son to work right now.
Yeah. Hey, son.
Cheers.
We're heading straight into the draft of our very first map here. And we have Bridge 2 for another heist map. And whenever I see heist, my mind immediately goes to that one brawler, Chuck. We haven't seen him too often in the past. Either he's banned out, or a lot of teams seem to believe you can actually counter him quite nicely. Humble is one of those teams. Let's just leave him open because we know just what to play against him.
But the Otis ban is kind of like the answer to the Chucks. That's where A0's head is at. But I think the Cordelis is still a very good option. Or just go with the same strat and just overthrow by rushing. The Kaze coming in for that very reason. Melody is also potentially open to join that kind of mix. And Crow as well is a big one that is...
Chuck first pick.
Just have to think about how you are going to
They
defend
if
against
they
this
leave
Chuck
it
or
open, you have to
possibly
have a
hammer
plan,
down
and
so much
Kaze
damage
makes
on the
sense.
safe.
They banned 8-bit,
It
but
won't
not
matter
Chuck.
at all.
Chuck is not as good in
Once
competitive
again,
play
see
as
the
he is
same
in
stuff that I expect to see
Mythic
from Rumble,
ranked.
where they just leave the best stuff open and let the draft play out exactly as it would, I suppose, in a ranked game. Basically, you give them a free Chuck, and A0 go, well, shoot,
Cord?
I guess we gotta take it.
Oh,
And now
no.
things are playing exactly as
You
hoped.
can't go Cord
We're
into
going to
Chuck
use
on
that
this
as a
map,
timer. Eventually, he will get some save damage done.
right?
Either completely
I
counter him
guess,
out, and
no,
Cordelis is the best
I
one to
wouldn't
do
trust
so.
a
Just stick him
random
into
with
the
Cord on
shadow
this
well
map,
whenever he's
but
unsafe,
a
and
pro
you're
with
gonna
Cord
get
on
rid
this
of
map,
him,
I
or
guess,
you
could work,
completely
like,
ignore
because the
the
way you
Chuck.
have to
That's
play
not the
Cord on
bridge
this map
Humble
is
decides to
very
go with, and
unintuitive.
damage and do damage quicker than the Timer will do, that Chuck will do. We now have an Ember and Ruffs on the right-hand side. Do like it, especially with that Ruff Street. Chuck is going to do even more damage.
I mean, Ruffs as well is going to take some time to do that, and Chuck is designed to want to get things done quickly. I kind of feel as well like there's definitely a potential here for Eve. It's not the strongest, but it's definitely a brawler which is
it's like
really quite
legendary.
catered
Hey, all
towards this kind
good,
of map
all good.
layout with the bands that we've got. There's
That's what I
limited
was a
kind
few
of
months
options
ago.
now, really, for Humble. Brock for the break gives them a bit of a few options there in that regard.
I think you should be able to outrange that Amber. I think you should be able to deal with the Rust bags quite efficiently. I don't like, I don't mind it.
And now we want to hear two of the most beautiful voices I know. Kenny and Trev, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sonny. I appreciate that, and I will make sure Uber and Ready remember that. Trav and I got it from here, though. A0 onto their final life, a region that has been clinging on for several years. The trajectory.
Welcome, Sniper. How are you doing? You would go alley here? The problem with alley is that you're going triple assassins. You need like some sort of long range to staple your comp. Also, long range beats Amber. Like, look at how far back the Amber is already.
Quite as far for the next couple. Uses a super there as well just before he died. And a 3% little tick shot just goes onto the safe there as well. Luki going to be able to pick up that kill on Galaxy. And it's pretty much 50-50 so far, but David not got the worst sale at the moment.
Luki taking advantage, so Lightning's going to strike on the right hand end. Meanwhile, A0 recovering. David up the gut. Boss right in his face, and it's a trade. That's totally fine. Boss's main objective is just to 1v1 this Chuck and make sure they remove him from the equation.
I mean, Luki doing all he needs to do. Win that lane, get some damage on safe. That's going to be tough for Nagi to do a lot about. And it places some sandbags up. He still gets the shot round it. I don't know how he's getting those kills. 1% done here by A0. And Luki will get the first crack.
Oh, and some unbelievable mechanics overall. Like you alluded to, the little corner peek out of Luki to get around these sandbags. And then Semantic just popping off.
Well, it would also be a good pick. Not into Amber, really.
Amber just trying to fire fuel her way up the map. Just taking him ahead.
Maybe.
Still winning this. Extra shots coming in from Luki too. I mean, this has been a one-way train. It's all Humble.
I mean, Boss walking in the straight line too, getting that.
I think I don't know if it's for sure, but I would not be surprised to see that like Lola was banned, like former banned because of a glitch. I would not be surprised to see like if glitches were banned. The boss going up. And this is what you have to do with Cordelius. Cordelius is not played particularly as a counter to Chuck. He's played as a dive brawler that can use Chuck to feed supers. And Humble, so they will get the first game. Yeah. Welcome, Sniper. Glad to have you here.
I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't nervous for A0 coming into this. I mean, regardless of what that previous match result was, Humble were going to be my pick. But I felt like there were a lot of riddled with mistakes, if you will, in Gym Grab especially, in Heist on the previous one, in A0 here. I don't think mistake-driven.
Here comes Semantic. Misses the third combo, but that's enough. Boss cleans up as well. And that's going to be a crack. And then Boss is going to delay David with the super. And this is why you go. This is what Cord can do in the hands of a pro.
Humble masterclass. David getting some chip dimension, but it's just not enough in the faces of something like Semantic, who's dancing his way around Colonel Ruffs. Finally, a shutdown. Luki once again letting it rain down the left-hand side as Galaxy dodges it all. Now the fire raining down on the left as well as Semantic creeps his way back up. Still a dominant lead. I mean, A0 had yet to really encroach on the enemy side.
I mean, they just sat Matt Nagi there, didn't even try to take the right-hand lane. I feel like no matter which lane they take now, they'll just double another if they're not kind of switched onto it. Galaxy actually putting up a good fight against Luki, which is the first time we've seen this all set long, as it has just been him dominating. But I think the Chuck's still waiting for this opportunity, and Cordelius just isn't giving it.
I think Galaxy can hold. I don't know if Galaxy can win this lane, and that's
especially
when you're facing a deficit.
Here comes David.
Right down the gut once again.
And Boss is going to use David to just get a free positioning up the map. And this is going to be a crack for Humble. 17, 12, 11, 10, 9. Boss trying to get some pop chip shots. 2,000. That's game. This is game. Semantic. Game. Yep, and that's how you beat a Chuck.
unperturbed by the opposition. Chinese mainland, a team that in general,
That is how you
looking
beat
out for
Vachuk.
Toxic Lotus tomorrow, of course, were stars of this last year, but right now for a roster that doesn't have any international LAN experience either, it's really tough to go up to a #1 from another region in Bounty Hunters, which I thought they played really well, but again, I think it could have been better. It just felt like the mistakes were what drove them out of that gym grab set. Ark talked about in the desk, we were talking about in the green room. I mean, the Kaze plays towards the end of that game. There was a real chance that went to a 2-2, and instead, now they're fighting for their lives against Humble. That's not a position you want to be in. At this point, if you're a fan of the smaller regions, of the underdogs, you need to get up and chat. This squad needs your help.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. I think all of us, except from Ark, had A0 to beat Bounty Hunters, so it's not like we don't think they're capable. They're absolutely capable of getting this done, but it just seems like Humble are just a task too tall for them to be able to beat at the moment. Stats-wise, Semantic, Boss, and Lukey all looking pretty good, around 5. Over the other side, good kills, just not great damage.
You saw Chuck on the bottom right with a ton of high safe damage, but cumulatively between the other two, just next to nothing. It was really forced to be all defense from there, and I think ideally Amber can play a little bit of a hybrid right, but if you're not getting to the other side at all, Chuck alone was not enough into the monstrous...
Yeah, no one could play the Brock lane at all.
You feel like you're kind of inclined to take, especially when you want to be base racing your opponents. Like
That's one of the reasons why it was just such a good pick, because like Chuck goes mid, Brock goes one of the sides, and Ruffs can't beat him, and Amber can't beat him.
Punished so heavily for it. Bans in for the next map. It's going to be the Bell, the Crow, and the Byron to the side of Humble. A0 get rid of the Kaze. No surprise after facing it so heavily last game. They double ban the Bell and add a Colette to the mix as well.
Several lines of thought here I think you can go down. There's going to be this Leon and Jean interaction. Leon a lot of times is an early one because of the lollipop drop, but if you do that, then Jean responds. So sometimes you're going to see players avoid doing that. Very popular brawler. Lumi is somebody that I'll shout out as well. Doesn't make the global ban stage. It's a very safe one that's now showing up regularly on this map.
Right.
And as well,
First pick Jae Young, I'm down.
They love getting a little tricky with it as a tank of choice on this map.
It's a pretty good pick.
You can get away with Fang at the moment. Just, so strong on certain maps. Jae Young obviously being this first brawler that comes in for Humble. It was something we saw them play in. I believe it was Knockout the last time they were out here. And it's a brawler that translates well across kind of the bounty knockout game modes where you kind of got to be offensive and defensive. And just balances it so well with his kit. Glowy going to make an appearance there along with the Jean. Kind of a little bit of a double healer combination here if you run in those healing factor from the Jean. Going to be able to get a lot of pulls, with the mass range and scout out.
And Jean Globert.
Good solid shout because Bell is big.
Interesting.
The bounce shot would do really well. And the Glowy who attaches himself to teammates. Jean who likes to stay up close too. So that's not the easy answer anymore. Byron is somebody that's also out. It would have done really
It was
well
not a good pick because you have...
magic buffs from Jean. So
Yeah.
there's any easy answer here for the left-hand side. I think at least A0 are making him think about
You
it.
needed better options for
A
defense.
brawl you've mentioned a few times over the past couple of series. I like it a lot. If you can kind of single a brawler out, whether that be Glowy, the Jean, it's going to be tough for them to stay alive if you've got a super along with it as well. And there's always a chance they run that rage quit if something aggressive comes down as the final brawler for A0. When you've got kind of two brawlers with healing capabilities, it's always a question whether that's going to be the case or not. So
Yeah, you needed a harder shutdown to be aggro.
So good, and Humble demonstrated this earlier. I mean, that gadget can be a very powerful force to give yourself positioning. Gus going to be the choice for the left-hand end as well. It's going to give them a little outrange. Glowy, of course, once he attaches in the open space, is going to do very well. But if Gus can just keep his distance, keep firing shots down, maybe cycle out the kooky popper a little bit, I definitely think it's a threat.
Well.
Frank?
Frank gonna come in there as the final pick for A0.
Oh my god, that's a good pick. That's such a good pick. Wow. Humble with the misdraft. It's not over just yet because like Meeple can just bully this Frank, but like with the amount of healing, I think A0 have this set.
This was a common theme that I've seen in drafts overall. If you don't have the damage to match and you play it right, you can really go at the enemy side and just absorb all those shots. Even if Frank's going down, as long as Jean's falling through and Chloe's throwing through, it's going to be enough. You're going to see it now.
Yep, here comes David. He's literally just walking forward, and that's a kill. David, the only wall break in this entire game is on A0's side with a Gene pull and Frank super. So Humble's game is they have to bait out the Frank super. Humble, as they look at Lukey's positioning, he is standing inside of Frank's range. Ooh, so Semantic running wall break. Here comes the pull. He expected Ollie. I mean, Oli would have been a good pick here as well, but like the idea behind Frank is just you can't kill him. Hey, Cheat! Glad to see you here. We're just watching Brawl Cup. And
David trying to get some work done. There's the Kooky Pop coming in as well, brings David low, but
Semantic is close to Hyper. The one issue with Frank is he is a walking super battery. However, they're focusing Vagine. Vagine is the only brawler that cannot heal himself. I guess Gene can't heal himself and, oh my god! Lukey misses Hyper Super as they pull Semantic. Here comes David with another kill. Who do they need to kill? They need to kill, oh no, they need to kill David. They need to kill David. Semantic has Hyper Super, but Meeple Hyper is not that good when the other side has a Frank Super. They're gonna get Galaxy here. All they need is Najee now. Or they can get Galaxy, get the pull! They need David! They get David! They get David! The Meeple is their only chance at victory. And as the Meeple was dying to Gene Pull, he put it down a super, which allowed for the Lukey and Boss to keep hitting at David. David needed to walk away. I think he still dies even if he walks away.
Not interested in getting kills, just slowly trying to get that supercharge. The tandem of a Frank pull, a Gene pull. There's just so many options for comebacks here from A0 or some proactive takes as well.
Yeah, great super again from Semantic. Oh, hits that
David? Yeah.
Just clips him on the edge and stops that super. He's having a few
It is insane comeback.
this set. David not finding those supers. When he did, it was flying. There's super.
Here they come. Super, miss super. They kind of have to retreat now. Oh, David. Ooh, that's smart. David is preventing his natural regeneration to give Najee more supercharge. Najee's going the wrong gadget to go. He's going the double healing, not the dash heal. You look at chat? Yeah, I do. It's just delayed. There's like a 20-second delay on my stream for some reason. Okay, I need to also move my camera because the sun's getting really annoying for you guys. Here comes Meeple Hyper. Galaxy Snipe. I thought there was no way that A0 would lose a set. And look at this domination. This is just a mechanics diff and a tactical diff. Rob, yeah, I know. I saw.
Building himself up, trying to wait and stay healthy for these last 20 seconds. Big push coming from A0 as a hypercharge being popped. David so low already though. Get some heals in the back, but Galaxy will fall and they lose another one of their players. Nagi on the right hand side. Frank, they can't do it alone. They need that.
I know it's you, Cheat.
Down, and this one is going to be a humble set.
Alright, how long has Semantic been playing? Since 2018. Since 2019? I've been playing longer. Oh, competing. There was no Brawl Stars competitions in 2018. 2019 is the earliest he could be competing in.
I saw the vision. Just butcher them with health points. Run them down. Not enough connections from the pull from Frank. Not enough heals to go around for the squad, and ultimately that Meeple, despite being squishy, the rage quit. A perfect answer. They continued to play around this every time they were under threat from a super.
Yeah.
Activate gadget. Every time a pull was missed, that is the time to go.
The Meeple pick was so important there. I thought the Gus was a little weak, but the Gus put in just enough damage to matter.
Really disciplined Brawl Stars from Humble, waiting for the moment, waiting for that pull to be missed. But you've got to think of the other side as well. Is it kind of lack of discipline from A0 to just be throwing them out, not getting any connections on them, especially when Humble are standing off when you've got it in hand. So it seems a little bit irresponsible on his part to just be throwing those out. He got himself in some really good positions to Frank occasionally, and don't get me wrong, 4 kills, pretty decent for that brawler on this map. But he got himself in so many great positions. But as you said, that rage quit gadget shuts it down every single time.
Yeah.
Brilliant fast fingers from Semantic. and he was one of the star men on that team.
I think another issue is that Glowy was running the double healing gadget instead of the dash gadget.
They picked the Frank into the face of Meeple. They picked this early on the Humble side, and they still made it work. Sure, early on, once they weren't used to this, I think there was a little adjustment period where Humble may be caught off guard by this decision as well, but they had a perfect response for it. A0 make this
I kind of wish Frank was better. I think he's going to fall into the same position that he was pre-rework, where like he's just too much of a walking super battery.
Hero plays, and hero plays aren't what they need. They just need to survive.
First pick Sirius.
One standing. Right
I
now,
don't
Humble
think the
is
Sirius is good. Let me just hold on for a second. I'm going to check the Sirius's win rate.
It's a very popular brawler.
This could well
Feed
be
it,
A0's
yeah.
last hurrah in the Brawl Cup if they don't start to get something going now. Banwise, Lumi, Crow, Colette, no surprises on that side. Ali, Lumi, and Ruffs on the opposing side as well. As you said,
It did
Sirius,
feed a lot.
it's a good one,
I thought that Frank was good enough.
Over walls, shoot at good range as well, and I think it's very solid.
I think it was honestly in the play, not in the draft.
Chester is one of the brawlers they absolutely love to pick up that, and along with the
Alright, let me see what Sirius's win rate is.
overall, so it kind of takes away a lot of their kind of comfort picks, I feel.
It lost 2-0. It lost 2-0.
You've got to grab an anti-tank. So Crow out of the way, Colette out of the way, and eventually you just got to go for what you think's best on the map.
Yeah, it has a 0% win rate right now and gone 0-4 in games so far.
I really like this. The lollipop drop can make him a gym carrier, or if they want to go a more traditional mid or rotate. Now they have two, I would say, solid options at that.
Yeah,
Humble, the only set Humble lost, they went Sirius.
It's going to be tough to
And yet Chester, Leon, reasonable picks.
They already have the Chester, and still the Otis.
I say reasonable like I know better than they do. I don't.
You've just got to hope that if you choose to go for the series, he doesn't have many of those shadows stored up, or he's going to have a bit of a tough time breaking through those. It's the Stu. Stu's going to come in then. It's a brawl that I actually.
I like the Stu.
Mobility is really solid, being able to evade, you know, the Chester supers, no matter what it is. Or
Oh, it lost 2-0. It actually has a 0-6 record in games. It's been played in 3 sets and won 0 games.
But more than likely, I think the speed for now, unless a brawler choice changes things up. Mina and Mo, I think, still on the table for me as well as aggressive options that can.
If you friends, hey Derp Stars. Glad to see you here, Derp. An OG. A few friends of yours are going to Brawl Cup. That's so cool. You better make sure they take pictures. Mo pick is great.
David, that's not the super you want to be playing there. So, you know, he had a few mishaps here and there. But
And I like the Penny here. Penny is a classic on this map. Good into Sirius. Mo is very scary on this map, though.
Anytime you see Sirius, we just have to anticipate that Penny is on the table, especially if it doesn't go through the ban stage.
And yeah, I think Humble's gonna get a free out.
Spawners, that's where Penny is going to shine. Also, the control
Devious
factor,
GG pick.
very much play as the midline brawler.
I mean, you already have Leon.
On the other side.
That would be a good GG pick option, though. The problem is Stu mid. If Stu goes mid, which Stu probably will, like you have no way to get to the gem carrier. I guess you have Leon, I guess, but like you. Also, you're just feeding too many Mo hypers.
They're gonna have to take down the Titans in a reverse sweep if they want a chance.
It's the Chester through the mid. I feel like kind of back in my day, it used to be the Penny that would have played the mid. But,
You need a game? It is like GG is a decent option. Nita is not, because everyone outranges Nita. And like, well, if you do, when you do get Nita Bear, it is going to be very good. You're just going to be losing mid most of the game.
If they want to go in the grass, they have to retreat all the way to this top left-hand side. You're seeing with Mo right now. And Boss, of course, has this wall for positioning. The Salty Barrel as well to protect him if Mo decides to dive in. Positioning, control, and now a turret raining down on them as well. I mean, this is getting more and more difficult.
I think, in my opinion, the problem with the GG pick is like if you're going an assassin, the assassin has to be able to get rid of a gem carrier or at least pressure the gem. But like if you go GG, Stu can get away from GG very easily, even running Gasso heal.
Not the easiest to dive in on, I might add, too, between Salty Barrel and Chester, who does a burst of damage up close, especially with
Yeah.
Hells in his hands.
Here comes Semantic, gets one. He's gonna go around to Nagi. Nagi knows he's in danger. Doesn't know where he is. That's 10-4.
Yeah, I mean, Semantic
The Chester has just been winning the steal lane, even without much help.
From Boston, a pretty aggressive turret here with no walls covering it, but Semantic's going to go in, get the kill, and I think they're just so confident. He's not even going back to spawn. He's like, yeah, I'll probably stay around the gem carrier. It's like, it's completely fine. Galaxy going to go in on the right-hand side, and that's going to be match point up next to Humble. Just a completely dominating performance from them.
Yeah.
And A0
Sirius, he's about to go to 0-8 in games. I think Sirius is bad now.
Unbelievably good so far.
Like, especially at my level. Sirius is bad.
I think
But he...
off the top of the head. I mean, it was a pretty smooth sailing effort for them, but
Wait.
just one more game, they're already instantly in day number 3 for EMP.
I'm sorry.
That is a big deal.
What's Sirius's max? 6,800? Wasn't it nerfed from 7,200 to 6,600? Why is it 6,800 on health?
Now pinching through the mid, gives him a bit of a chance to fight off against Luki and get some great hits in.
I thought that... Let me check that in-game.
Galaxy with a wasted super, like he gets the kill, and I feel like there's just so many times where he's making these mistakes. Almost went for the gems there, but Semantic will clean it up, and eventually they're back in the hands of Luki.
Yeah, I'll stand by the word gung-ho. Just doing a little too much, I think, trying to make too much happen. I don't know if that's a lack of experience, a lack of confidence. I mean, Humble are a team that are mighty fierce to play against. I don't fault them for that at all. As Semantic now in the bushes. Oh, and David didn't have a clue. Dropped the trap immediately, though. Well played.
Yeah, Sirius is... Okay, Sirius's health is 6,800. They must have changed the balance change. The balance change changed. But yeah, oh, A0 actually getting some good control right now.
So ready to defend out against Semantic if he gets that input.
Interesting to see David retreat every single one of these spawners. He just knows Penny's going to be able to
But no gems on Stu, which is the one you want with the gems.
The mind games begin. Left-hand side.
Come Semantic. Forces Galaxy to use super here.
On the right-hand side, David expanding, knows he has to make up for the room.
7-7. David's in a awkward spot though. He should be able to get out though.
He doesn't have a super, and he used it so defensively. David on the right hand side doing a much better job now, but Semantic
Give Semantic with the hyper.
might be able to get 2 clips. David
He's trying to get David here. He gets David. This allows Luki to step up. Next gem spawns on Luki. And this is going to be Humble. With a clean 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 sweep of 8-0. I expected a lot more from this team.
You need to know this is a name that you will remember, one that will be here all weekend long. Just another day for Humble, your Brawl Cup defending champion.
GG to Humble. 3-1, 3-0 in sets. It was very expected for them to get first in their group. You would need Bounty Hunters to have an amazing day and Humble to have a terrible one for Bounty Hunters to even contest them. However, that is not what happened. For MVP, I'm going to give it to Boss.
A0 with an excellent effort, but just too much and too late. Let's go.
They first pick Sirius, which is bad. Yeah, Sirius is bad now, even in pro play. Like, even in matchups that he's supposed to win, he's been losing 0-2. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. See you guys in a minute or two. I'll still be in chat if you guys want to chat.
I think we made a bit of mix. We try to play our comforts always, but being careful about their picks too, because they are really good on them. So we adjusted and it worked out.
It worked out. It definitely did. You guys look really comfortable on stage as per usual. Now, I have to ask you something. You've got a little bit of time now between now and Championship Sunday. You guys are going to have a little break. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about this little rivalry that's forming between you guys and Crazy Raccoon, all right? It's amazing to see the Brawl Stars community loves it as well. Are you kind of keeping a close eye on how they're playing, and do you feel like you guys are ready to exact some revenge on Sunday?
I think we are ready to every single team. We are going to prepare for everyone, and we are not scared of any team.
I love that. And finally, Semantic, I'll quickly ask you something. Is there anything that you would like to say to the home crowd here in Berlin? Because what an incredible place to be for you guys, especially being on home turf.
I mean, we literally only see Humble posters, Humble fans screaming everything. It is absolutely amazing to have everyone here. Literally, from the bottom to the top area, absolutely amazing. I hope you guys are here on Sunday with all the Humble merch, all the Humble support, and see you guys there. Dankeschön.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Humble!
Humble does it again, 2-0 in their group. Just like we expected, kinda. And a bit unexpected for me, A0 is actually the team that we unfortunately have to say goodbye to already. Ark, you were the only one to vote for Bounty Hunters from the casting desk. Must feel good, buddy.
I'm not going to rub it in just yet. There'll be plenty of time over the next 3 days for me to do just that. But, you know, to be honest, this was the two teams in this group that I was 50-50 on a little bit.
Yeah.
Just speaking to a couple of players and just hearing a couple of the experiences during scrims as to whether A0 were going to be able to put up the fight. We're not necessarily expecting them to be humble, but I think against Bounty Hunters, that was a 50-50 match.
We have two 50-50s for you today. I'm excited for our next match as well. But before we want to get into this, a bit of a closer look also at the sets we've just seen. Ark, you and me were discussing the Shock quite heftily in the first set, bridge too far. I think we agree that Shock at this point is just not really pick worthy. Humble showed us that any team really, without countering him too much, can win against them.
At this level, I do have reservations on it. What I did really like to see was how Boss on that Cordelius was actually going on the aggressive the second he put the chuck into the realm. Often you'll see teams that will just sit back and play defense the entire way through, but Boss was using that time really nicely, getting up the map, getting the damage of which they needed, and it was really effective.
It was insane to see Humble's team play overall. They're just playing together so well. Semantic kind of micromanaging his two teammates. We saw some clips of the voice comms as well. But yeah, really doing well. Humble so far 2-0. We're going to see them again on day 3, so don't fret. You will see them again. Earlier, I saw something super weird around here. What was that?
Wakey, wakey! Today is your big day. Are you excited? I'm so excited. Hold the door! It's his first day. Just a little bit of makeup. It will be so great. Hello. Hi. The star is here. Oh.
All right, I'm back.
I think we have it. Aren't you pretty? Then that's all. Honey, this is it. There's a lot of music and cameras. I've told them to be very nice and gentle with my.
What is that comp on screen? Doug Edgar Kenji versus some Colette Frank
In front of me.
at Primo. Holy comp.
I'm gonna press it. I'm literally gonna press it.
Whoa. We have no idea what that does, by the way.
It looks fine. I mean, there's a few hazardous symbols on it. But yeah,
Hey,
black
welcome,
normally
Iborg.
signifies hazard.
I was always told never to press a big red button, by the way. So
I
I
was
don't know what
told
you're doing.
always press a big red button.
You can't stop me. What just happened?
I have a feeling we're doing something cool. Ooh, Corey's on stage. That's cool.
Does it do nothing?
Does it just do some confetti? We just got points for everyone out there live right now on the website. Whenever we press this red button, you're gonna get 100 points. So better make sure to be on the website at all times. You never know when we decide to, you know, touch it again.
Be on your toes. Stay on the event site because that is how you're going to get those points instantaneously. We've got someone to join us on the desk. Fernie Face, pro player turned content creator, someone who's got the most wins of North American monthly finals in history. Corey, great to have you here.
Welcome
What
to the
what
desk.
an intro. Thank you so much. That's a pretty crazy stat to hear myself. I'm excited. I'm excited to be on the desk. First time for me, and I'm excited to watch some great gameplay today.
And I think you're gonna say just that because the next match, once again, is gonna be a 50-50 on my watch, in my books at least. It's Only Realm versus Zeta Division. Such a hype match. The first seed of NA versus second seed of Zeta Division. And some of these faces you know quite well, Corey.
Yeah, these are guys I grew up playing with, grew up facing every single day. So I am rooting for NA here absolutely all day long.
We got Only Realm versus Zeta coming up next. This is the most important match of the day.
Very tough opponent in Zeta Division.
It's going to be a really insane match. I mean, I don't know about you, but I really want to see North America just blow us away at this event. I feel like it's been a long, long time coming, and I feel like so far, in the way that I've been speaking at events to Bobby, this is how I tend to gauge these things. At the World Finals last year, I said, hey Bobby, how are you feeling? And I literally knew from the second he opened his mouth that he had already accepted defeat. They were not in a winning mentality. At this event, spoke to Bobby, he is feeling good about this one.
They're the hope of NA to finally win a global setup like the Brawl Cup here. In 2023, they made it through to the World Finals. Who did they lose to again?
Yeah, that's a good point, to be fair. It's a good point. Yeah, Zeta Division as an org have not been kind to them, but hey, second place, the World Finals, that's not bad going. That's the best that North America's ever had on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, second place is literally the second best position you could get. So they came so close.
Second best reference.
They can do it again this tournament. It's whether they'll come prepared, they'll come out swinging, and they'll just play their game today.
They've been looking really strong so far in this year's monthly finals. So far, #1 seed for only Realm. Corey, they used to be your opponents. Now you said you're rooting for them. Isn't it nice to see all of NA sticking together?
Yeah, it's actually super weird rooting for Bobby and them because they were my rivals throughout my entire career. But today, I am rooting for them, and I expect big things because NA has not delivered in quite a while. So we're rooting for all of NA.
Why do you think that is, though? Like, what is it about North America which just, when it comes down to these moments, just tends to not prevail?
Yeah, I think the competition is so close at these events, and I think that, you know, I don't want to use the term unlucky because unlucky is not really the case, but the matches have been close. They're just not getting the result, and they're so close to winning and getting farther into tournaments, and they fall short every time. So I think they can do it, but they have to perform.
It's not an easy opponents against them. In the other corner, we have Zeta Division with huge household names like Shtatampo, Zizuku, and Batman. And yeah, they've been looking really strong coming out of the gate, swinging with a win in the February monthly finals. After that, a bit of a declining trend arc. Only second place for them in March, and then only top 4 in April. It's going downhill steadily for them, but let's see what they can bring to the global stage.
This is the concern, you know, going into February.
Most people going for Zeta. I think Zeta are the favorites, but it's not like Realm are complete underdogs.
And then April losing in the semi-finals. It hasn't been getting better. It's gradually been getting worse, and you know, that does concern me somewhat. Let's be honest, the World Finals was far from kind to Zeta Division as an organization. Being grouped was just unimaginable. One of the biggest upsets that we've ever seen at a World Finals, and they are here to turn that around, to prove to the world they still got it.
Yeah, I mean, they are the mechanical players in the world right now. They're some of the best mechanics you'll ever see in Brawl Stars, so I'm expecting big things.
Edgar
from them as well.
double ban.
I mean, I don't
Interesting.
count them out.
Leon,
even if they got grouped at Worlds.
I don't know why they would ban Leon.
So looking at the global bans here, super fun to see. Edgar, not.
Hey, welcome, Tamim. How are you?
Those teams really do not want to see this brawler a tad bit broken, maybe. It's Adrian in the crowd. Maybe we need some balancing going on. Leon and Naja also banned out. We haven't seen Naja at all yet either today. She's so strong. The newest addition to Brawl Stars in general. Of course, Damien is there, but he's not being played this tournament just yet. We're going to see him in the next monthly final. The Leon ban comes in as a bit of a surprise to me, Orc.
It's a pretty strong brawler, though. I'm all for it. I'm kind of curious from
How are you
your
doing, Tamim?
perspective, Corey, when it comes to these global bans, what brawlers are you kind of looking for yourself? Are you
The
looking for
draft
kind of
should
like
be coming in a
targets,
few
bans,
minutes, and
specific
I'm
players,
probably
or
going to be a
are you
little
looking to
quieter than I
eradicate the heavy hitter out?
was
Yeah, it's tough to
during
say.
the
I think
previous
these
drafts
teams can
because
do,
we have
one of
Corey
two
on the
things. They can
casting
try to
desk.
throw the other team off with a random mediocre brawler ban, or they can target a specific player. The Leon might be one of those random bans that's just a good brawler trying to throw the draft a little bit different than normal, and maybe they just don't want to face it. One of the two.
Bobby can make it to day
And if
3.
we're
Oh,
honest,
Bobby, they will make it
Asia
to day
as a
3.
region,
The
successful
other
so
group
far
in
as
the other
NA.
team in their
They've
group
not
is
really
by far
done
the
that
worst group
well
in,
yet
at
on the global
worst
stage.
team at Brawl
But
Cup.
East Asia, we always keep mentioning how they're lacking a bit in draft still. Mechanical genius wizards, we call them.
Bobby
And
will make day
Zeta
3.
Division has
The
found a
issue is
solution to that,
if they do not get first place in their
adding the
group,
meshing to
they
their
face
roster.
Humble
Now
in the
have a coach just
quarterfinals.
there to support them in draft. In scrims leading
If
up
they
to
get
this
day
match,
2, if they get first place here, they face Bounty Hunters, which is a much easier
sometimes. It can also be the
opponents,
reason why,
and
if
they
you
wouldn't
play it
face
a bit too
Humble until
close
the
to sun.
finals.
So, how do you strike that balance? We'll have to see how things fare for Zeta. But one thing for sure, Meshi has got to be cautious.
We want to see Group B now. Bring them out. Only Realm and Zeta Division.
It's time to turn our attention to Group B. And this next match, it feels personal. Two teams who are absolutely drowning in experience. Make some noise for Only Realm and Zeta Division!
The best team of last week versus the best team in history. Only Realm, who won the Brawl Cup tournament, the pre-Brawl Cup tournament, and Zeta Division, the most decorated org in Brawl Stars esports.
One man's revenge arc hangs in the balance here. In Group B, we have a brand new team that are focused all around patchy right now. We've got the finest teams, I think, right now from NA going up against East Asia. And I feel like this one is going to pop off right here on the main stage. You know what? We've got all of this pressure to overcome to go up against a team like Zeta Division, but if any team from NA can do it, it's Only Realm. So I guess time will tell, but like I've said, both of these teams, they just have so much experience here on the main stage. Anything can happen. It's time to kick off this match.
Sands. Bobby.
It's so nice to see these guys out of LAN.
Patchy.
I mean, I guess it's a little less nice than it used to be, because it used to, like, Bobby used to just have to deal with Canadian ping all the time, and he's moving to Dallas for the tournament, for monthly finals now.
And we're heading straight into draft. The hope of NA lasts on Only Realm's shoulders. The pressure is real. Can they figure it out how to deal with all that pressure? We're gonna find out in the next couple of minutes. We're kicking things off on Hideout. Now, Corey, you're an ex-pro player, still content creator, still play the game daily. What do you think? What are we gonna see on Hideout?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Hideout already today, and we saw some pretty interesting stuff with a glowy. I don't think we'll see that this match, but you never know. I'm expecting Gene, Jae Young, some wall breaks potentially, and some dangerous last picks.
I'm hoping for a crow ban. I'm thinking of Sands here. You know, if Sands is going to have a good starting set, or any set for that matter, you've got to ban the crow. He hates that brawler, and in this meta especially, it's just dangerous everywhere. So certainly for me, that's the kind of thing that I want to see. I think for Only Realm as a team as well, what's super interesting to me is how Bobby's got like an average damage. You know, when you average out what the brawlers he plays are, it's pretty normal, pretty level. Whereas Patchy and Sands are about
First pick Mortis. Glad we get to see this. This thing on first pick Mortis on Hideout is scary, man.
I mean, we see a Mortis first pick. This is out of the ordinary for me. However, I think I've seen it a little bit inside of scrims, and this is to kind of put the pressure on Zeta right away. Can they respond to the Mortis pick? Can they find something that counters Mortis while also picking long-range brawlers that do well on this map specifically?
Bell,
So
very good pickup here, even though it's kind of weak into Mortis on paper. The fact, basically with Mortis you play a super defensive blue star comp, and Bell is good into defensive comps.
Come in for that purpose. Now let's see if Zeta Division still snacks up that Kaze, so they also have something to pick up blue star. Mortis, of course, is going to be a tad bit quicker, but
hey, welcome back, Pim.
One of the most picked brawlers from their side is Bell. Now we have it paired with that Jae Young just for the mobility against the Mortis.
I really love that.
Oh, is the unpredictable Bobby? Yep.
And the bell. It's very much taking away from
you Jay into Mortis. You got to play aggro into blue star. And they're not they're really keeping their cards in their hand.
Suzuku and Batman, they picked Jae Young and Brawl together. This is a
So
very solid combo.
you want to play
Very safe
defensive
right
brawlers
now against a lot of
now.
Mortis.
So
However,
stuff like
Phoenix
Charlie,
is
stuff like
positive from the
Gus.
leader, like you said, for that blue
Here's the
star,
Gus.
But you're gonna expect to see Only Realm respond with some range of their own, like Gus right here. And the last pick,
I'm
could
winning
be a lot
this.
of things. They might
I
go
hope they
another
do.
Range brawler just to, say we're gonna match your range, and we're gonna have Mortis for our, special pick.
Now the Gus one is an interesting one to me, as Only Realm has
Crow.
picked him up even once in scrims.
Makes sense. Anti-heal, anti-aggro.
Last pick, an anti-heal brawler makes sense against the Jae Young. Also to slow him down, of course, thanks to that Crow gadget. Interesting brawl from both sides. We're a bit squishy on the left-hand side, as long as the Gus, of course, doesn't have his shield.
The irony there as well of Only Realm being able to snag that Crow, knowing that it wasn't banned, knowing that Sands just can't stand playing into it. It's quite funny to me. Third and final pick coming in now.
Yeah, I mean,
RT, I like it.
Zeta division, it looks like they're just
RT
gonna go
is
for the range brawler.
bugged
They
right
said,
now.
you
However,
have
they
Mortis,
did
but we're not
nerf
scared.
his
always love
super
to see a
damage
good Mortis drop.
to
Let's see if
like
Only Realm
compensate
can
for
pull
the
it off
bug.
and win
It's
this
still
first
like
map
more damage than he
against
should be
Zeta
doing,
division.
but
Ready.
like
What
it's
do you
not
think of
insane
that,
damage
Mortis?
like it was before the emergency nerf.
Pick here. I think even against anti-tank brawlers, he's really hard to bring down on these bounty maps,
Mm-hmm.
especially the hypercharged super bro is just
Good draft from both
There's a lot you can
sides.
work with
I'm
here as
excited
Mortis
to see
because
who
you get that blue
wins.
star, then
I'm
you're able to
excited
get
to
the
see
back
some
lines,
really
deal with
cool
some of these
Mortis
sharpshooters
plays.
who just have really bad capabilities in close range.
All right, let's jump into it. The last time that Bobby took on Stitampo was 2022 MSI. Much has changed since then, but Only Realm are still looking for that international championship.
It's been 4 years since then. After they faced there, Bobby said, you know
Yep.
what?
Crow into the Bell lane. Not good for Crow.
It's been 4 years.
You want
but
Crow
Bobby
on
put
Vijay
your
Young
finger
if possible,
sleeves
but
where
hey,
your mouth
Crow
is and
backing
show us
up for
he's truly
Sands
the
who
better brawler.
It's been unhygienic, really, but I mean, yeah, and you got to turn up, show up. Patchy gets picked up by Batman.
Bobby gets a kill.
Bobby. This gives Only Realm that nice little lead, and they will constantly be looking to pressure
Right,
this
if
Mortis.
say that
Sands
they
is
need
marked
2
up,
kills or
still
they need
comes forward with
Sand.
confidence. He's just gotta be
Sands
careful.
is marked,
Has the blue star.
so they have to be careful.
Waiting as he is marked, waiting for someone to push onto him. It would be much better if he had his super by now, but
Right,
it's fine.
Suzuku
As long
has
as they're
his
able to
super.
trade if he gets taken down, or if he can shove Shetampo into this right corner.
Here comes Sands. He's going to get a kill and then he's going to die. That's honestly fair. And Bobby's gonna not going to kill. Bobby's dead. That was bad play from Bobby.
After the other, Only Realm.
Now Shatampo is the one with the target on his back.
You gotta respect the RT here. He will just drop legs on you and have burst that you frankly cannot account for. Sands wants to come forward, but took a bunch of damage in doing so. Zeta happened to be defensive because look at all the nest eggs that Stitampo's been able to set up on the right-hand side, functionally denying that lane from Only Realm.
Here comes
Sands
Sands.
again, this time going for Stitampo.
Gets the RT hyper out, but I don't think he was going to get the kill anyway.
Suzuku with a hypercharge, it's almost impossible to counter.
At least they don't have to deal with another hypercharge, but they are behind by a significant margin. 7 stars to go and only 10 seconds to get there. Sands with no super. Patchy routes around all the nest eggs on the right side. It's time to push in.
Here comes Sands. Hyper doesn't get one. Bobby gets 2, but that's not enough. I think, though, I think it was mechanical play that ST Only Realm didn't have. I think they lost on mechanics, which means that they can play better.
Midway through the game, I'm sure that's one of the main topics of discussion right now as we head into our next round.
Trigger happy, Only Realm. They had brawlers on low HP that they could go
You
for
see
the
the
kill.
Only Realm cheers, kind of pathetic.
Guided. Suzuku dropped legs. Batman had great defense.
You could Patchy, what are you doing?
It's gonna be the first kill for Batman.
Like, I know your match is hard, but like that doesn't mean you have to die.
Getting brawlers to low HP, but just can't finish off those kills.
Sam's
That's where
dead
healing from
too.
Batman really comes into play. You change these interactions so much. Once Mortis can't kill a brawler in 3 taps, 4 taps, then he's not able to kill him at all.
Sands wants to dash forward in the L shape, but Suzuku is looking dangerous with a super at the ready. It's Batman again with another weekend warrior, and the fidget spinner's not enough to bring the Jae Young down. It's Only Realm fall behind by 7 stars. We still have over a minute of play, but Ready, it feels like this has gotten out of hand.
It has. Only Realm need to play synergistically here. Sans is going in solo, looking for ideal 1v1 matchups, but
Yeah.
it's never a 1v1.
You gotta get Batman and Shatampo. Sans dies again. This is gonna be Zeta with set 1 unless something insane happens with the Mortis. Which, to be fair, that is kind of what Mortis is known for in pro play. 45 seconds.
That's asking for a lot.
Batman using his hyper here. Suzuku's low. Sans is too, they have to back up. Sans! What a play. So Zeta uses 2 hypers and they have 1 death. However, Suzuku, the only person who didn't use his hyper last push, has his hyper now. And I think with the RT having hyper, this game is over. Ooh, big red button? Yeah. Bobby played really well. I think the Crow pick was the issue. I think you got... Maybe like RT was good because it prevents the opponents from picking RT, and it's also a good defense brawler. You can line it into the bell.
But this one looked pretty solid. Pretty hard to
Like what do the what do Zeta go last pick if Rome goes RT instead of Crow?
Yeah, start every round behind that blue star. Able to fight back in. And honestly, put only Rome in a chokehold towards the end of the set. Mortis is terrifying, but into the RT, I don't fancy it.
Yeah, and to the Jae-Young as well. Are you really worried about the amount of damage that Jae-Young can do? Not particularly. Mortis has good sustain once he gets his supers going, but
seems like Sans had delay.
once the interactions are shifted such that
It's like dash rollers. There was like a last update. There was like a they released something with dash brawlers where all dash brawlers had like a little more delay than normal, even on 0 ping. Which is so like yeah, but even then, like pro players should be used to it by now.
Prioritize it and play around it in an entertaining way, but I will say both of the games so far, they did not manage to hold on to that blue star at all, which is half of the battle. When you have Mortis, you are getting that blue star and playing as defensively as possible. They were not able to do that.
Off to Death Cap trap now for our second set.
Yeah, Bobby played amazing that set.
Sort of discussed a little bit briefly on the desk. It is by far the most picked brawler by this Zeta Division squad and is actually one of their go-tos on this particular
Alright, bans.
Sort of clears
Pretty much all anti-tanks. Iron Shade.
But if you're only rolled now, you're thinking
I really like a late pick Lily here. A late pick Kit can also be deadly. Chester, I think, is the only really good anti-tank to open. And surprise, surprise, Batman takes it.
to lock people down. It's just not something either squad wants to deal with. But it also
Now what do only Rome go here?
was valued higher than the Lumi by Zeta Division. They go for that first pick.
Don't want to face a Mortis, basically. Only Realm have last pick. They're just thinking about what is going to be picked last. And you can see a target ban over here also. Just generally good, but a brawler that Sans really spams hard is Shade. So quite shrewd for Zeta Division to get rid of that one.
Do they have to pick Mortis here if you're only Realm?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
So
and into Chester, it's like basically not a winning matchup.
Zeta have a 100% win rate with Mortis and Chester. That duo of brawlers combined. They have won every single set in which they've been able to get both of them over the last week or so in the lead up to this tournament. They have not lost a single set when they've gotten Chester in scrims. It's a little scary. Yeah, you don't pick Mortis.
And we saw the Chester versus Stu matchup on this match, on this map, or last game with Humble versus A0. And it went the way of a Chester, but with Ruffs on Realm's side, things might be a little different. Stu's not someone you want to give the Hyper Ruffs. So, like, you're ideally going Hyper Ruffs for, like, a Lily aggro or, like, a Kit aggro. It's not a terrible option either.
Chester should be also outmatched in any like sort of longer range matchup, so it's going to be nice for refs to play there. There's the
Mortis.
This is what you called out. The combination here.
I'm starting to really like a Lily pick here.
It's not like we have any information that they don't. So, what do they have in store to stay away from Mortis?
Maybe a
Suzuka's
kit would be better.
preemptive reaction to
I'm
this.
trying to decide between Lily Kit and just thinking of like other aggros that I may be forgetting.
Otis, maybe?
Like you're definitely not going to tank if your aggro is going to be an assassin.
This only realm squad.
Penny,
Yeah,
I don't like the Penny pick
to
here.
be picked up here, obviously something that's going to deny the sandbags pretty effectively, and honestly just be a real nuisance once that cannon starts to lock on.
Just need some like better anti-tank into Mortis, honestly. They could go aggro themselves, something to get into the back lines. That Penny turret is going to be quite troublesome. I don't look at a winning matchup for Colonel Ruffs here either, because you run bags here and Penny's going to pierce right through them like it's no problem at all. So you're missing a lot of stuff. Trunk, you're going for an aggro but high HP last selection. It's going to be able to get over to the enemy side also with that radius of attack. You will be able to fire through walls, hit the crit spot also, should be able to take down the turret in just a couple of shots. So I see the method here. I am not so confident in their ability to keep those backlines alive into the Mortis, however.
Now, Zeta Division got off to a great start in East Asia this year, winning that first monthly final, and I think Ark pointed it out, their performances, their placings.
Man, I love to see Trunk.
Could also be a sign of the region itself.
Trunk. I've played the Trunk versus Chester matchup against semi-pros. It's not fun. However, it's not like completely losing for Trunk. I want to see some good Trunk gaming from Bobby. Wait, Bobby's on Trunk? Okay. If this is completely fine from Trunk, feeding Penny turret is like not ideal, but as I said, completely fine. You have Trunk Super. Trunk Super is the best super on this game map. Now that second death is not ideal, especially because you wasted super. Trunk has a second super already.
To help him win that 1v2 could be all that's required. To get another super used.
Penny has a hyper already. The question is this the game plan? Is this just a give Bobby hyper plan? Hey, welcome chat, how are you?
Hypercharge for Bobby could shift things up, however, Zeta Division with their turret placed over here leaves it pretty vulnerable to Bobby. He's going to attempt to push in, and despite getting pinched quite hard,
Bobby's missing the circle. That's kind of bad. But Bobby's going to have hyper super now. Here comes Suzuku. Suzuku's dead. Bobby has hyper super. Unless Batman gets exactly stun or gets a perfectly timed bomb, Chester can't do anything against Trunk. Batman has hyper. Bobby, here he comes. Yep, that's the Trunk hyper. And with Sands trading for Suzuku, here comes Bobby. Suzuku looking for an angle. There isn't one. Oh! There was an angle, actually. I did not properly judge Suzuku's Mortis. But yeah, Bobby was losing the entire game, but losing got him hyper, which allowed him to win. That's Trunk gaming for you. Here comes Bobby just rushing this Trunk. Rushing this Mortis on Trunk. Early super. This is a better start for only Rome.
Trunk is someone who makes use of those raw stats from the hypercharge better than
Wasted super from Bobby.
the damage over time that the ants deal that got those gems dropped at the end of that last round. You've got to watch out for that Trunk hyper.
Notice how much more passive Bobby is playing now that he lost it. Oh, and Suzuku gets the kill on Sands. Bobby's trying to pinch Suzuku. Doesn't do a good job of it.
Suzuku had 2 gems and didn't even care about getting out of there. He just wanted more kills. Keep only Realm back as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, Suzuku's playing like he has 0 gems because he knows he's going to die eventually.
Circle behind. Gonna do it again this time, going for Batman, who had the Jawbreaker ready. Sands at mid has basically nothing to play for. Now Patchy joining forces will make this a
Batman has hyper.
Closer. Here's a hypercharge for Sands.
We're giving hyper to Patchy. No one has super. Bobby.
than just
Gets the
having
hyper out for
huge
Chester, but
erection
that's
for Suzuku as he gets
now
to
it's
the double
countdown.
team wipe, and Xenovision run away with 10 gems.
Yeah, not a particularly close game at all now. Shitampa's able to use that hypercharge.
Bobby doesn't have super yet. This is a problem. Here, Bobby has it now. They're gonna kill Shitampo here. That's just gonna be a reset. The Suzuku did pick up gems. Batman had pop rocks. But here comes Bobby. They're trying to stay alive. Batman gets tapped, and Bobby gets a few of the gems. But we have Bobby as the gem carrier. Suzuku, good pressure, able to force Bobby away long enough to get gen number 10. But there's 8 that Realm has because of a 2 that Suzuku dropped like a minute and a half ago. Oh no, this is Zeta.
As many as he can, but he knows it's over. It's game 2 to today's Zeta Division and a tight upset.
Zeta Division bounce back, and frankly, the game plan really looks like he's executed somewhat flawlessly.
Yeah.
Chester dominating in the mid-range.
They figured out how to play against the trunk. And also, Bobby's been missing supers.
And Bobby was constantly kited by the rest of Zeta.
Look at this as Suzuku
You gotta be hitting more supers if you're Bobby.
Wasn't able to do it, got hit by the crit in the midst of all of that, but with Bobby being such a huge pool of HP,
Here comes Bobby.
Tons of free supercharge for more.
Good super from Bobby.
Extremely aggressive. He doesn't even mind getting taken down there because he's got his super. That's exactly what they want. And look at Patchy pushing up aggressively.
Alright, they give the treat to Badgie. As Bobby chases down Suzuku, he's gonna get some supercharge here.
Just an opportunity for Bobby to get some hypercharge for himself. As Suzuku, I think, used just his first super there, so he's about halfway to getting a hypercharge of his own, which we know is a game changer for Mortis.
Sands has to take a big risk here going after that turret. Is going to be taken down as a result. Shitampo with a salty barrel deployment, and there's Suzuku ready to clap Bobby. But Patchy, he picked up 6 gems amidst all that chaos and takes him to a safe part of the map.
Patchy's been a significant contributor in terms of control.
Sands gets the trade on Suzuku. Well played to Sands. Bobby is going to be close to super based on how aggro he's playing, or not. Guess he's not close to super. Well, he is now. Sands giving hyper to Patchy. Bobby's looking for an angle for him to hyper super.
Hyper aggro. We don't know what super Batman has either. Seems like Bobby is just a jawbreaker magnet. Every single time he pushes forward, there's a stun awaiting him on the other side. So he's been hesitant to use it so far, but it's about to be go time.
Bobby knows he's got a
Here comes Bobby. It is Jawbreaker. But putting the gems on the Mortis is good for Realm, because now Zeta cannot go aggro.
Here comes Suzuku yet again. Yet another turret also deployed.
And Bobby going super aggro, making space, trying to get Patchy his 10th gem.
Suzuku, battered and bruised, move over towards the right side alongside Batman. It's countdown for only Realm, but they cannot retreat just yet. Now they can. They have 11, but they gotta stay away from Suzuku.
The beautiful trunk play from Bobby. Bobby, I forgive you for your mistakes in game 2.
This is gonna be a tied match.
And you'll have to see it. The last pick trunk in the hands of Bobby. Knock some serious heads together. There has to be an answer.
10? Yep. I know my stuff.
Zeta Division has served up an L while using that nasty 1-2 punch. That no mouths were harmed in the filming of those thumb slips.
It's not in anyone's mouth at the moment, but yo, the gloves are off, but you know, the gaming equivalent, the tablet gaming equivalent, the finger sleeves are off, and it's one of those where on stage, it feels almost uncharacteristic of Zeta Division to go like, okay, it's the finger sleeves that are the problem. Let me take these off because something's not working, something that isn't conveniently already in their head to fix in terms of composition.
Feels like last year in those World Finals, Bobby and his team limped into that tournament. And you could tell they weren't feeling confident about the result. They made it there, and that in itself was kind of an achievement they were satisfied with. Here, though, it's grim determination. Their jaws are set. They've really stepped up in
I'm proud of the Trunk Gaming.
Very competitive this year. These guys have been pressured by a lot of these younger squads coming up. Great to see them here look competitive in this series as well. Shitampo and Batman vomiting damage over the course of this set, but you've got to hand it to Only Realm.
The trunk
Penny
disruption,
having more
and
DPS than a
Patchy's
Chester
ability to
is
snap
kind
up
of
those gems.
insane.
The utility offered by the Ruffs gets them the dub.
I was incredibly impressed by how consistent Patchy was throughout this. Even in game number 2, which they lost, Patchy stayed alive for so long, peppering the enemy with shots while, you know, they stayed relatively healthy. He was getting them ticked down on HP just enough for a potential snag of those gems at the end of the game. Bobby, of course, came in with a trunk super and couldn't quite escape and save the game there. But that is the sort of mentality that they're coming at this with. These are the sort of mechanics that Only Realm boast. Are they a real competitor?
Yeah, I disagree. I think both of these teams know they're guaranteed day 3. Day 3 is going to be the best opportunity for them to prove themselves. However, just because they're guaranteed day 3 doesn't mean that they're taking it easy because, well, you don't want to face Humble in the first round.
We're going to have a Pierce locked in straight away here on Gold Arm Gulch.
Yep, first pick Pierce.
High priority brawler.
You just got to take him, basically. He's the best sniper.
Yeah, best brawler on this map.
With him. You can try and get aggro on him, and then what's going to happen? Well, he's going to swap gadgets, and he'll blast you away. Does it cost him in ammo? Sure, but it costs you your life on a mode like Knockout, where you cannot sacrifice yourself unless it's going to be for a trade, and even then it gets a little messy. On the 2-3 turn, how do you respond to Pierce? A lot of times you don't, actually. You're just sort of marching to the beat of your own drum, and you're willing to let this very powerful brawler go the other way. A brawler that has, in the past, been worthy of global bans even.
Yeah, this Pierce, by the way, is actually more of a takeaway pick from Zeta Division. It's not one that we've seen Only Realm play that much in the last couple of weeks in preparation. When they have, I mean, it's been like a 30% win rate for them, but they know it's powerful. They also know that Zeta Division love to play this brawl.
You mean
most picked.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Hasn't had a great, win rate in a lot of their
I like
sets.
RTA.
One sneaky ban
I
that
don't
really
love
matters
it, but I think it's a good pickup.
Banning that one away. I mean, Zeta Division have like some of their best scrim results with that in the lineup, so don't want to deal with that. And Ruff's already starting to add some depth here to this Only Realm comp.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not something that I would really be worried about Zeta Division playing, because a lot of times you want to run Bags here, and Bags are just like terrible against Pierce. If he uses his super, then it dispenses projectiles for every single one of those sandbags. So your team is just going to get hammered, but it will prevent any shots from the gene pull. RT shots are
that's a weird pickup.
So it's another useful thing to have on your side. Final thing here for Only Realm. I think Pierce is a good enough hypercharge brawler.
This is such a weird comp.
Very interesting. You have solid DPS. Also, this just oozes confidence in this brawler. Now, compared to how he has been in the past, Colt is pretty skillful, but he basically spams shots now. You have infinite ammo as this brawler. Also, one that Sansa is very good at.
And that move speed as well is insane.
I'm looking forward to Sansa's skill expression on this brawler, but I think that there's still room for Zeta Division to go for something creative. They don't. They just say, okay, cool, we can play long range too. We'll outrange the Colt.
Yep, they have range and they have wall break inside the Colt. Not that they're necessarily going to be excited about doing that against a Pierce, but still pretty well-rounded setup here for Zeta Division. Like we mentioned coming in, that was the one area.
This is a weird draft from Only Realm.
They've got world championship players.
Let's see how it turns out for them.
So in Messi, so these guys definitely feel like they are well positioned to make that run and continue to put East Asia on the map. But it's a tight series, folks, heading into Gold.
They're going right side.
Interesting. Heavy stack on the right side. It is always a prediction game. Whoa! Early takedown for Shnetampo.
Pierce Ruffs is really good synergy, but like Ruffs is not good at knockouting. Case in point, he's already dead.
Supers of their own. Shnetampo has one for a kill confirm or even some map break, but I feel like they've basically accepted this is going to happen anyway, and that they lose in the sharpshooter matchup, so they'd probably rather the wall stay up for now. Instead, just breaking these typical entry points for Only Realm into the side lanes so that they can't be caught off guard.
Yeah, already 2 supers built up by Zeta Division in that one little elimination encounter. That's actually crazy. And now it's a matter of denying that from Only Realm. Do not give Bobby and Super, and the Colt, of course, and Patchy any of any of their supercharge.
Haven't seen much wall break either from Colt. Looks like he's planning on doing it just with his supers. How often?
They're smoking now.
Walk all the way to the enemy side.
This is really me? Yeah, this is me.
Very
Hi.
Okay, Only Realm. Reset. Go left side this time, and it's good. They'll get the west side of the arena while Zeta Division has the east. And Zeta Division still have that utility from last round. Shitetampo could look for a bunch of damage with the use of his super, but probably going to be reserved for his kill.
Bobby here being denied damage on this diagonal as Batman is trying to scout that bush and make sure.
Only realm, they're playing a lot better this round.
Be pretty important unless it is stymied by Sands.
Batman has pull now.
Magic Puffs will keep Zeta Division fighting.
It's probably going to win them a round in which wins them the game.
In that end game, it's going to be only realm that have to make the move here.
Okay.
Because they're PS Super, so walls don't necessarily make you safe, but outside of that, to start to find some pressure.
Only Realm also know that they can just play for the end game because you have a radius, it's a circle, and
Subscriber,
everything's
yeah.
in towards the center.
Thank you for being here.
He also could be getting close to his hypercharge. I mean, he's gotten quite a bit of damage since he first got that super.
Are we going to use the pure super here is the question.
Both hypercharged up, just gonna have no super, no nothing. Could be a pull, no nothing from Batman either.
And they force the American squad to play from the south into a number of small chunks.
Okay, I missed the end, dang it.
Just died of gene damage.
Just trickled to death. Same setup as...
But yeah, the mic should be better now.
Game number one, it's east versus west. This time, however, the wall break comes out instantly from Shitetampo.
Stop
They're not
sulking.
really interested in playing around these walls anymore. It would be very favorable for Patchy, and they don't want to feed hypercharges to him because those are
Stop talking. No, that's not it. I've dealt with this before. What was that? I don't know. Like every once in a while, my headphones do that for no reason. I have to unplug and replug my headphones.
He's feeling burn as a result of that. His incendiary fields also zoning him further back, so he cannot close the gap.
Still waiting for these pokes. It is just the preview, the lead up to what is going to happen in the final moments. The classic diagonal play that so often manifests on Goldarn Gulch, where everyone farms their utility. It is the prep phase, but it's about to be the execute. Sands from the top side, ready to press things down.
Sands, he's taking damage.
Gets tapped by the magic puffs.
They get a trade. Sands, honestly, even that play, he survived long enough for it to be a good play.
Members remaining take round one.
See how dangerous it is in those situations.
Yeah, because he took away so much ammo from the rest of the team.
Hits a shot, drinks a bottle, just vomiting those shots across the map. And has built that super, which is going to matter once more as the gas starts to close. Only Realm don't really want to make the play until late in the round where they can get their cult in a position to actually...
Batman has pull, misses Sands.
Sands straight lining upwards. You're not going to fake him out. Batman expected him to back dodge, which is why I think he auto-aimed that pull. Now Sands on the top side still alive. He has been so slimy on the lane. He's rotating downwards now. I guess he just really wants to take Batman here, knows that he can dodge some of those shots and get his super as a result. Bobby Patchy also dropped to about half HP. Will have to retreat onto the right side. Sands has a super.
So
Sands trying to dodge, doesn't get it.
Fires inside of the incendiary from Brock. 2 members remaining for Zeta Division earn them round number 2. Just one away from taking this set.
Could be it right here. Set hangs in the balance. Only Realm have to assert themselves now, or it might just be too late. Signal Storm clearing out some of these walls. And, yeah.
Sands, beautiful. That's going to win only round this game. And thank you, Vinny1, for the subscription. Oh, no. Bobby has hyper. This should still be a win for only Realm.
around the edge.
Is Patchy gonna go for the kill here? He's not, but they're going to pressure him.
2 versus 2. Bobby has to be just on the cusp of getting his super. Doesn't want to risk being that hypercharge to Suzuku, just playing this nice and slow.
There it goes.
Batman's a dead man. It's 2 versus 1. Suzuku, the last remaining. If he can get his hypercharge, there is a real fighting chance.
No, this is game over. Even if RT gets hyper, and that's why.
He'll drop legs, take some shots, move up. Bobby marks, but not enough.
Sans winning the game for only Realm there.
We knew it was going to be a close
And
match.
server best
I didn't
mine
know it
can.
was gonna be this
Well,
close.
thank you.
1-1 here in set number 3. We're going to set number 4 guaranteed, but who will have the advantage? I think Bobby wants to take more than one set off of Shetampo at a mid-season event. This would be the time to do it.
Yeah, it's really weird to see them going all right, but I can see the idea behind it of like you want a closer range fight of our only Realm.
Like Bobby's back in 2023.
Same layout as last time. Only Realm on the bottom left of the diagonal. Zeta Division same on the top right. Now Zeta Division did get their utility farmed up earlier on in the round. In the last game, we'll see if that repeats itself. Also different priority on wall break. They go for bush break, basically on the bottom left with Shetampo. He's keeping that wall at the top center open, and Patchy has also opted to go towards the bottom as well. Just feels confident into this matchup versus Batman.
Batman wants to scout the bushes here, expecting only Realm to give up some of that ground, but can't overextend.
Bobby's just trying to get some charge. Pure supers are still too strong, even with the damage nerf.
Drive time now.
Bobby thinking about supering. This is a good super shot. It's 2. And that's going to be enough. 1 round away from winning the set.
For only Realm, 1 more to take the leg up on Zeta Division.
I think it's pretty clear that without an RT hypercharge, Zeta Division do not win in that endgame scenario. No. They need to find a magic hand connection before we get to that point. They have
Batman looking for someone.
in terms of a rocket rain as the gas closes in, but I don't
Oh, they get Bobby.
Bobby, no chance to make
Sans gets a trade. This is still favored to Shetampo and Suzuku. However, if Patchy does want to give Sans hyper, Sans can outskill, but nope.
But solo and isolated on the left side, Sans will fall. Patchy has a hypercharge. He'd be well advised to.
Patchy just trying to die to smoke, which hasn't spawned yet. Feed Shetampo hyper.
Shetampo will be very useful for him, but here it comes. Early game break open.
They give hyper to.
He is running field promotion.
They give the hyper to Bobby.
So close to a game-winning ability. Sans also straight line.
Here comes the hyper. It hits 2. And that's it. Only Realm. 2-1. They only need to win 1 more game. 1 more set, sorry. You can also go Sprout into Pierce. Yeah, but not into Colt Ruffs. Not into Colt Ruffs.
Ruffs is so crucial in feeding that and deterministically giving you that hypercharge on demand. The sandbags are great against this comp. Blocks out a lot of this damage. And you said you were looking forward to seeing that skill expression from the Colt. I think we got it. And we got
Yeah, Sans played really well.
Sans is such a good Colt, man.
Yeah, Pierce is just too broken.
On the movement, it's exactly the pairing that you
like, he needs damage nerfs.
So quick when there's a requirement, but you see he's still staying cool under pressure. I think Patchy is particularly happy to be in a winning position here, though, because we have been counting, and I think Patchy has internally been counting as well. You saw what he posted as well. Everywhere I go, I see his face. It's the Zeta Division logo on the side of the building.
He's never beat them, right?
Exactly. Despite the org fielding numerous different rosters from separate regions over the years, he has an 0-5 record against this org.
Patchy had to play them twice at last year's Brawl Cup as well.
And lost both times.
So, looking for his first win against this or any permutation of this Zeta Division team. And Bobby's looking for his first win against
Sneaky Fields.
Literal world champion. Dangerous. certainly, but the tides have shifted a little bit. And NA is finally on the come up. Can they close
All right,
out
let's
the series?
see the
We'll find
Sneaky
out
Fields
potentially
draft.
as we head over to Sneaky Fields.
Does they?
Different dynamic here, much more prioritization on that close range combat than you would see on mid-range and long range as we did on some of the other maps. We saw, of course, Deathcap Trap.
Did Zeta fall off? Kind of. Only Realm is very good right now. That's the biggest difference.
Will Sands finally get his shade? I certainly hope he's offered the chance. I think Shitampa would also be chomping at the bit, you know, just wants the chance to play a...
I don't think this is definitely not the strongest Zeta team. Shitampo doesn't have the right supporting cast this year, in my opinion. First pick Sandy is interesting.
When he finished top 2 in the world. Give me the Sandy.
Sandy obviously really powerful on this map. He is limited by short range, but stopping power in that Sweet Dreams gadget and also a hypercharge that gives your team that...
Hoping to see more Tensai Max. Max isn't good right now, unfortunately.
Opponents are being revealed constantly because you're obviously taking root saves.
Which is like
now your ability to charge up the map and have that extra...
Like, I'll be surprised. Like, if we see it more than once, I'll be surprised. Once, not surprised. Because, like, there are some, like, super weird situations where you can play Max.
Yeah, Nita being banned out, I think, opens up the bull in a huge way because this is basically the natural reaction to a bull pick. And you don't want to pick it too early.
Sandy into Chester into Sandy. I like that.
Play to throw her into, so I think this is a nice one for Only Rim. Also, picking up the Sandy early on makes it more difficult to pick a Mortis.
And the Mo.
The Chester has already been acquired, so that Mortis is still possibly waiting in the wings.
Very good draft so far from Zeta. I've been impressed, actually, by their drafts.
Let's face it, that's a gadget you're always running, as Sandy is Sweet Dreams. So, I still think this is a possibility for Zeta Division to run here. Now, Mo, as a brawler, is going to be fantastic for getting some assassinations for a brawler that's playing mid. I think Sandy is also possible to play mid, but isn't a great matchup into Chester. I'm looking more at the goal-scoring potential of this brawler. You super forward, you self-pass, then you have a super ready for you.
Otis, that's going to be the mid. Everyone's only going tank counter so far. Are we going to see an actual tank? Comfort pick can make it good on shooting. It's not good on Shooting Star. If we're going to see it anywhere, we're going to see it on Hideout. Or, like, as a last pick in Brawl Ball.
Pretty commonly, and it's like a mainstay of a lot of these Only Realm compositions. But there's a couple different directions.
Yeah, Otis, Loki kind of needs a nerf. Oh, they're picking Trunk? Trunk Gaming? Trunk Gaming, Trunk Gaming, Trunk.
So it's possible that, Only Realm was saying, the ball's open, you guys can take it.
Yeah, you could.
I love this pick with Sandy. I think it's a little scary, but...
Mute you, stun you in some shape or form. It has been completely offered up. With the Nita out of play, it is a huge possibility for Zeta Division. And it would also break some of these walls.
Rico's not it. That's a bad pick. Only Realm are winning.
I think that Trunk can surpass his usual
Only Realm. GG's to Only Realm. Congrats on making it today too.
Always looking for. And insane amounts of durability. We already saw what Bobby was able to do with it on Deathcap Trap earlier. That was picked up mostly to deal with those turrets behind many of these walls, but was great at being disruptive, diving that backline and securing that player advantage.
You want a max meta? Honestly, me too. It's been too long.
Into those, 1vx scenarios, those side lanes. Let's see how this all pans out, though, folks. Sneaky Field starts.
I honestly think Max is only like one buff away from being meta again. Give her more health, give her more damage. Either would work. Here comes Bobby. Gets a kill. Good kill. But the problem is, if Zeta makes it to overtime, Only Realm win. Oh. Technical difficulties.
We're probably going to have this game rolled back.
Technical difficulties, unfortunately. Max is one of your favorite. Yeah. NA is looking really good this year. Only Realm are obviously like the highlights of NA, but Tribe is very good, and Team Electros is also incredible. I'm disappointed we don't get to see them at LAN.
I'm sure he wants to be reminded to take note.
All of like the best Prodigy, all the best rookies missed. Like Team Electros missed and Guesty missed.
Missed a Sandy gadget. Maybe that's why Sands slammed his desk and everything fell off of it. That's why we're calling this pause. But obviously that's a composition that is really very powerful in terms of Sandy, Otis, brawlers you've got in there, and then you can start throwing the trunk at your opponents.
Yeah, I think it could also be a preemptive thing into the Mortis. We watched the Mortis versus Trunk.
I'm very confused about the Rico pick. Like, the thought process could be like we win in overtime, but like,
playing for as Mortis, as with any brawler, it's
I don't like it. You need Max buffies. Honestly, I don't think Max needs buffies right now. Like, I would like a rework to her second gadget, Sneaky Sneakers or whatever. But like that's not really what she needs. But like she does not need buffies right now. Like she has a very defined role, and she does it quite well. The issue is that she doesn't do enough outside of her role.
Really good brawl stars. And I also think that like both teams have done their homework. Right, a lot of the bans from Only Realm have been very.
You don't like the Only Realm shirt? I think it. Yeah, I think there's a little too much like clutter on the design. Like for jerseys, I prefer simpler designs more than cluttered ones. Like a lot of the World Cup jerseys that I've seen look so good. And obviously that's like a level of production that's like 7 levels of production higher than what these guys get.
Showing up youngsters that had actually sort of hit the
but
scene
still
and started to look like they were going to rule it. Even Zeus Esports, right, who were Zeus at the time, and then God knows what they changed their name to. Just these guys that never really found the spotlight before were starting to contest the old dogs. We weren't even talking about Tribe Gaming at some points.
Yeah. It's funny how like Tribe is so forgotten nowadays.
Now, Tribe and Only Realm have sent their representatives here to once again take on the world.
It feels kind of interesting, a Tribe roster in the top 2, Bobby's team in the top 2. Take me back to 2022 and 2023. This is the last era in which Bobby and Sands were so profitable at the top of the reach, and also Patchy scraping the world finals on numerous occasions with different rosters with Luminosity. And this is a return to form for them by the looks of things. But for different reasons. We watched Bobby profit in an era where he was incredibly cracked at the game. Now he's not the one stealing the show mechanically. He's really just gathered the wisdom and the ability to draft as the game has matured and as he has matured with it.
Yeah, and often, drafting himself as a centerpiece player on a centerpiece brawler, frankly, that's kind of from Sands. Patchy on certain picks, right? Apache Stew is kind of legendary.
Yes.
Probably the one known to pick up the sharpshooter, though.
Oh, you're lucky you live in USA. World Cup matches. No, the
World
World Cup match.
We saw him show us already on
that should, if that's right, then that's like really poor planning on the count of FIFA. Because like they should have matches at times that are reasonable for USA and reasonable for the locals. Say for the nations that their team is supporting, because that's just good TV practice. Like if you schedule the matches at the, but I guess if most matches for you are going to be when you're asleep, yeah, that European probably.
Far more regularity, I think, than his compatriots in that category.
But it's in the name. His hypercharge is ridiculously strong. It feels like he just does so
much. I would have loved to have gone to a match this summer, but it's just like, no, I'm not going to pay $2 million to watch Haiti versus Scotland.
Do I become even more viable at close range by being able to blast things away? But it is all the typical stuff here in Brawl Stars as we resume set number 4 here on Sneaky Fields.
Here comes Bobby. There goes Bobby. Bobby got enough supercharge though. The problem is they're going to lose mid with this team wipe. They can't score because Bobby died so early, but Bobby has to prevent a spawn trap. Bobby getting enough space in that Sands can grab the ball and corner it. But Zeta is in a very comfortable. Oh, Chester got pop rocks. That's rough.
Camp out long enough to get their supers and hypercharges and win based off of that.
Yeah.
You see what Bobby has to do? He really has no choice but to dive on this Rico.
Oh wow, well played from Vamo.
Really nice drafting. And so far the
execution
has been above reproach.
Well, here comes the Sandy Super. It's going to expose all these bushes and allow only Realm in. Zeta Vision have to fall back. As a result, that's going to be the stun one. More on the Shitampa will take
Bobby, they're going to zone out Zeta, and Realm is going to respond with the goal of their own. And Trunk has hyper. Chester has hyper. Rico has hyper. But Trunk hyper is the scariest one out of all of those. Here comes Rico. Here comes Chester. Gets a double kill. Mo gets hyper. That's game. You're going to sleep early, set an alarm for 1 a.m. to watch?
Just out of their grasp.
That's going to be rough for you.
As well, you saw Trunk super forward. He really wanted to clear that ball first, but maybe he was out of ammo or something. And
another thing to do is just record it and then watch it when you wake up.
So teeny tiny misplays will end up giving so much value to Zeta Vision, as talented as they are. Here comes the early game interaction once again.
Here comes Bobby. This is a much better start for Realm.
Rotates over towards the left. They don't have enough firepower at mid to keep a hold on this. Patch will at least try to get some damage, maybe get a kill, but Suzuki's not going to give this to him for free. Instead looks to stagger his respawn.
Yeah.
Patchy's been tapping though.
Both comps are incredibly scary. Sandy Hyper is basically a guaranteed go. Mo Hyper and Chester Hyper are basically guaranteed goals. Bobby's Hyper is a guaranteed kill, which can stop a goal or can cause a goal. But yet, Sand's good defense. Here comes a Chester Hyper already. Less than a minute in the game, and he has a Chester Hyper. And that's going to be enough for Zeta to score.
What was the order of that hyper charge? Patchy decided not to use it, but he could have actually saved the goal if he used it.
Zeta Division have learned they don't just give up this space just because there's
Here
a
comes
Sandy
Bobby.
Super in play. Bobby knows how to come forward with that super.
Bobby, that's a goal. He didn't trust himself. Pass to Patchy. Bobby didn't trust himself. Oh no. Life feels different. It is different. Because everyone's at 0 ping.
Complete misplay from Only Realm. Bobby didn't want to risk tossing that ball in. Gave the tip off
Bobby
to
didn't trust him.
didn't get the kill.
The thing is, if Satampo catches the ball, Bobby at least gets damage on him. And I think that's why he should have shot. Now Zeta are going to take this game.
It's going to be difficult for Only Realm to access it. They got actually quite a bit of time to work with here, and some utility too.
How do they dig this out? They've got to go there in person, which means
Yeah, you gotta use the Trunk Hyper. You gotta Sandy Super Trunk Hyper is pretty much how you do this. But Sandy said Bobby uses his super when his teammates are dead. He doesn't hit anyone with the super. He wastes another super.
Oh boy, 24 seconds left. Only Realm no closer to scooping the ball out of the top.
And this is going to be set 5.
They're walking in a straight line, pushing the buttons. Zeta Division have 15 seconds to pretty much not screw up because Only Realm have accepted defeat. They know that they're going to set number 5. They'll still walk in a straight line. Sands moving forward, auto aiming.
This what a throw from Only Realm.
Already knows the way that this one's gonna go. 2 and 2. It's a win.
Varico, I was doubting it. But like it kind of became obvious at the set go by. This team wanted to play the spawn trap and win slowly after taking mid.
The best out of North America and some of the most legendary individuals of Brawl Stars history infused with this younger talent in terms of Batman, right? But Shitampo still on the stage, still commanding attention, still putting his team.
You like to play with 0 ping for once? Yeah, it would be nice. Go to Berlin if you want to play with 0 ping.
Only Realm to capitalize on, but there's a number of glaring errors that plague the gameplay.
Misplays, really. I think that like maybe the brief delay took their heads out of the game, but Zeta Vision were looking really, really.
But even then, like if you're in Berlin, you still have like 10 ping. These guys are plugged into, literally plugged into private servers. They have as close to 0 ping as you can possibly get.
Defense from them, they played that perfectly. I think really, even if your opponent is making mistakes, you have to be on top of your game. Look how pitiful it was. Like genuinely pitiful. But you have Rico and
Okay, the graphic is wrong because Bobby got a goal.
I'm looking at Sands on the Sandy and Bobby on
Or Patchy got a goal, I think.
chances, however, to score a goal. I really think he could have slipped one past Stetampo as he was defending, and there was not enough damage from Patchy to take him down, which I think Patchy was fully capable of getting that kill on Stetampo as he was standing at the goal and screwed it up, basically. Not a whole lot of tolerance room for mistakes, but at least they afforded themselves a lead in set number 4, so they get the privilege of going to set number 5 to try and do it right this time.
Yep.
Open business. Let's talk draft straight
First pick Lumi. Oh no, that's scary.
Space between some of these dispersed walls. But Stu and Finks are great.
Finks still
We are getting some very
are reasonable answers. But this map is super aggro, and I don't know if Finks Stu is enough DPS.
As a first selection, they left it wide open, just got rid of other stuff that they didn't want to play into because really, tell me, how high of a priority do
you think Frankfurt is okay?
For a first pick? A lot of times you pick it up on the 2.
That would make more sense, actually.
So, look, they'll get this out of the way. They don't want to be dealing with hypercharge spam, basically. But they have totally left the Lumi open because they had a plan for it. Finks is a phenomenal
Mina, I like that.
Also, when he's able to slow down those shots from Lumi, it's going to be even
I want to see another aggro here or a tank counter.
Right now is that she has higher projectile speed. Well, when her
Which is, I guess, every viable brawler on this map, pretty much.
Just do a bunch more damage in general. I like the Finks idea as a response.
Now,
You think it's really good? That's nice.
and Nita are both open here for Only Realm. They get to see all of Open Business's composition. So they can try and draft.
Ooh, Kenji.
It's going to be the Kenji taken away, though, by Zeta Division.
I mean, it's fine, but I think there were better picks.
Couple of weeks in scrims. Also, Hank started to make a resurgence on this map. He started to pop back up. It's been pretty funny, and no pun intended, of course.
Yeah. You have survivability with Hank for sure. You can, fire through walls. That's helpful. You have a pretty wide shot that's basically impossible to dodge as long as you're in range.
Shade.
Here we go. Finally happening.
I love that pick.
But they had to take their time to make sure that they were absolutely certain.
I love that
of
pick.
this brawler. You see a lot of times.
Because you brought up, you face. I beat Luffy on ladder recently.
He is a mechanical executor. Patchy and Bobby, stable, high-performance players and drafters for the squad. Everyone's role on this team is well defined. It's such a well-rounded squad. That is why they're number 1 in North America right now. I think they have just the draft that they wanted.
They have not played Shade, Only Realm, in the last couple of weeks. At all.
That's why. Because they're concealing it.
They might have been
That's how they snuck it through.
Here we go. Off to the
Comes
races.
Patchy laning the Kenji. You would normally want the shade on a brawler like Kenji so that he can get his first super.
And this leaves Sands right now all alone.
That's fine for Sands. He knows that he's going to be, kept a wide distance from as much as possible. That's why he's rotating over towards Suzuki because he knows Suzuki wants
Sands trying to get that.
Looking at Sands, will he get the second long slap? No.
Sands still doesn't have super, and Zeta has half his own. This is going to be a win for Zeta. Because, yes, Only Realm will retake the zone at least once. However, Lumi Hyper is going to be in play this game. Sands, they'll need to win the next 2 games. Sands wastes super! He spent the entire game trying to get it, and then he just throws it away. Oh no.
At this point, and you see they are completely idle. I think it's quite
All right.
reflective of how Only Realm react to adversity. Sometimes you saw them at the end of set number 4. They were walking in a straight line for a total of 30 seconds. And it's starting to set in now. Mentality has tanked. They're at match point.
Oh, no.
Moments ago, they only needed 1 set to succeed. The same goes for now, but now there's no wiggle room. There's no room for error. You can't lose.
You need to have the shade as close to the Kenji as possible, I think.
Need to see what the Shade is supposed to do here. Sands spent much of the round just looking on as his teammates got eviscerated. And he spent
But,
zero
the
time.
really good thing about Kenji in competitive is that he can swap lanes so fast. Look at the Suzuki compared to Sands. Whenever Sands goes anywhere, Suzuki is not there.
Bobby took the lanes as Bobby circles all the way behind. Patchy's trying to catch out some enemies and pinch them. It's not going so well though because he just doesn't have damage. We'll push forward and attempt to get some more on Batman.
This is the issue with Shade.
Really going nowhere. Bobby taken down by the super from Batman.
And it's the exact same position as last game.
Once again, I'm getting some deja vu. 1% for Only Realm and a whole big lead for Zeta.
Zeta Division have screamed a couple times this week with the Shade, and they've won 0 of those games. They've not found success. Sands here is just milling around this left side of the map, not really much to do.
Here comes Vachi trying to create space for Sands. Sands is dead. This is going to be Zeta beating Only Realm.
Inside the Slashimi and Zeta Division, they outlast Only
Only Realm in this series get to the last set, and the Clown Pins. Are you kidding?
Clown pins? Oh no. That's honestly fair. Honestly fair to use the clown pins there.
As they get steamrolled by Zeta Division.
Regional revenge for Shetampo.
Don't even show the stats, bro.
Oh man, yeah, because we already know it's gonna be.
That's wow.
Only Realm.
I liked the shade I thought. But it's just like the difference between pro play and elite play of like the shade will get supers in elite play, but not in pro play apparently.
Here, of course, Barney's a big fan of this part of the show. I tell you what.
Alright, MVP. Battleman. That's who I'm gonna give it to.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an incredible comeback right there. That was some impressive work.
Hey, you're gonna get enough predictions right to get enough
We'll
points.
talk about preparation a little bit. What's been your focus of improvement leading into the Brawl Cup?
You don't. Yeah, I think it will be exciting as a fan of the game, but like as a fan of those teams, like just Humble just destroys them.
So yeah, we practiced quite a lot, but the quality of the practice was not really good, like the level was not good. So that's what we practice, right, boys?
Nice. Okay, and the man with the shades over to the right of us right now, Batman, the latest addition to the squad. What's he bringing in terms of strength, and how is he fitting into the team?
なんかこのシーズンの前に新しい選手バットマン選手が所属されましたけれども、あの人はどうやってチームの中に収まって、そしてどのような強みを持ってきましたか？
バットマンはドラフトも上手いのと。
Yeah, but like, there's so it looks like we're gonna see Zeta Bounty Hunters and Realm and Humble.
Okay, that's cool. All right, I'll take that. Right, these guys are having too much fun here on the main stage. Let's hear it one more time for Zeta Division.
Visibly happy and relieved. Zeta Division takes this one, and what a close one it was. I finally get my 3-2, so I'm happy. You know, that arc, I always want to see as much Brawl Stars as possible, so give me some of those 3-2s.
Especially when we've got like the bingo card going at this event as well. We need things like that that's going to mix things up, and I mean, that was a match that for me was the one that deserved to go the distance. And great to see Zeta Division being able to turn things around since their disappointing World Finals performance last year.
Yeah, and they really showed up at the end there, especially in the last set. I mean, you saw how dominant they were, and they just took the momentum away from Only Realm.
Only Realm is such a fun team to watch.
Super dominant overall. I'm gonna be honest, over at eventtheprocess.com, I did vote for Only Realm because in scrims, NA has been looking a lot better. Zeta Division also mentioned it in their interview. Their prep hasn't been amazing, a bit scrappy, but what they just showed us here on stage today, two very dominant sets now in the end, back-to-back, insane performance of them.
And I gotta talk about the disrespect, by the way. The clown pins in sync from Zeta, that just says a massive story. And there's losing, and then there's losing that way.
Yeah.
I feel like for Only Realm now, it's really dangerous territory. I mean, they said that they would not underestimate BC Gaming, not by a long shot, but, you know, I think that's just like one kill across, like, what, those last two sets. And, you know, looking back at that Brawl Ball, there was that moment with the comp, which I felt like was a really tough thing to make work, where maybe there could have been a goal. We watched it back here on the desk. We think that there wasn't actually enough ammo for Bobby to have scored that in time.
Okay,
anyway,
so
we're
that's
giving
why.
that benefit of the doubt. But going into that final set,
That's why Bobby didn't shoot. Okay.
Zeta wanted nothing to do with it. It was like he was the guy with cooties, and they were not feeding into that, not by a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, credits due where's credits due? I don't know the saying. Zeta did not give Shade super at all, and they played that perfectly. I mean, Shade could have worked if they started cycling, but Zeta knew what they had to do.
Sans got one super and he wasted it immediately.
Usually known for picking Shade themselves quite often. They know exactly how to play into the brawler because they usually love to pick him up themselves. After being down 2-1, Zeta Division comes back super strong, found their stride and completely demolished them. Ark, you just mentioned it. There was one kill across 2 sets of Only Realm. What happened?
It's so disappointing for me because we're talking about the last 2 sets, but the set prior to that, Sans on the coal. I mean, that I was potentially going to say a bingo card phrase, and it was insane. It was incredible to watch that momentum. And, you know, Only Realm are, I think for me, the team in this competition that are a momentum-based team. They thrive so much. They get some of the best plays on the world stage that I've ever seen with regards to how they're feeling in the moment. If they're deflated and if things are starting to go downhill, if the draft isn't kind of what they were feeling and they're punished for it like they were in Brawl, that momentum going into that 5th set, which is so pivotal to secure,
Alright.
it's just not there anymore.
The next two games
Yeah, I mean,
are
you saw
not
the
going to be
momentum
as
building in
close.
Knockout. You saw the Colt, you saw Sand make
If
plays.
they're 3-1s, I'm
They just
going.
dodged
If
and
any,
Brawl.
if
They
either
died.
set
They
goes
had
3-1,
opportunities in Brawl Ball, but
I'm
they
going to
didn't
be
capitalize.
surprised.
And Zeta was there every time they tried to score. They stopped them every single time. And in the last set, I mean, it was domination. I hate to say it because I was rooting for them the whole way.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Only Realm will get another chance momentarily. They will play against BC Gaming next. They get a quick breather, and whilst they do that, we have a little bit of something because we were a bit greedy with those points earlier. So if you want to do us the honors, you get to press the
do the
button
honors,
again.
bro.
100 points for you over at event.brawlstars.com right now to get that pin.
Boom, baby, let's go.
All
That's
right,
very nice.
let's
Thank you
push
guys
the
for that.
big red button.
It felt pretty good. I never pressed the red button in my life, so it was exciting.
We do need to get a t-shirt for the desk for anyone that joins us that says I survived the BSC desk. I mean, it's great to have you here. Your insight, of course, goes such a long way for the viewers at home.
I appreciate it, and this is an absolute, honestly, a great opportunity for me. This is amazing. I'm having so much fun watching and then now casting, kind of.
And talking about t-shirts. We have a little bit of something for everybody watching at home over on the event website. We also have something for everybody being here on site. Corey and I got some beautiful t-shirts for you guys.
We can
Brawl
barely
merch,
see them.
Fresh out of the press, as I've been told. Super new. So, Berlin, wenn ihr euch ein T-Shirt abholen wollt, ich habe hier ein kleines Geschenk für euch. Corey hat eins, du darfst deins jetzt werfen. You get to throw one t-shirt yourself over to the left.
Right.
There are some people already standing there. You get to throw first, Corey.
All right, don't make fun of my throw.
Play nice.
I have another one for you guys. Who wants it? I see
They
some
all
people
want it.
jumping. I'm going to try to throw as far as possible, so be ready. Someone got it. Okay, those were the two for now. We might get more for you. Vielen lieben Dank. Ihr werdet vielleicht später noch mal mehr bekommen, aber bleibt hier. Das nächste Match wird noch mal richtig heiß. The next match is going to be super exciting as we're heading into Only Realms' second chance versus BC Gaming.
There was a 30 shirt. I had, you know, me and merch. You know, I had to slip that in the back pocket. We might find some more later.
All right.
But yeah, like you say, Only Realm versus BC Gaming now. You know, I've been keeping up with Bobby. I like to kind of watch his videos on YouTube. Fantastic.
BC
creator.
Gaming
It gives
got
me a good idea as to how
12%
he's
in the
feeling going
poll.
into events, and he did specifically say that, you know, despite BC Gaming's performances in scrims looking kind of on the weaker side, they're not going to underestimate them. Like, they know full well that any team can prove their worth and make a surprise appearance on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is do or die for Only Realm now.
It is.
After losing that first match, they need to win this game. So they're going to come out, I assume, flying.
We will see how BC Gaming is gonna do, as we haven't seen them too often on a global stage just yet. They're coming out of that SA West region. They only have one slot for that region, and yeah, they're the only hope for SA West to come as far as possible in this tournament. This is the first time they're stepping onto this stage. They're the severe underdog against Only Realm, but they just watched Zeta Vision beat them, so maybe they take that as a motivation. They know what Only Realm likes to draft, they just saw it again, so they know exactly how to face them.
Yeah, it's a real tough match, this. I mean, Todd and Anius, they don't have any LAN experience. JXCR, we refer to him as Jay, he does have the most experience on that squad. You know, going back to LCQ 2024 with Team Queso, didn't escape the group stages there, so not a great event. And a kind of similar story in the Last Chance qualifier of 2023. Played off against Revenant Esports for the final golden ticket and just came shy to a 1-3 scoreline. But I am now a little bit worried for Only Realm. This is a match that, in my opinion, on paper, they should absolutely be winning 10 times out of 10. But having that crushing defeat previously to Zeta Division and the way that that went down those final sets, you're going to be stuck inside your own head. As a player, Corey, someone who's been in that thick of it, how do you escape that?
Yeah, you take it one match at a time. I mean, I know the nerves that they're going to be having in their heads, and they might even be shaking a little bit. Who knows? But all I know is they're going to play the first match.
Edgar,
and after
Leon,
that,
Mortis,
sort of
Mina
the
are the
nerves kinda start
bans.
to go away.
Mina
And
ban
you'll
is
see, though, the
interesting.
momentum will start to build as
Leon
sets
ban
go
is
on,
also
and I think
interesting.
you saw it in the Zeta match. They were a little nervous at start.
It's also
and then
kind of
they started
interesting
build,
to see
started to build, and
most
I'm hoping that they do
teams
this in this match
favor
or else,
assassins for the
might be the end of the road
bans in globals.
Zeta might just be only Realm's kryptonite. They of course have the small advantage now as well that they have already played on this stage, whereas PC Gaming might still be a bit nervous playing in front of all of these people that made their
Honestly,
way
I
here
think playing
to
first is a
where they placed at the
disadvantage
global bans.
because the other team gets to scout your
12% only
draft
for PC
style.
Gaming.
Yeah, that's quite
And, like,
slim.
your
I think
form.
They kind of deserve a bit more credit than that. 88% for Only Realm. Roller bands as well. The Mortis, I think, is always a global ban for me. I think regardless of the team you're facing against, for me, it's just that brawler which can just make those pop-off moments. I think it's just a risk that I wouldn't want to take personally.
Yeah, I mean, Morris is great last pick. Sometimes you even see it in the first pick, as we saw not too long ago. You might also see like nausea bans.
Thank you for the sub,
Sirius.
Blue
Those are
King.
all great options
How are
to
you
ban
doing?
globally, and maybe some surprise bans just to throw off the other team.
Maybe also targeted bans, as we've seen earlier as well. Against Humble, I would always ban out Pierce. Now, against Only Realm, what would you ban?
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is like the sleeper picks, like the Sandy, as we saw. I think that was a bit of a tough match.
Sleeping.
Literally sleeping, exactly. Love that. You know, it just didn't work out. So it's about choosing your sleeper picks at the right time for it, and against that comp, it was a struggle in Brawl. I want to see those kind of brawlers be played in better places for Only Realm.
Yeah,
Alright,
for sure.
first pick
Sandy,
map is bridge
kind
too
of a niche
far.
pick, but it was really good
We
on
saw the
50
Chuck
votes. I
here
thought it was gonna be a
earlier, but
perfect
we
pick,
saw the
actually,
Chuck
because of
get
the bans.
destroyed here.
It didn't turn out the way they thought, and that's really the story, is how they're going to draft this series right here. Can they surprise the other team? Can they get at least 50-50 drafts?
It's time now for Only Realm's second chance. Bring them out alongside PC Gaming for the first time on a Brawl Cup stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next match is going to set the tone for what is to come. We have the old guard of the North taking on the new blood of the South. It's a North America, South America showdown, so make some noise for BC Gaming and Only Realm! One side, we have players who built the stage. They carried the weight of expectation for years. They've seen it all, and they're just
We
not
know the
ready
global
to pass the
bans.
crown.
Our draft is going to start
And
probably
on the
in
other
30
side,
seconds.
fearless and hungry to create their own
Let's see what
legacy.
BC
They grew up
SA has
watching the
for
greats,
us.
But now they are looking to replace them. And so this isn't experience versus youth. This is pride versus ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, they are ready. Berlin, are you ready? I think they are.
We could have done better from the crowd, low-key.
Sands. Bobby. Patchy. Todd. Jixer. Anyas.
Pride versus ambition. For BC Gaming, this is a huge chance to show us all what's in them. For Only Realm, it's a redemption arc already. They would have liked to win that first match already against Zeta Division. They came close, 3-2 in the end. Now they have a second chance, and we are unbridged too far again. I want to discuss that Chuck again. kind of saying, oh, look, he's not banned out and he's not picked up anyway, because as Ark and I
First
believe,
pick
they're not that
Angelo is
strong, but
interesting.
They did want to go the safe route here, banned him out, picking up Angelo, such an only realm special and just so good on a map like this one because there's so much water. He can walk over it, helping out multiple lanes at the same time.
Kaze though here, definitely a real threat that I think only Ren want to pick up. And for Bobby as well, having the #1 seed in this region hasn't happened for him since July 2020. Coming into this event, he was so on cloud 9, and now in this position where it's a must-win match, this is so important to get these drafts right.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to take risks or are they going to play it safe? That is the
Exactly.
question we have to ask ourselves right now. And it looks like they're playing it safe with the Angelo first.
No, I definitely didn't. And if I did,
Okay,
I've got to be honest,
that
as
should
an
be
analyst
fixed now.
on this desk, I think that we've done pretty well to make it this far in by not saying that word.
Bingo. Sorry, bad word today. On the other side, as you talked about scrim room rates, how's PC Gaming actually looking, Ark?
Yeah, this is
An
the thing that
interesting
I've
fact,
been
I think.
holding back a lot today in that regard, because there is definitely an argument in the community, not an argument, but a debate around scrim rates. And
All right,
actually
did it-
curious to
was
ask
it
you this question
fixed?
Now, Corey, that you're here. You know, do
I
they
cannot hear,
matter?
so I
Obviously,
can't
players
tell
are
like
gonna
whether
say
or
they
not
don't,
the
and
mic
that's,
audio
you
was
know,
fixed or
a
not.
valid argument. And, you know, they're going to be trying things out, things that are not necessarily going to always work, because that's the time to do it. How do you approach scrims when you're in that pro scene, and do you think that they have something to be said when it comes to stats?
Yeah, I mean, the stats don't tell a full story, right?
Exactly.
That's the most important thing. Now, there is some outliers, and sometimes they do mean something. I'm not going to say scrim rates don't mean anything, but you also have teams hiding things, you have teams trying out new stuff, and at the end of the day, they might not care if they lose a scrim, as long as they win on game day. So I was a big believer in hiding your strategies. You know, don't show them the brawlers you want to play, and surprise the other team. Surprising the other team goes a long way inside of draft when there's so many smart people in this game now.
Especially when you are the underdog. So I want to see some surprises from the side of PC Gaming today. I want to see them pick up something completely outrageous even. And maybe they can just make it work because Only Realm was,
Was
just
it
not
fixed?
prepared for it. Is this the return of the Jesse meta?
I don't think we're quite there yet. I don't think we are. I'm sure some content creators out there, thinking of you, McDee's, Connor, I think he would like Jesse Meta for sure. I actually really quite like that brawler. I remember getting that to Prestige 2 immediately, and people were like, how did you go for that brawler in the early outset of that update? It's like, well, the map and mode dependent. Hot Zone was obviously the prime candidate for it. Definitely, as you know, if you follow me on Twitter, I want buffies for Piper. I'm going out there right now, Frank. I know you and Adrian can hear me. You're sitting right behind me. Buffies for Piper, please. Can we get that? What brawler, if any? And I know you're. Are you thinking the thrower?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Buffy's for Sprout would go crazy.
Sprout needs a buff. He Loki has not gotten buffed in so long.
Globally banned if you're a Piper main.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, we've been in this kind of assassination meta for, like, far too long, in my opinion, and some of the sharpshooters need a bit of a helping hand. I mean, you know, kind of buffies are that mechanic which are going to be able to elevate the brawls that have been maybe sitting a bit stagnant for a while, and some of the gadgets getting reworked, and
I must say, if anything, this assassination meta is just also super exciting to watch for an event like this one. I quite like it. If we just had 3 long-range brawlers on either side, it's kind of a bit of a stalemate sometimes. You know, I really like that you can go in aggressively, which also is a meta that kind of is catered towards only Realm, if we're honest.
Yeah, I mean, Sans is a great aggressive player, one of the best in North America, and when he whips out those aggressive brawlers, you better watch out.
Except on Shade. Too soon, sorry.
Too soon.
It was a matchup.
Unfair to him. He just.
It is unfair. Yeah.
I think for me as well, I know that Bobby would quite like some buffies for Piper. I mean, you know, going back to like 2022, like how lovely was it to watch Bobby in those kind of knockout moments, have those clutch endings, and that's kind of the thing is like, you know, when we talk about pro teams and players and organizations, you got to remember that as the years go by,
wow.
the meta
Technical
changes,
difficulties must be going on for a long time.
Come in to really favor a squad. Like when you're looking at teams, Corey, like when you're like looking for a favorite in a competition, are you looking to see how the meta is catering towards the players, or do you play it safe at the beginning of the season and try to get like an all-rounded squad to cover all bases?
Yeah, I mean, I look for how they play as a team with those aggressive brawlers type of thing. So like, can they still, with all the chaos, still look composed and execute? That is what I'm looking for.
Composure.
Yeah.
Composure may be the key to success. I'm looking forward to seeing the draft now. And I believe we still have D'Angelo on the side of only
First
Realm,
pick
though.
Pierce
They now have
for
lost Big, so
BC.
the bans have changed a little bit as well. This is actually the first time we're also not seeing a Naja global ban. Exciting stuff, yet she's just banned out in the regular ban. So we're still not going to see this new brawler. Pierce is going to be the first pick here on the right-hand side. They technically still have D'Angelo on the left side if they want to pick him up again.
Yeah, it's definitely a good option to go even into the Pierce. The fact that you can go over the water with the speed, it's very, very versatile. You see Kaze come out from Only Realm. That's the damage. That's the aggressive I'm looking for from Only Realm. Put the pressure on BC. And now maybe the Angelo might come out for that little bit control. They can't double down here. It's a little bit too risky, in my opinion, to go double down into Pierce. And I think they should go with control.
Ali could be an option here for BC Gaming. Nice. Good call there from you, Corey. Love that. Angela coming in. Certainly, I mean, with the E-ban, going to be actually kind of favouring the Angela even more. So I think Bell as well could still be an option here to try to just slow the advance of the Kaze for BC Gaming. But for me, Ali, you know, it's such an aggressive brawler on this map, and you've got the Kaze to contend with. You've got to have something aggressive to be able to rival that brawler.
If I was BC Gaming right now, I honestly would pick up the Charlie because it is the best counter to a Pierce thanks to her gadget with the spiders. Pierce just can't keep up with them. First up though, a bit of damage. The Kaze and the Melody we mentioned previously, they're the best damage dealers right now, except Colt, but he's more often than not banned out. For me, would be the first pick even. Colt's so strong and high at the moment, but yes, Kaze, Melody for the damage. Now, what are we missing, Corey?
We're missing another control or at least defensive brawler. Maybe Amber might come out from the side of BC. That's what I would expect. Decent into Kaze, decent into basically any range as well. Can compete. Might lose to Brock or something like that, but Charlie does come out. That's decent into Angelo. And also the Cocoon can really stop Kaze from getting a lot of damage quick.
And it would have been a good counter to Pierce.
Yeah, true. Melody's going to be a tough thing for Only Realm to contend with here. They're going to have to be very much on their toes because, as we know, in Heist Melody, when Chuck banned, it's going to be very much a threat, but you know, Chuck's still actually open. I don't think it's going to show us an 8-bit.
I love the 8-bit here.
Brawlers actually on this map.
I think Only Realm has draft. I don't like the Charlie. Like, it's good into Kaze, but like its safe damage is so little, while Kaze can do so much safe damage even in a bad matchup.
Iffy matchup. Into Melody, it's a very quick supercharge.
And now on the mic for you, Kenny and Trev.
Off the backs of an banger to kick off Group B, and now only realm. Kings of old fending for one more opportunity, another top 8. It has been long awaited. Finally, Patchy joins his friends, and now they're taking on some
let's
hungry
go.
young bloods in BC Gaming SA. SA West shouldering an entire region. The pressure is certainly on.
Todd's been absolutely beamed off the start, but can't blame him for it. Double matchup down that middle lane. Here come the Spiderlings now. But
Yep, and Sans kills the Charlie.
Still 100 to 100 at the moment.
Bobby looking for a kill on Jay. And now that's mid for only realm.
I put Bobby against just about any sharpshooter in history, one of the best to ever do it, and continuing to do so here. A nice tag just to give his team a little bit of positioning. 8-bit right now is such an overwhelming amount of damage in the middle of the map, especially if they get that turret down. He is slow, but if they can get an established 8-bit turret and him raining down with a gadget, it does so much work.
I mean, I think that's fine for the guys on the right-hand side, just getting kind of boxed up there, going to come out with that Fanstorm, might even be able to get the kill, and actually takes another tick of damage off Anuse in that back portion. Jay trying to come in the mid now, makes the move, but the little cheat cartridge backwards keeps Bobby in the mix.
Jay solo, Bobby trying to get the kill and missing, but Sans, here he comes, bye-bye.
Jay barely held on, but Sans there once again to rotate a Fanstorm again. As long as they're getting a couple at a time, that is a brutal miss, an absolute missed opportunity there coming in from Charlie, who's just working on the turret right now. Hasn't even really done much damage as now Patchy finally gets owned in on top with a couple.
Finally BC can reach the safe. However, they do that by allowing Realm to reach fair safe. This trade does favor BC, and they're only down now by 25, now closer to 30%.
I think it's fine for him Cocoon if his teammates are doing good things and keeping getting this damage. Another wasted Cocoon.
Wait,
Manius there on the right-hand side.
Inius, what is he doing?
Now they've pierced through the top side of the safe. The last 25% remaining in BC Gaming still have to penetrate so much right now. The full defensive option on the right-hand side.
Here comes Sans.
Dancing all around this,
Switching forms, going for the hyper play. Perfect timing. Here comes Sans, clearing the way for Bobby. And that's game.
A few extra chip shots in, 61% to 0. I mean, that was not even remotely close.
Yeah, I mean, they were just in control of the map for like the entirety.
Yep.
The only time they got
This is what I expect from Realm this match.
Just do a bit of damage because they were doing more up top. The Melody made that kind of one breakthrough play, but other than that, bear in mind that 8-bit was on defense for the majority of it, and you expect that to be a brawler who places that turret aggressive, gets big damage down, but just sat back.
Every lane dictated.
And Sans switching lanes to get the solo lane. 12%, that's good, Chip. But now BC can aggress.
It's just left to Charlie to try and chip away at the enemy side, and it's not enough at all. 24 HP.
BC auto-aims the safe once, and that allows Patchy to survive. Meanwhile, Sans bakes the first crack.
Another good defense from the 8-bit down at the bottom. Again and again and again, Patchy's making big plays in 2v1 defenses. A bit of damage coming through. Obviously, the first crack was there as well. Finally, we're going to see the Cocoon connect on the right
Bobby
side.
gets Jay.
Focus
He's focusing more. Angelo is focusing more on brawler kills than safe damage, and that's fine. Your main safe damage is Sans. He's going to get 2 attacks here. Melody survives. The shield lasts long enough. Patchy, nice snipe. Sans probably going to get crack here. Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing, when you're new to the stage and you haven't been here before like the Only Realm guys have, those are the big mistakes you're going to make, and they're going to cost your team games, so needs to iron that out. Does eventually get this kill on the left-hand side against Bobby, and Todd coming through the mid with the hypercharge, but Patchy burning
Todd trying to get Patchy, but is going to die to Bobby.
For nothing if they let Sans slip by, and right now he is having his way against the high safe, already down to well below 25%. Hypercharge for Bobby, floating left hand side.
Yep, this is game. It's not game actually. 5K. That is one Sans super. He got hyper, but he didn't get super.
Needs 4% to crack this, but they're so far behind. I don't think they'll be able to attack
yeah.
and defend all game long.
So much percentage to make up here, and with 30 on the clock, that's the least.
And that's game. GG. Oh, he misses the safe. He misses the safe by like a third of a tile.
Bobby looking for a pure shot, and there it is.
Oh no.
Nice kill, buying his time.
Okay.
He has 1-4K away.
They still get it. Against a better team, that safe miss would be punished, but this is BC.
To pick up the scraps, and you know, we saw quite a few big blunders, especially from the Charlie, you know, dropping cocoon after cocoon after cocoon that just weren't connecting. And those are things that are like needing to be securing kills on these aggressive brawlers, or Kaze's just going to run riot exactly like she did all the way throughout that game. I was super surprised to see the 8-bit be such a defensive brawler. Yes, eventually it got up the map, got a bit of damage.
Yeah, 8-bit is a defensive brawler. Welcome back, Ella.
Not enough answers for Sands, and then Bobby would kind of scoop in the middle as well. I mean, any lane that Sands went
I'm glad to have you here. How are you doing?
They never really had enough on defense, and like you said, Charlie, I hate to keep pointing out, you don't want to harp on one player because it is a team game. That's the whole reason you draft Charlie. You have the Spiderlings to try and block out some Angelo shots. You know he's going to be running the jump one. He's not using Pierce, so it's helpful. But if you're not landing those defensive tags, if you're not buying your teammates precious seconds to either march forward or line up for a kill, then you're not doing a lot. And it shows there. I mean, 4 kills. Charlie by no means a top frag kind of brawler, but also definitely not doing enough to contribute.
Yeah. I also feel like we expect a little bit more damage coming out of the Melody on the safe as well, but really wasn't getting those openings and was being so well defended by Patchy on that 8-bit. So something to note as well. We're keeping it a bit of a kind of long-range affair, it seems. Yes, you can go a bit shorter occasionally and out.
All right, out in the open. It'll be interesting to see what Only Realm do here because we're trying to play safe and not reveal anything for day 3, while also crushing this team. Looks like they're going for Vangelo again. Makes sense. It worked last map. It should work this map. Because both are really good Angelo maps.
Don't worry as much about in these situations. Bobby, Sands, and Patchy are plenty experienced on any level of stage. They've been the best in North America at different times throughout their careers. Now they've kind of joined together, this group of friends, past teammates. They're trying to form one NA West super team of old, and now they've got a favorable brawler as well. We just saw what Bobby can do with this brawler. BC Gaming letting the slide's a little surprising to me.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. You know, when I mentioned the meta's pretty going to be the same, you know, Angelo's the brawler that you're kind of thinking about instantly. Bell going to make appearance here this time, keeping it long range. But I do think, as you said, it's a big mistake letting that Angelo slip through, especially when we've just seen how well Bobby played that brawler. To let them have it again on another good map for it is worrying to me.
Lots of smiles going down for Only Roman if you're PC Gaming. That just can't be delightful to look at, right? I mean, look at the polar opposites here in emotions. This is a comfortable team on your left hand, and on the right hand side, they are locked in focus. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're not comfortable, you're getting used to the land stage. There's just so many things going against them. The history of South America as well. I mean, both of these regions, a lot to prove. Obviously, SA West is on the smaller end, had to go through the road to Brawl Cup to get here, and Only Realm have been through the North America gauntlet for years. Suckers for pain, if you will. I've dealt with a lot over the years. Fink's going to be rounding out this right-hand side. I don't mind it, and out in the open, I would say it's not traditional, but it's a good enough brawler to where I think it's fine, especially into an individual sharpshooter brawler of Angelo.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been one of the names that kind of I'd throw out on this map as being like, oh, you need to get this brawler or you're going to lose like I would probably for the Angelo or the Ruffs more of the time. So it is worrying me a little bit. I do like the Bell though, you know, being able to bounce, I'm sure.
Alright, Ruffs pick up here, makes very safe pick. I'm not sure about Finks. He hasn't been performing well in this meta.
Be an interesting choice here as we go down the line as well. Meeple gone, Byron gone, Click gone, even Nyjah is in that section as well. It's just, you're running out of limited choices, and that last one felt like that long-range affair as you mentioned, but I don't think I'd be surprised if they go a different direction. Now just tripling down at this point. I mean, I think if you're on this right-hand end, you've got Bell, you've got Finks, they're probably also adding in as well.
I was so confused for a second there. I thought we were looking at one of the players. I was like, wait, we're going into Brawl Ball? We're going into Brawl Ball? But no, I believe it probably is still out in the open. Scared me for a second there when we're talking about these brawlers, and it would have definitely been a questionable draft if that was the case. But Brock rounds out the
I like Only Realm's comp a lot more. And if your Only Realm is winning in draft, BC has no chance.
Through some of the longer range heist maps, so we know it's good in this meta.
Some old-timey Brawl stars. Little long to mid-range to fair. I think that's just the way Only Realm would like to keep it. 1 set to 0. SA West all alone. One of the few regions with only one representative here this weekend, and now they're taking on some longtime legends of North America. Jay on this left-hand end, expanding with space, but he knows Bobby has a little room for cushion. That's why Angelo's so coveted on this map in particular. This little cutout right here that you see, one of the few brawlers that can traverse over water, is much more favorable in the meta right now than something like an Eve.
Yeah, but we also can't forget that they're going to be able to do pretty much the same up top now with the wall break coming through early on from the Brock. We did see a reverse polarity as well, instantly off the start, which made a connection with Bobby, so won't be seeing any of those nest eggs lingering
Yeah, kind of agree with you.
Cautious about. Good taps coming in from Sands and some.
But here's the thing, like, where's the thing Finks doing here? Like, this isn't hot zone.
By Bobby on the left, a nice cut off there, but they do end up opening the walls. I don't think that really hurts Only Realm at this moment. They're still still playing the sharpshooter game.
Another reverse polarity thrown out. Didn't find a connection this time. And some heals along with the super from Bobby. Cookie Popper was used there as well, and used really low, but they can't.
And that's a kill
thanks to the rocket ring.
on Jay. Jay wastes super vet. Could have been used next round.
Sorry, rocket fuel there as well.
In this game.
Doesn't find the connection onto Bobby, and that's going to be a 3-0. It seemed a bit close at times, but in the end, all of Only Realm survived.
The dominoes really started falling down. You'll see that oftentimes in professional knockout. Reversing against a 3v2 situation, the numbers advantage is crazy when the players are this good. Now they're caught off of the mid there. They're just continuing to cycle in that rocket fuel. Is super available for Brock as well, who's going to operate on this right-hand side. Branching out with spaces, Jay. Reverse polarity goes down, no bounce shot, but continued pressure being applied.
Power up in Bobby's hands. The super along with it as well there.
Double
Stands on the right
Sids.
side, trying to catch Anya's out of position. Todd, big shot to his face there and forced to back up. Now the pitch comes in.
Bobby, nice snipe.
Huge. Bobby gets another early frag in the round, makes it a 3v2, and now they can break out of this position that they would have otherwise been locked in.
Bobby unafraid as well. Now
Here comes the hyper. Makes sense.
well. They know they have an opportunity to win this game right here, right now. Tracking up the left
Looking for the kill on Jay. That's a kill, and that's game.
Just perfect execution coming out of Only Realm. The mechanics have been very solid all day long.
Bear in mind, no deaths for Only Realm as well. Not only are they, obliterating BC Gaming, it's with a bit of style too. They're not sacrificing anybody, they're keeping everybody.
The Gus gameplay has also been very good this tournament so far.
BC, I feel the nerves are getting to them. They haven't been on stages like this before. It's worrying me.
Only Realm showing no signs of being worn down by the war they just went up to against Sata Division. They are coming out firing. Bobby in another set with Angelo and just tapping. You even saw him there, half HP in the face of Jay, just kept walking forward enough for a hyper.
Oh, kill on Sands.
Error of Only Realm side. 3v2 situation. This is going to be one of those moments I talked about that are very rare from a professional standpoint.
Yeah, well, as soon as I say they're not dying,
3v1. For 2v1. Like, this is winnable from Bobby, but I don't think he's going to try it. By winnable, I mean like 15% chance. And he only has that chance because BC is just such a worse team than...
This round, they have been pretty dominant. Great reverse polarity there as well. Got a connection. But Bobby will go down to the gas. And BC claim their first round.
Great patience from BC, well aware that that's exactly what Bobby's trying to do. Just a couple extra arrows knocked just to try and make some connections, get anything closer to a super or a hypercharge. That's an important cutoff on that right-hand side now. You'll see teams do this a lot. Now they have complete vision. If Patchy wanted to cross that left-handed in the grass where you can hide a little bit easier, no longer.
Yeah, a little rotation here as Sands now goes to the mid and Patchy flanks around the right. As you said, once that kind of grass and walls broken up, you're not really going to have a good time as Patchy in that range.
Ooh, Bobby gets sniped here.
Careful now, and it is Only Realm once again pinned back into their spawn, but with this wall coming down, if they can avoid a few shots, get a bit of momentum back, they might be able to break out.
This could be a two-edged sword because now the sharp on the other side have an awkward opportunity, but Sands is...
Whoa, what a kill.
Patchy can work on this right-hand side now too. The extra sandbags for coverage. This is something Finks hates to see. This is a traditional counter option for our professional players.
Yeah, mark on Bobby though, so keep your eyes on him. Needs to be careful not to be tapped up by Jay here. Narrowly avoids that shot, but Sands takes one straight to the face afterwards. Reverse polarity comes through, extends a bit of that range when you're bouncing it.
Interesting to see the Sand swap lanes.
Might want to use this to try and win this round and close out the game. Here it goes. Thrown
Here
down
comes
now.
Todd. Using Fink Super is interesting, but it makes sense, low-key. If they're going to win, they're going to take a game off of Only Realm. Congrats.
That was from the Finks. Incredible.
Impressive feat to say the least. I was kind of in my head wondering how
Winning the 2v3.
because there was a hypercharge and two supers alongside both of those guys. They could have gone into the next round with an advantage if they really wanted to. Just said, hey, it's a 3v2, let's just give it up. Instead, they put up a fight.
I kind of see the Finks now. He's really good in late game.
From this team, it shows some signs that you can compete with global superstars.
And like if your opponents are picking roughs, like you can just go to Finks and say, like, you have one mid-ranger, I'm gonna go one mid-ranger too, except my mid-ranger outranges yours and has more survivability and better endgame.
Bobby obviously being able to traverse across this water. Quite nice for him to be able to back up. Jay, shot to the face and he runs back.
Quick swing for Bobby up that left-hand side as Patchy and Sands will be glued together.
BC applying some pressure. Bobby's staying in his position.
Not necessarily rushing the heals here. Wants to keep charging up those arrows, but needs to be careful now. He's well below his half threshold.
Yeah, Todd's running back as well and giving Only Realm a bit more control of this map, and just needs to be careful of this pinch around the right-hand side.
Interesting. Bobby is not running health gear on Angelo, which is like his best gear usually.
Good shots coming in from Jay as well onto Bobby. He's going to pop the super on this left-hand side and try and get some burning shots in.
Concentrated effort now from BC Gaming. They've been lining up
Tap
shots
on Jay.
all season
Jay
right
will
now.
still
He's taking
be
some heavy
alive
rocket rain. Todd
at the
now
end of
launching
this
towards
poison,
Patchy
but
on that
Bobby
right-hand
just needs,
side.
yep,
Goes
a
down
quick
for
poke.
time warp, but no HP there. It's going to be a 2v2 situation.
Todd with the dodges. That's enough.
What a round for them.
These time warps are just
This Finks is putting in so much work.
far off cycling that one out as well, but they have won them round after round now, and this puts Only Realm in a really bad position.
Little bit of nerves for sure if you're an Only Realm fan at home. Still a long way to go, but BC Gaming certainly showing that they're now capable. And like you mentioned, those time warps, very valuable, especially against all these...
And it feels like a time warp is just like a set win against this team.
Look at Bobby as well, so low, he's marked up, he's pushing
Which means like BC has 2 rounds to get another Finks super.
breaking this wall and just letting Bobby go across that. Seems a little bit of an oversight in my opinion. You know, when you're breaking out this, you need all the avenues possible.
Jay continuously just harping in on Bobby. We were talking about how good of a sharpshooter Bobby is, but Jay has really managed to hold his own against one of the long-time legends. Patchy on this right-hand side, once again taking advantage.
Sands low. That allows Anyus to pressure Bobby. Oh, Bobby is low. He has to.
But the hypercharge connection was free. It was guaranteed, and now he's marked up going into this closing zone. Teleport away. Patchy there.
Alright, Realm will get this round, but there's a lot of supercharge for BC next round.
There's still a fighter's chance.
Yeah, huge. This is a big, big round for both these teams. Whoever wins it takes the set, and that's either 2 to Only Realm, or it's an equalizer from BC. But Todd has the super, and we know what they've been doing so far.
Also, thank you Goji Edit for the subscription, for subscribing.
For BC Gaming SA. Let's see what they're made of here. Now going to be fully tested. A full house. 3 super strong. As Bobby looks down this left-hand side.
He's giving hyper to Gus. I guess Bobby has it already.
Jay looking for a tag, does once again land that marker. Bobby has been prone to being hit by those.
Yeah, Todd's still got the super. They haven't used it in this defensive position. Sands with a power.
Patchy tapped up his heal.
Gets hit again, brought down to 1 shot, but Sands finds a shot back towards
Right, Todd has super. This is a super important game.
And a hypercharge ready to go for Sands.
Realm, they're trying to force Todd to use it now. Oh, they get a kill on Anyus.
3v2 situation, and Todd gonna have to rely on the super here.
And Todd, they're going to use it a little early, trying to get a kill.
Bouncing shots back and forth. They have to separate, and that's the
Patchy's died. Todd survived. No, he doesn't. And this is going to be Bobby. Yep. The kill on Anyus earlier in the round was what allowed them to win here. Total prize for BS.
It was a huge kill. I think it was from Sands. Getting the hypercharge shot off from one of the
75,000? Oh, it is 100,000. Okay, cool advertisement.
in that last round. So huge stuff from Only Realm, and desperately needed set.
Super respectable set, I might add, too. I think we were harping on a lot of mistakes there from BC Gaming, and I think fairly as well. Look, when you're at this stage, you have to be
well played from BC.
Perfect Brawl Stars, and that's just not something that BC Gaming did in the opener. Right there, though, those mechanics were matched with BC Gaming. I mean, it came down to 1 round at the end, a lot of well-timed supers. That was excellent stuff from the red roster, I think, overall. It's down 2-0. Not going to act like this is going to be an easy climb, but I think they're showing that they deserve to stand on this stage, especially if you're a team like this. Only Realm loses a division. It's fine. They know they have 2 lives. This isn't their first time this far in a tournament as well. They've been down the gauntlet of brackets, but for BC Gaming SA, this is stewarded them. Just gaining a little confidence, seeing that they can do it a little bit more, I think is just so significant.
Yeah, strict upgrades here with the
should be fixed now? Question mark.
Also, with the push it star power, you're looking at no interruption at the edge of range, which is going to be crucial here in a land setting. A victory on the left side looks good for Zeta Division. Easy slot through.
Okay, I need to refresh the stream.
Teleport away. Chitampo there, on his face, not able to find connection off that hype charge.
All right, BC are going aggro. They have to get a goal before overtime. Batman still alive.
Jay trying to find some extra damage behind these boxes, but getting tapped down himself.
Too aggressive.
Yeah, Zeta really doing good on defense.
Enough ammo to take him down. That was the coordination that they have as a team. A retake of
My static should be good now, right?
Plays by BC Gaming SA. With the man disadvantage, it means that they have barbarians knocking.
Here comes Hyper.
Charge available. Shitampo's gonna clear one out, but a missed pass up to him.
And that's game.
Away from the Kenji slices to get game number 1 put away.
As powerful as Killer is, she doesn't really have a target to try and counter. No tanks drafted here by Zeta Division because it was so telegraphed.
Yeah, David, we could talk about this later. Then I'm on stream right now.
Even fine, but showing that so early gives a very clear idea of what Zeta need to play around.
Yeah, she's in a complicated state at the moment where she's too good to allow to go later into that draft, so you just have to pick it up or you have to ban it. It was strategically left open as a bait. There's just no target for her, really.
She's still good broadly, though. That's the thing.
That's exactly it. She has gadgets, she has supers that are very good, but you can't beat Suzuku in a land setting. Man is just switched on today. He's going to get some wall break.
And Chitampo over. A little bit of a misplaced rough super. But what a trick shot.
But it's still passed over to Chitampo for an easy walkthrough.
You got to, yeah.
Zeta Division settling in here, feeling comfortable. They had to take a break in between their first and second games. It looks like they've acclimated quite quickly to the stage conditions. Jade sees the shadow of himself go straight up the guts now with those sandbags in place. Zeta Division can play safely behind them, and Agnes is blown to smithereens. First set already notched up by Zeta Division, showing zero signs of slowing down.
You'd be like, yeah, basically say that you want to ring.
Barely any resistance. You did see some solid efforts at
from
BC Gaming where they had things all the way pressed up against Zeta Division's goal, but they were not able to get it there. They were offered some gimme opportunities also for some kills. You saw particularly Kenji almost like cleared out the goal. There were a couple of kills just waiting to happen, but Zeta Division knew. And I think also they were made to respect the matchup quite early on. You saw Chitampo popped a Chester Hypercharge, not this one, of course, but a different one, onto a Finks that teleported away, and they would not be doing that against a different opponent. Not at all, because they would be respecting them enough to know that Finks has that gadget on cooldown. They're capable of playing really, really good Brawl Stars, and I think they were just withholding some energy there for a moment. Now they're made to acknowledge, okay, these are some worthy opponents, but still they clear them in just a couple of games here in set 1.
Yeah, and again, it's pretty comfortable the way they move through. You can see our stats, Batman basically just pumping damage into them all throughout the course of the round. We're going to head over to Hot Potato for the next one. And you notice we haven't really referenced scrim results too much.
No.
Berlin City Club have a 0% win rate on both the previous and this current map. So a little bit tough to take much away from that, but we are deep into the draft already. We have the Crow taken first here with the Kaze follow-up, obviously, on these highest maps. She's very effective getting that super down on the safe to find some damage at the edge.
I trust in the Kaze as a selection into the Colt because you should be able to jig those shots and best him in close range if you have the mechanical advantage as a player. And this is, I think, the larger discussion about the head-to-head here. Like, what's really the tail of the tape? I think Zeta Division, even if they lost every single draft, would still mechanic stiff BC Gaming here. And, you know, it's sad to say, but that is the scale of the matchup here. That is how good Zeta Division are, and it's how much of an unknown BC are as well.
The draft here, we have a bull picked up on the side of BC Gaming. They've actually banned the roughs away. Fancied getting themselves the Colt, who may look to, you know, be careful about how he chooses to open the map, because getting that bull up, rushing onto the safe is going to be very, very important. So it's a question of like what the answer to that is supposed to be. Obviously, you have the Crow, who can operate in some sort of anti-tank capacity, but the Sirius is going to be used here to round out the composition.
You need an anti-tank. It would be nice to have some wall break. It would be wonderful, but the deal is this series, you don't really want to open things up too much. He's already going to be chucking shots over walls. Also, he'd be a great response to the bull. So what's really the next best thing now? You could, but there's like real potential that you just get run down the entire time, and Clancy needs time to build up those tokens. Cordelius is going to have that mute from moment one, and he doesn't need to jump over anything here. I don't think, you know, people are going to be hiding behind the walls too much, so he could honestly just bring the mute, but you don't see it that often in competitive. To be fair, you don't see Cordelius as much in competitive because they're just better anti-tanks.
A lot of teams only pick Cordelius up, you know, against Chuck.
Yeah,
specifically. But this is actually Zeta Division's go-to brawler on this map as of late. So they are picking Cordelius basically in any scenario where there is a tank, just because, you know, being able to take them out of the game and force a virtual 3v2 is really important. So they've had a good win percentage, 6 out of 10 you know, scrim sets, one with this Cordelius in the last week by Zeta Division. Let's see how it plays out. Todd's already made his run down the left-hand side of the map. It's Suzuku. He gets safe damage, and that's the best matchup the Kaze could ask for here.
As the lineup he needs, just a couple more shots will drop this to 75% and get that first shield baited away. Batman also ready to lay some hurt on Anyas. He still has to be concerned about some of these shades appearing, but he's not getting hit at all. Nothing really to speak of on the home front for Zeta Division. Some damage is trickling in, but nothing worth even looking at, it seems. Suzuku also ready to switch forms, get some more damage onto the safe. Is going to feed a few shots to Anyas, who seemingly doesn't even have any shades just yet. Either that or he's going to be sitting on them for a long time, but as low of HP he's on, there's just no way
half of health already for BC. And Jay can't get up to the Zeta safe because of how high Batman and Suzuku are playing. And even if he does get up to the safe, there's the Cordelius there.
Who does have some of these shades to work with, just no teammates in order to go aggressive.
BC Gaming SA equipped with all the shades now, and look how far back their place is. Exactly what you want to be doing with Sirius. Batman, though, can pierce through all
Batman.
of them. Looks like that's his plan.
He's going to use his hyper super to jump onto the safe. So not jump onto the safe. It's a guaranteed crack if he gets it directly onto the safe. But he doesn't matter. Kaze super plus some attacks gets it anyway.
Victories in what I anticipate will be a win streak.
Seeing a difference between these two teams on the fundamental level right now. Even an understanding of like how some of these matchups are supposed to work. We're seeing, you know, BC Gaming want to try and set their cult forward when there's some serious defense that has to be played. I'd like to see them clear Zeta Division from their side of the map before they want to go aggressive. Unless they get enough of a lead where they can race them. This is risky business.
I just don't expect it to happen, basically. Looking at this matchup once again, this time Suzuki's on lower HP, but still hits the print spot perfectly. And a couple more shots after this should be enough to drop it to 75%. No, not quite enough. Whoa! That was pretty ambitious by Todd. I guess he knew someone was going to be in that diagonal. But here comes an aggressive move from Shitampo in close range versus Anyas.
Shitampo is just going to go and break safe.
Is anyone giving him comms? Looks like Anyas knew he was going to be there, but Shitampo is just there to
Batman gets one. Trying to get Jay. Jay gets a second pop. But so does Zeta.
On their home front as Jay drops this down to 37%.
Crow hypercharge though could be massive, could get this safe down to 25% potentially. Batman biding his time though, does have a few shades that he needs to cut through, and BC Gaming, in fairness, have themselves a 2% lead. It's a question though of now if they can hold on to it. Bullstorm comes through. Shitampo though body blocking a lot of this damage, and then that's what you want to see the Cordelius do. Drag that ball down in the Shadow Realm and work him down on your own.
Suzuku needs to get out of here so you can be ready for the final push in. Should be the finishing blow for Zeta Division as he hammer on the safe hit once. 2 sets gone at the blink of an eye. We couldn't even tee up set number two.
Zeta just, this is kind of what I expected. It's kind of why I'm not paying that much attention to the match, because the game's already over.
Too much of an issue, and the series could not rebuff the charge in. It did not get the shades quickly enough. Kaze was far too slippery to touch.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that BC Gaming were forced into like a serious versus Kaze head-to-head for most of the game. I just don't think that's optimal if you're looking for a powerful defensive brawler. Whereas, you know, we see Zeta Division go for one of their signature picks and just get that Cordelius thing on the draft and say, we already see you have a bull. You know, you could sort of throw anything at us. You go aggressive. We can even Cordelius super your cult just as he walks down the map and take him out the game for a few seconds to give our defensive brawlers time to respawn back in.
If Sirius is reserved for your last pick, it's probably not worth picking. You know, it has been overlooked repeatedly. There's a chance that you catch your enemy lacking and this one has slipped through for them, but no, not against Zeta Division. Do you really think you know better than these guys? 2 sets already put away for Zeta Division. BC Gaming currently burning to death because we knew that this was going to be a rough one for them.
Yeah, baptism of fire here, and it's one that they're not going to walk away from unscathed. That is for sure. It's tough here on day one. You've got to play all of your group stage games. And again, a loss here for BC Gaming will have them summarily, unceremoniously ejected from our 2026 Brawl Cup. It is now or never in Ring of Fire. What an apt selection of arena here for their last stand.
Yeah, it is getting real hot now as cinders are beginning to burn down to nothing. Will we see a final fight from BC Gaming SA? They got to put a stop to this mayhem. 4 consecutive game victories didn't even really look close. Maybe one of them in Heist a moment ago, but they were behind by a fairly large margin there as the final shield had been cracked off of both safes. Here comes the initial selection. Finks is pretty much a gimme on any hot zone map, but we've seen the approach earlier that it's actually possible to lose with Finks.
We are going to be looking down the barrel of probably a Chester Ruffs and Mina comp. Thankfully she is global banned out, so not an option, but getting the Chester and Ruffs core is...
Yeah, Chester Ruffs, Ring of Fire. Looking at Pierce, actually, for the last pick for Zeta.
Tried to bring her onto this map on a number of occasions, but there's a bunch of options here. Like, if you're trying to, bring a tank into the fold here for BC Gaming, you can go towards the Amber. We've, good reasons.
Penny makes sense on this map.
The Penny is pretty annoying.
But now you need some anti-aggro.
Yourself up close, especially with Salty Barrel.
I like the Penny. I like the Penny a lot. In fact, it's a lot of times ban-worthy here on Ring of Fire because once you get it set up in that pesky position inside the bushes behind the little corner wall that's pretty close to mid, then it's quite difficult to remove. This is one of those moments where, like, the last pick sweep comes in. I would not say that this is too unexpected for Zeta Division. Nope, they insta-lock the Draco. They are going to run this down. Not just that, but they're pairing it up with the Colonel Ruffs, which means that
I love the Draco here because
the
there's so little damage on the side of BC Gaming.
Even if it's, late into the game, even if they are outmatched by the composition, they're going to get basically a guaranteed pick of mid off of Draco.
I had the idea of stealing away Zeta Division's signature Leon pick here on this map, but they're not particularly durable as a composition. It's really only the Leon that, in theory, can burst down the Dracos. That's where Leon wants to be. He wants to be up close and personal in general. The lollipop drop is going to be crucial to dodge a number of these shots that come in from the Chester, for example. But this is BC Gaming backs against the wall as Zeta Division are poised.
Gumshatampo gets a super, survives.
Todd needs to get this takedown to Shdetampo. Will get it, but it looks like he's going to expire the hands of Batman. Throws down the super, manages to enter the Matrix for a brief moment as he dodges shots from 2 different angles. They've allowed Colonel Ruffs to get completely behind them, and Jay plays way too aggressive, and the enemy side ends up being taken down in such
Suzuku surviving has been so important.
Suzuku playing like an ally on the map right now. That is ridiculous. Jay goes in and gets a jawbreaker straight away, stunned up with nowhere to go. That turret is a little bit annoying, especially for the slower moving brawlers. It means that Batman does need to keep on the move. That can be cleared out.
Here comes the Hyper already. He got one within a minute of gameplay.
He's just looking for a kill at the moment, though. Everyone's pretty low. Cycled out that super. Jay gonna look for the kill in close range, but
Here comes Shtampo with the double kill.
Shtampo easily pops a gadget to defuse 2 kills on the right side.
And he just kept that super going. Hypercharged super.
Here comes Todd. But Todd can't stand in the time warp with Draco. Here comes the Hyper Penny turret. Misplaced, oh no! And Shtampo is going to get another Hyper courtesy of Suzuku. And that's game.
The last one to throw an effort at this point, but is simply fruitless. Zeta Division know that this one is over.
This is game.
Match point as a steamroll through BC Gaming.
How are you feeling? Definitely got under your skin a bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty mad actually. I'm pretty mad about a couple of hypercharges in a row, personally.
It's a lot of pressure that is on your shoulders when you go up against a team of literal champions. And yeah, one small mistake can be punished. A big mistake, forget about it. You've lost the game. Now, it's a question of the set and series. BC Gaming have to be centimeter perfect to stay alive here.
Here's
BC Gaming
Shatampo.
SA with the initial tap on the point. They're not going to be able to stay there, but at least they do win this interaction on the right side. Shatampo, I think, is perfectly content with being taken down there. He's just working for a super, which he has gotten off that initial sparring match on the right side. He's able to push in easily, dodging out a lot of that ammo. BC Gaming SA, they're out of shots at this point. It's an easy walk forward for Shatampo. He does also have that gadget.
Clean retake of the zone from Shatampo. BC all stayed alive, so they can pressure now, but they're... No, never mind.
Deep into enemy spawn onto Todd, and no one even really cares about this turtle
Jake,
on the left
wow,
side. The
good
only one
job
they
surviving
really care about
shot.
is the hypercharge, because Shatampo can easily waltz around and walk in a straight line to avoid those bombs dropping on his head.
He does fall, but Zeta Division get up to 52% there, just off the back of that one Draco super. Batman respects here. We'll throw another sort of
Batman looking to destroy the turret.
Said it might be time to clear this turret out, or will he sneak back through behind? Shatampo there, we heard that hypercharge go off, but he actually got cleaned up.
He also saw Jay popping the Leon hyper dig at 1 kill onto Shatampo. Couldn't quite finish it onto Suzuki. Here comes another hyper though, and this one's going to be a high priority to take down. Combined with the Fink super, could be pretty deadly. It's guaranteed retake. Now they just got to clean up the job. Jay could rotate around from the bottom and use from the top, but they're pretty much just trying to find Batman right now. It's an awkward angle. Now he's got the hyper.
Here comes Batman. And this is game. GG's to Zeta.
And Zeta Vision assume aggressive positions in BC Gaming SA's push.
They're not going to take a BC Gaming is not going to take a single game against them. GG. Alright. And that's the end of day 1. Thanks to everyone who stuck around. Thank you YSYT10 for subscribing.
Dessert here for a team that ate only Realm alive and will now go through their group as the top seed.
I think the game was over much more quickly than BC Gaming were expecting.
Yes.
I would agree. It was fast. Tough to see what our SA West team had in preparation for this squad. It was only
Alright,
Realm
I'm
first,
probably
and now
going
Zeta
to end
Division.
stream in a few minutes
This
now.
group certainly has clear front runners, and we're going to head down and speak to
Hey,
them now.
hey, welcome Caliber.
On the mic.
Yeah. I mean, that was a 3 Draco.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the winner's circle, let's call this. Now, you guys may not realize this, but to compete against a team like Zeta Division on the main stage at an international LAN event is a very big deal for a lot of players and a lot of, let's say, teams who are up and coming. Now, there are many people in the crowd and at home watching who are like young up and coming players who want to get to your level. I want to know what you would like to say to them. Do you have a message for them?
そのような有名で強いチームと対戦するのは
Yeah.
他のチームに
And Zeta will be playing Bounty Hunters, and Only Realm are going to be up against Humble.
新しい若い選手たちがそのようなレベルになりたいならどのようなその人のためにどのようなメッセージがありますか一言
ですねまあ頑張ってください
Well, what can I say? Like, just do your best. Give it your shot.
That's a fair thing to say, I think. Now, you've made it to Sunday. Tomorrow we have groups C and D, and in those groups we have Crazy Raccoon. Now, do you see them this week as comrades or as, you know, enemies or both? Because you guys are essentially fighting for the same goal.
なんか日曜日のプレーオフに突破しましたけれども、明日のグループ C、グループ D なんですが、そのグループの中にクレイジーラクーン、他の日本代表のチームがあるんですけれども、そのチームは、味方とみなしますか、それともこれは同じ目的を狙う敵だけですか、それとも両方。
まあ敵ですね。はい。
They're enemies.
I like that. Okay, short and sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time. It's Zeta Division.
All right.
And with that being said, day 1 of the Brawl Cup has come to a close. An incredible show out from many teams, but 2 have indeed been sent packing. We've had to say goodbye to Ace Zero and of course to BC Gaming. A valiant effort, but it just wasn't their week. I'd like to say thank you
that was
so
a fun
much
game.
to all of the players to production, of course, for putting on this incredible tournament, and of course to the talent as well for all of their hard work, but most of all to the fans, both at home and of course right here in Berlin, Germany. They've been so supportive, and this Brawl Stars Esports just wouldn't be the same without you guys. It wouldn't even exist. And so thank you so much to all of you at home. Now, tomorrow we're going to be back with Group C and Group D, and after that we will have our Championship Sunday ready to go to finally find out who is going to get that extra regional slot for the World Finals at the end of the year. And so, with that being said, my name is Barney Banks. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. See you all tomorrow for Day 2.